All right, everyone. We are back here for round number 6 of Swiss of the Boyle 2 here in beautiful Stone Mountain, Georgia, part of the Topdeck 2025 Championship Series. First diamond event, record-breaking attendance, you know, all the fun stuff that comes with these massive events. A lot on the line and quite some awesome CDH action that's already happened across the weekend. So remember, this is the the penultimate round of Swiss. We will have round 6 and 7 of Swiss before we do cut to top 16, and then, of course, have a finals pod to crown a champion. Remember, there is a spot in the 2025 championship actual event on the line here, as well as a pile of cash. I'm here in the booth. Drake Sasser here with Dylan.
Dylan Sporish. How are you guys doing?
And as always, we picked a sweet pod for you, so we're going to go ahead and start diving right into that. Andy Beach here, first seed. That's, a player that we have to talk about. Somebody that's been a part of our championship series through all of 2024. Now, here, obviously making a deep run here in the first event of 2025. You have to imagine you're going to see some impressive stuff from Andy. Brought TNT today, and not the only one even in this pod with TNT. I mean, you see first and second seed. TNT, third seat. I mean, what year is it? We got Elsha and Clark Sakashima in fourth.
We're throwing it all the way back.
This looks straight out of what, like 2020? I don't even know when the last time I saw all this was. This is a texture. Where's production? Hello? This is a texture of a pod that we have not seen in many years. So I guess, fill us in for those that were not around, not playing when some of these decks, Clark Sakashima, Elsha, and stuff like that was big. What can we expect here?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see, there's a couple ways that this can go, right? I've said a couple times on the stream that TNT is generally a slower deck. Although I was proven wrong yesterday in round 2 when we saw a turn 2 win out of TNT, which was extremely impressive. Took some of the wind out of my sails, going faster than Rogsai. Elsha also has some potential to go a little faster, but generally is going to lean on the controlling side. And Clark Sakashima, underratedly, can play the mid game extremely well,
right?
But does have those explosive starts that if you don't counter the right thing, if you're not sure with the interaction points, you can get in trouble. Although these players certainly must have some experience with that deck. But if you don't play it frequently enough, you can get a little sloppy and you can let the wrong thing slide, and it's just you're in a big trouble from there. I'd like to point out, actually, Andy was one of our top 4 finalists at the Invitational playing Rogsai. Before that, he was a prolific online player. And many tournaments playing Atraxa. We kind of seen his evolution here, going from Sans Red to Grixis. The bans happen, and he's back on Sans Red, and clearly making a deep run, like you said, here at day 2.
And these are the kinds of players you really want to look towards when you talk about metagame progression. You talk about, in CDH, and I mean EDH in general, like where even the casuals out there, people get very attached to their deck. They identify with their commanders, their deck. They get involved in the community and all these kinds of things, and it becomes hard to switch off that. The players that impress me the most as far as competitors go are the people that are willing to switch off things. The Atraxa player willing to pick up Rogsai. That represents a big shift to me, and represents also, understanding that, hey, this might be better positioned. I have a good case for why I'm actually going to trust this to take the event home for me. And then now switching back to TNT, I mean, that's not random, right? This isn't just, here's a TNT player that really likes their deck. This is someone that's like, okay, now after the bans, now in this current, this posturing for the format, I think that TNT is a better choice than Rogsai. That's a meaningful thing to me.
That's a choice. That's a meaningful choice. And, it kind of just shows the way that CDH has progressed from, EDH, being EDH in terms of that emotional attachment that people get with their decks, to now being a format where people are making decisions based on the pure competitive nature of what do I think is most likely to win this tournament here today.
Yeah, and that's how it should be. Frankly, I understand that runs contrary to what a lot of people want out of Commander. That's what a lot of people want to see. But when it comes to just being a efficient competitor, that's what it's all about.
Competitive Magic player.
Like I said, I'm very excited to see exactly what Andy cooked up here. I mean, you mentioned TNT maybe even has a new look. We saw a very quick kill out of this deck. It's obviously possible, as it's always been in CEDH. But, I mean, the power of Kennen is really what all of day 1 was about.
Oh, yeah.
In the command zone, in the 99s, the 98s. I mean, Kennen has just been the way players are making mana. And quickly in this post-ban world. And now this, I imagine we'll see quite a few Kennens here, but the entire bottom half of the table doesn't look to be reaching for green at all.
Right. And one thing about TNT I think is interesting. Through the history of the game since TNT has become a deck, there's been countless variations of the deck. The versions of it built around Razaketh, versions of it built around Cephalid Breakfast, natural order versions of the deck. there's been all kinds of builds of TNT stacks, more fast builds, and I'm interested to see how things end up shaking out in our top 16. There's almost 100% chance at this point we're going to see some TNT represented.
Right.
What do those decks look like? What are they embracing? What strategies are they embracing? When you look at decks that have been historically strong in the last couple of years, Timnacrom and Rogsai, those decks have very, very similar, at least 80 cards. 80 to 90 cards, right? Those packages are extremely similar. Where TNT, a lot of the variations can be wildly different.
Yeah.
Not only in strategy, but in combo packages too. So what did people bring today, and what is really rising above in the TNT space? I think is really interesting because that was always a knock on the deck for me, is that there doesn't seem to be a clear direction that the commanders take you in.
Yeah, that's been it, right? You nailed it there. Even before the bans, it really felt like the Timna Thrasios, really diehards, that I was just referencing. They were really spinning their wheels, trying to figure out what the deck was even supposed to look like to compete in this dockside metagame. Now, I mean, the same questions asked, but the wrong builds are performing better, and that's a sign that it is actually time to reach for these commanders again.
Absolutely.
Now, I don't want to discount the bottom half of this table either. Both of these decks, they kind of remind me of, honestly, both of them remind me of kind of Magda with blue cards. You're kind of a deck that really is just going to win the game resiliently if you're allowed to just do your thing till turn 4. You're going to have backup. You're going to be able to beat a lot of stacks pieces, all that kind of stuff. Karok Sakashima is certainly known for that, and Elsha as well with the top combo. Those are two different decks. They're trying to get the job done two very different ways. Yeah. But the actual, their impact on a pod is very similar. I have this inevitability, that's around turn 3, turn 4.
Yep.
And I also have counterspells to back it up. Now the rest of the table has to decide, okay, can we try to fight through that, or do we just need to go faster? They're two very powerful decks that I think if the format has slowed down, by a full turn, they're competitors again.
For sure. And Karok Sakashima, underratedly, has been off the radar for a while, but it's received a lot of great ads in the last couple sets. I mean, look at MH3 alone. A huge card for the deck I've seen has been Pinnacle Monk.
Right.
The Red MDFC land that allows you to recur instant sorceries.
Oh, yeah.
Having that on a body that you can flip through your whole library, bounce it, return it again. I know one of the prolific Karok Sakashima players in my area. He's switched to Karok Silas now, but he's a Karok fanatic through and through.
Sure.
And some of the cards he ends up cooking us with are just fantastic. I got Surgical Extraction the other day. 3 times.
3 times, yeah, copy that.
That was rough.
Face that.
Yeah, that was a tough one.
All right, I mean that's sweet.
Yeah,
and that's kind of what reference, and you do reference those cards. I mean, I do think the MDFCs are very underrated in a commander space. They're obviously not in 60 card, right? I mean, you talk about modern, you have the Charbelcher deck that's
of course,
running over
suppression ray you.
Yeah.
Tap out.
Jeez, I don't know if that's the one you're casting, but yeah, I mean, still, I think they've been really strong since the first time they were printed.
Yep.
I've been a big believer in them in CEDH. I really pushed for more players to try to get those when I was on my crusade to get players to play more lands.
Yes.
And now, I mean, there's almost no excuse because they come in untapped. So if you're in a lower colored decks, like you said, Karok Sakashima, that's really going to be what you want to reach for. But referencing what these players are trying to actually get done, is there any advantage to Elsha over Karok Sakashima? Elsha, obviously, spells top the deck, the top combo where you get to draw your whole deck. That's a powerful thing going on. That's a combo. Karok Sakashima is looking to get it done in a very different way, talking about, playing Karok, copying it a bunch of times, and then you start this non-deterministic but deterministic kind of storm kill that really isn't. Storm decks are kind of known for at this point.
Right.
Is there an advantage to one or the other, especially in the context of this pod?
I mean, for me personally, Karok being able to come down on 2 and turn on your Mox Opal, Mox Amber, Fierce Guardianship, Deflecting SWAT, with only one color, colorless and a red, versus having to have all 3 colors assembled is just complicated in terms of being able to get it online early, get Elsha out. You're really relying on stuff. I'm assuming, I haven't looked at this list yet. Maybe we can get it pulled up here. Things like Draenith Magistrate, the white effects in order to bridge the gap between your early game and your late game.
Yeah, I mean, we do have some of that going on. We do have the Ranger Captains. We do have the Silence. We have, all those kinds of cards that you were just referencing. But worth noting here, Andy, as we start things off with the Command Tower of Birds of Paradise, you look how many cards in it. That's not a mistake. We have a 3. He mulled to 3. And then 2 7s. So we got Jordan and Ryan both on 7s. And then Karok Sakashima is actually on a 6-card hand. But yeah, Andy here keeping a 3-card hand. Had to mulligan low. This is an impressive player in a good seat position. But The mulligans do not seem to be breaking Andy's way, but a fine start.
Yeah, I mean, that's about as best of a start you could ask for on a 3. TNT, not a deck known exactly for being able to mulligan aggressively. Your explosive mana is just not to the caliber of the decks in the Grixis space that want to mulligan or can mulligan to 5, 4, 3 even and be able to pull it out. So here, Andy's really gonna have to rely on his, I think, commanders here. Hopefully he has a land drop in hand. He can kind of get something online and try to stave out the rest of this board in order to really participate in this game, I think.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. We're going to have to get some card advantage going as we do start
Definitely.
here with Jordan. Chrome Mox looks like that is exiling a Diabolic Intent, as here's the follow-up is a fetch land of some kind. I think that one's a polluted delta. Don't quote me on that.
It looks
we
like
are
something.
fetching.
It's certainly there's certainly a fetch land.
All right, you got me. I've been quoted. As here is, it does fetch a Tropical Island, whatever
Yeah,
it is.
that's
So
close enough,
that
right?
makes it closer to
Yeah,
a polluted
yeah.
delta than it was before. And a Delighted Halfling.
Okay, all right.
To follow up a great start here if you are concerned about setting your mana up here. If you're Jordan, now obviously some slow starts, but mana creatures really, like I said, have been more. They're making a comeback.
Yeah.
And here it comes. And both of these players here in first and second seat. I have gotten word that polluted delta has been quoted in chat. I don't appreciate it. I told you not to quote me, but here we are. Gataxian Probe. Here from Brian. Targeting Krug Sakashima. This is interesting to me. I think the bottom half of the table is kind of supposed to be somewhat of on the same team. Like, obviously, when you're playing the same commanders, a lot of the time you're going to be on the same quote-unquote team.
Sure.
Because you're just trying to accomplish the same thing. So you kind of need the game to take the same shape in order for you to win. So that naturally is going to gravitate you towards working together. So the top half of the table, Andy and Jordan, I would expect them to, really be trying to stop the bottom half of the table from doing their thing.
Able to pop
and
off.
then make it a two-player game.
Yep.
And then I would expect, obviously, them the bottom half of the table to recognize that and kind of push back. This might end up like a slight two-headed giant. That probe does not really indicate that that's what page Ryan's on is. Here's a Springleaf Drum off of the Mana Confluence here for Blake.
Already counting Storm, you have to love it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's a true Storm player right there.
Yeah, it's some of the
Storm 1
respect
pass.
for the game.
Storm 1 pass.
Storm 1, your turn.
Also, I gotta say, the Surveil lands, we see Ryan going Thundering Falls.
Yep.
Surveil a card, pass. Surveil lands and Elsha. I mean, talk about an upgrade in your mana base right there.
No kidding.
That synergizes with your commander in a way that is just fantastic. So we got a Lotho from Andy. Okay, there's a way to generate some mana.
All right. That's some good mana setup.
This is a
If you're
pretty
talking
good
about a
start on a
3, I'm not
three.
mad at it.
Yeah,
This is a fine 3. But you start getting Timna going. We have some backers now, too.
Sure. First, we put Lotho on the grill.
On the grill.
Yeah.
I don't know if, I'll
show you later. All
right, yeah, we'll
Some internet stuff.
internet stuff. Yeah, I'm
TikTok.
not up
You're
to
not a
date with
TikTok
these.
guy?
No.
Okay,
No
okay.
TikToks. No.
Fair enough.
Anything that brings happiness to children, I just can't.
Oh,
I can't
me too.
abide it.
We got okay. Storm 2 for Blake. You know what? I was just thinking. I wonder if Krug Sakashima was ever considered a nice fiery confluence.
A fiery confluence.
Can you imagine a fiery confluence on
Can you
the
imagine
board?
they getting bounced back to your hand?
Oh. The fiery confluence? Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's fair. But imagine
you spend 4 mana. It's just like, okay, that's back in my hand
imagine
now.
you
It's your
resolve
turn.
one of them. It wipe the board, blow up the Chrome Mox. I mean,
I'm not saying it's a bad card. Maybe it's
GGs.
worth a look in some other decks for sure. I mean, triple Shatter's
It's
nice.
probably not, but it is cool to think about.
In the deck that bounces spells back to your hand, I have this.
It's maybe a little tough.
I'm a little more
It's
concerned.
maybe a
That's
little
all.
tough.
That's all. I'm
You're
just
not
concerned.
wrong. You're not.
I'm just concerned.
You get 2 of them though. Oh man.
Sure. Also, like the whole deck wants to keep its Crux in play. They have 2 toughness, and the wrath
Okay.
mode.
Maybe you have a
starts
point
to
here.
look a
Maybe
little
you have a
weaker.
point here.
Anyway, Jordan here, the active player, deploying a Tundra to match with that tropical island. And we did Vamp Tutor at end of turn, which means that we have access to whatever we tutored for here. I don't know if there's a win attempt, but Jordan did keep a 7.
I'm
It's
looking
possible.
I'm thinking Ristic Study Fish.
With Soul Ring. That's the Fallout Soul Ring.
This is
Full
looking
thumbs
like a
up.
nice Ristic Study here. And there we go.
It sure is. Unstable Harmonics.
Easy.
Is the name of that card.
Is that a Force of Negation pitching a
Yeah, can't have that.
that is a copy artifact, I believe, from Ryan.
Yeah, copy artifact pitch. I haven't seen that one. I mean, really, blast in the past all the way down, except for, of course, Ristic Study, which is known for how, I guess, format defining it is for CH at the moment. Thrasios a fine follow-up. Really a great sequence there from Jordan.
Yeah, and Jordan has 1 card in hand, but I mean, he has all the mana he could ever need. And Thrasios, eventually, he gets to pay 4 to opt. What's better than that?
So strong. And Ryan, of course, I mean, now disrupted in his own way, having to use that force, has less material to work with. So, if we're talking about a game that's already, had not even really a win stat, but at least a key interaction piece. Oh, Mystic Remora. The fall. I was about to say, Ryan's going to need to find something to rebuild. He has it right away. It's Mystic Remora.
Okay, and we looks like we have a land here.
River Glide Pathway, potentially?
Okay, that's a good pull.
Traditionally, when I have played Magic the Gathering with these dual face cards, they are actually dual face cards, and you are required to pull out the cards.
Yeah.
I actually think this is not.
I think that's a proxy.
I think that's a proxy,
I believe that is a proxy.
which is going to make this very difficult.
Well, we know it's a land, and it likely taps for at least red, white, or blue.
Right.
Or, I mean, it could be an Ancient Tomb. So we'll see. We have a card coming down from Blake.
I mean, this is just textbook, right? Like, this is what your deck does. You have to, and this is why you kind of have time against Krark Sakashima. They just don't come out the gates hard.
Right.
You have to deploy your Krark on turn 2, and then Sakashima on turn 3, and then it's your turn
Jewel
4.
Lotus being a big hit in that retrospect.
Sarah's Sanctum.
Oh, wow. That is not the card that we thought it might be. That is a Sarah's Sanctum for Ryan. That is a pretty serious piece of technology right there.
Technology is a word for it.
Yeah.
It is a powerful land.
Yes.
A Rhystic Study here for Andy. This could unmulligan him, and one force has already come down on a Rhystic side. This one's pretty likely to resolve.
This is a great, I mean, turn 3 on a 3, turn 1 Birds, turn 2 Lotho, turn 3 Rhystic Study. I mean, that's about as good as you can ask for.
He's on a 3, and has not been a second land drop. So, I mean, really,
what
honestly,
more do you want,
Andy,
right?
As good as he can really get it right now,
Certainly.
Is it enough to stay in the game? Maybe.
Who knows?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
But it's not a 0. Lotho plus Rhystic Study, that gets a lot done. But I think this is a really nice spot for Jordan. 2 draw engines on the table now. Now the table's postured in such a way where you're actually kind of comfortable just activating Thrasios.
Yeah.
The only thing you need to worry about is that traditionally, Krark Sakashima decks are not scared to go off in the face of multiple draw engines because their combo is so resilient.
Exactly, yeah. And, hands are pretty tight here. Ryan certainly has 5 cards in hand and a draw engine, is drawing more cards here, but is constrained on his mana. Andy with only 2 cards in hand. Mana is not going to be as much of an issue with the Lotho in play. And then Jordan only has now 2 in hand after turn. Looks like I see a Mockingbird peeking out there.
Yeah, a little Mockingbird
Might
action.
be a little Lotho copy.
Deployed Timna, so we got all the commanders running here.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think Blake actually might be in a pretty good position here to take advantage.
I think this game right now feels like Blake or Jordan are very advantaged to win it.
Certainly,
right now.
I think so
Blake's
as well.
set up to combo underneath these draw engines very nicely.
He has a lot of cards in hand.
And Jordan can just function, right? Like, we're casting creatures, we can activate Thrasios, we can draw cards with Timna. So really, both of those 2 decks there on that diagonal, able to accomplish what they want to do without feeding these draw engines. And now it puts the players with draw engines in an awkward spot.
Yeah, definitely. So we see a treasure coming out from Andy.
Yeah, no pay for Rhystic, so a card and a treasure coming off of Lotho.
Yep.
So Andy, beginning to rebuild, but again, has some work to do. Started on 3 cards, so already, we're not talking about a player with like 6 or 7 cards drawing 1 or 2. We're talking about a player with 3 cards just trying to unmulligan for the moment.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, things can get out of hand with Rhystic very quickly, but very, very tame right now. I think I'd feel comfortable feeding Andy a few cards here, actually.
Yeah, but you have to remember at the same time, he draws 3 or 4 cards here. He untaps with 2 or 3 treasures from Lotho. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 land drop. He's gonna end up with 6 mana next turn. It wouldn't be out of the question at this point if the players are playing multiple spells per turn and drawing cards. I mean,
absolutely.
He could have tapped ready to rock.
Yeah, I think that is possible. Although with the TNT deck, you don't see as much explosive wins. We have seen it before in this tournament.
But that is the level of mana that you can get to that can start getting a little hairy. The engines really come online at that level.
Right. Well, either way, it looks like we got some beatdowns here with Thrasios and Delighted Halfling.
Okay.
So I think that has some cards coming there for Jordan.
Bringing the boom for Jordan.
To Ryan, we have paid for Mystic Remora, and here's a gamble. Whoa. I mean, this is kind of what I was wondering if we were going to see. Like, now that the cross diagonal between Blake and Jordan can really operate underneath these draw engines.
Yeah.
Now these players with draw engines are like, they kind of have to be like, all right, we feed each other. All right, we feed each other, and I think that's what's happening here with this gamble, to be honest.
Right, and we talked earlier about what are the advantages between a deck like Elshin and a deck like Krark. Ryan does have his Remora out. He has a couple cards in hand. He's now tutoring. Hopefully he doesn't entomb whatever he's tutoring for. But in this spot, Blake has his engine online. He has some striker riches. He can find a way to get an early Sakashima on the board. And
transmute a bit.
Okay. No artifacts yet.
I don't know if he's excited to discard that, but I think there might be worse cards in your hand than that one. It finds top very easily. Command Tower, the follow-up.
You think he gambled for the Command Tower?
I do not think
No?
he gambled for Command Tower. I don't know what he gambled for. He might just gamble for the top, huh?
Maybe. If he didn't have a land, I don't know. Gamble for.
I mean, also just another deck that really just needs Jeweled Lotus to get going. A 5-mana commander is
Really
a lot.
needs Jeweled Lotus.
Yeah, no Jeweled Lotus really hurts
needs
this deck.
It might be 4. Is Ultra 4?
I thought it was 2 in Jeskai.
I think it might be. It's 2 Jeskai?
Yeah.
I thought it was 1 in
Look at
Jeskai.
that. I know the cards. What's up?
I thought it was 1. Man, ooh. Then I was really talking about taking a long time to get online.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The card
Yeah.
was really nice with Mana Crypt, with
Oh, and
Dockside.
Jeweled
I mean,
Lotus?
Elster's
Boom.
the deck that I think has taken massive hits from the bans.
Certainly.
But I mean, it's still
Dockside,
functional.
oh, I mean,
Yeah. And some speculation on Dragon's Rage Channelers. A tutor target is here. Does come Sakashima. Not, no other options but Krark to copy with that one. So, not any kind of mystery what's going to happen
yeah,
here.
no tricks
with this one.
here.
We talk about CDH having like a clone meta going on with a bunch of people playing various clone effects. Sakashima, kind of one of the least flexible of the bunch, but you get it in your command zone.
But yeah, exactly. And that right there is extremely powerful. The ability to just have
Right.
access to that whenever you need it, and just making it so you can have multiple Krarks, making it so you can twin flame your Krark 5 times in a row. You have, once you have more than 3 Krarks, it's just game over. at that
Right.
point.
Yeah, I think 3 really is the threshold. 2 starts to get scary,
Yeah.
but things can go wrong. Once you're at 3, it's really
It's
hard.
really
for
hard
things
to
go
start
wrong.
losing, and
Yeah.
and then they get exponential from there. Then they start finding more copy effects and clone effects, and then you're just losing that game before you even realize. But when you still think you have hope, that's the thing that's funny about it. You really can think you have hope, and then
Yeah, players. I mean, like we saw yesterday with Kidden, and like the flipping on just activated Kidden for a long time.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of CDH pods that seem very interested in just watching the Krark Sakashima player flip coins.
a lot
Because
they love
it
waiting
is
there and watching.
Hard to lose.
Yep.
And they just want to see it happen. And honestly, I'm kind of excited for it. People were over it.
Yes.
People were very over it.
There
The
was a long
2020
period,
era
yeah.
right after Commander Legends and all that stuff, and when all this came out.
Yep.
People were over it. But I've not seen it in a long time. I wouldn't mind seeing a little
Yeah.
coin flipping happening.
And I know Blake personally. He's been playing Krark Sakashima since I've known him for over 3 years now. He's an extremely proficient Krark player, and I think his biggest complaint that I hear is people holding him on each of his triggers.
Yeah.
Which is a funny thing that people do with Krark is he'll play a card trigger and people will wait a second and say, you know what, that's fine, go ahead. They don't have anything. Let's
Right.
get a move on here. It's only taking 40 minutes because you're making me take 10 seconds on every trigger to make sure you're good with it. Let me just roll my dice. Let's make this happen. Let's get a move on here. You're dead. Let's go.
I hear it. And you know what? I wish the calculator thing for it was something you're allowed to use.
Yeah.
It would shorten things up. But yeah, the fact of the matter is there's just future results influence actions between results. And sometimes you have to hold priority, but sometimes, you can't just get priority and make things shake.
Certainly.
Anyways, over to Andy. We are. I mean, right now, I'm not sure you could really tell that he bowled again to 3. I mean,
Yeah,
his
we have
board
an
state looks
M-seal.
great.
Nice
Yeah.
M-seal going too. Probably find a little maybe interaction here. Draw it with your risk study on the next turn cycle.
Okay.
You
could draw it with Thrasios or Timna if you want to get it done sooner.
Yeah, certainly.
Get your Lotho busy in the
Yeah.
red zone.
We have some open attacks on Ryan here, it looks like.
Yeah. And Ryan, I mean, this is a tough posture, right? The rest of the table here is either trying to dodge draw engines or has a draw engine that you don't have to pay mana for.
Yes.
Mystic Remora, even though, typically considered the best of the bunch being 1 mana, looks kind of anemic on this board, right? Because, that's all Ryan's really been able to do with his turns is
Yeah.
just put this Remora in play and activate it. We don't see any mana development outside of just making land drops. We don't see any kind of blockers being produced. And
Yeah.
every other player at the table is able to do that and further their game plan.
And plenty of creatures too for Andy and Jordan. That Mystic Remora hasn't really drawn that many cards.
Yeah, a lot of creatures cast.
A lot of creatures cast. Blake just went Sakashima Pass. It doesn't seem like that fish is really supported extremely well here. So
yeah, at least not
tricky
yet. I mean, you
situation.
can get fed a lot and things can get out of hand, but
Definitely,
that's just not where the
definitely.
game's at right now.
Yeah,
at all.
it'd be cool to see that Sarah Sanctum do something. I'd like to see, what do we got next? A little throw a training grounds down, or what are some 1 mana enchantments that might do something?
1 mana.
Static Prison. We got a Static Prison.
I'm gonna get spicy. How about we get a Chain to the Rocks enchanting that Thundering Falls?
Okay. Is that basic? No, just any mountain, right?
Any mountain.
Okay.
Yeah.
An ossification.
Ossification. That one's 2 mana. So
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
off
Okay.
it.
Fair.
I'm on my
fair.
1 mana card.
I'm off of it. Yeah. Makes sense. Oh, Thin Ice. We have some Snowlands in there. Maybe we get a Snow basic. Swap down?
No basics. Okay, a little on thin ice.
know what I'm
Actually,
saying?
yeah, I don't know. I mean, Sarah Sanctum's an odd one. I don't know how many enchantments. How many enchantments are even in this Elsha deck? Let's take
Yeah,
a look
it's gotta
really
be quite a
quick.
few.
13 is the answer. You ready for the list?
Oh, we got a Static Prison. Boom. Called
yeah,
it.
we got Mystic Remora, Static Prison.
Blind obedience.
Ancestral knowledge. I don't even know what that does. Blind obedience.
Ancestral knowledge, I believe, is the one that shuffles.
Cumulative upkeep
Or you
1.
get to
Great
stack
start.
you get to stack your library, I believe.
Yeah, it's 1 in a blue. Cumulative upkeep of 1. When it comes into play, you look at the top 10 cards of your library, then remove any number of them from the game and put the rest back on top in any order. If it leaves play, shuffle your library. So yeah, I guess it's like a cantrip in a really weird way.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. We also have counterbalance and power balance, so we are cooking.
Yeah.
We are balanced out.
Amphibian Downpour, also one that
Yeah,
would be
I
pretty,
mean, just a pile of
pretty
enchantments. So yeah, I mean,
nasty.
this Ultra Secret Enchantress.
Yeah, see, it looks like it. I mean, when you're playing a Sarah Sanctum, you got to be a little bit.
Yeah, you got to mean it. You have to mean it.
You got to mean it for sure.
Yeah, no actual Enchantress effects. We're just Sarah Sanctum plus
Yeah.
13 enchantments. I respect it.
You know, what do you think about Blind Obedience now, post Dockside? It feels like a little kind
Feels
of
weaker to me.
feels weaker. I mean, I suppose it could be a combo with Elsha and
Yeah, there's something just win off the extorts, right?
the
Like,
extorts.
some
Yeah,
decks just do
yeah.
that.
Might be a thing that Elsha is trying to do.
Yeah, it's just like here's a payoff card that,
Yeah.
for your combo that
That
also
does
just
cancel
does
you down.
something
Yeah, yeah.
else. Like if you just draw it, I don't hate it for that reason. If that's the reason it's in, it's just your, it's your Tendrils of Agony, but make it
Sure,
also have text
sure.
if you just draw it.
Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, we have a Mockingbird that came down from Andy here. Do have to wonder what that Mockingbird is copying. It looks like it only tapped. Looks like he only tapped 1 mana for it. So that I think
It
the
have to
only
be
thing
like
that
a
could
delighted
be
halfling or
is
something.
delighted
right?
halfling, yeah, or
mana
birds,
creatures,
or
sure,
just the
birds.
birds. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, that might just be better.
Yeah, I mean the delighted halfling has some value. We haven't cast our commanders yet, and having them uncountables is like kind of meaningful.
Yeah, it is something. We do have 2 red decks. You know, dodge a Pyroblast here.
A little bit of conversation here among the players.
Dodge
Not
a
really sure
Flash
what they're talking
Freeze.
about. Flash freeze,
You know,
Flash freeze fan.
Foundation. Yeah, I am. Oh yeah.
Foundation's kind of be a masterpiece, huh? That's a nice set. We
It
haven't
might
really
be.
seen any
It might be.
Foundations cards.
No, not at all.
They're legal this
No.
weekend.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much that really is going to play in CDH. Yeah, we do have that one, the High Fate Trickster, the 4 and a blue
I'm into
flash.
it. It's in my cube.
All your creatures have flash. It's a 4/3.
4/2.
It's a 4/2. All your
4/2.
spells have flash.
Yeah, I think it's literally just ley line of anticipation.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's a 4/2 with
4
flash.
mana flash. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I think that might be a little expensive for the Grixis sort of decks. Valley Floodcrawler already a little tough to cast at 3.
I'm
in
into
those
those
tight
4
mana
points of
situations.
power. Like the beatdowns.
No, exactly. That's what I'm
Beat
saying.
down.
You beat me to it. Lay the beats.
Speaking of
Put that
beatdowns,
pressure
this
on.
game is. I mean, what you're watching on screen is very emblematic about what's happening in this game right now. A whole lot of nothing. Oh, we got a request. I have a request from production to get a quick rundown of the texture of this game for a mobile user. Well, you see, the texture of
Texture
this
check.
game is rough. You know, you have like smooth, and you have rough. This is for it's like sandpaper, like the kind of sandpaper you like sand diamonds with. That's what we're working with. That fine grain, rough texture. You know why? Because nothing's happening. We are all just talking to each other as there is draw engines abound. The creatures are they're beginning to become that one mass. As the board state grows, they be more and more just lay on top of each other and become a super creature. It's kind of like Meld, but it just happens organically on the screen where you
Yeah.
just put all the creatures on
Yeah.
top of each other.
Mutating.
Yeah.
Maybe mutating.
Mutate works as well.
Yeah, sure.
Mutating and melding all over each other. And yeah, the players are just sitting with their arms crossed talking to each other. That is the current state.
Yeah,
of the
it's-
game.
You have to just kind of
That's the
wonder,
texture.
You know, the MCO resolved. We played a Mockingbird, and then we've just kind of been in a holding pattern. It is possible that we might have a judge.
Yeah, it looks like there might be a
All
judge
happening
call. I mean, I'm talking all this nonsense. I think we did see a conversation prior, but it looks like there might be a judge call now involved after the conversation. So maybe they're discussing
Something. Or another.
some league. I mean, I don't want to speculate necessarily, but
the Panthers
I mean,
and Giants are playing right now in Germany. Maybe they're just talking about how slop that game might be.
yeah, that game's not going to be good.
No,
I mean,
no.
you know, big Alabama fan here. I don't know if you know that about me.
Oh, sure.
But
Roll Tide.
Bryce Young,
Yeah.
the quarterback for the Panthers, rooting for him. I actually think he's really good.
Yeah.
I think that the Panthers are dog water.
Yeah.
But I think
Terrible
Chubba
coaching
Hubbard
staff.
is good. I
Yeah,
think Bryce Young is
Chubba
good.
Hubbard
And
is
I think
good.
that might make them better than the Giants because the Giants are booty cheeks.
They are. Bryce Young really needs to come into his own.
Malik
And
Neighbors is good, but he's like he's in the hospital. He's just dead. He's there now. He's having a bad time. This is a football broadcast. Danny Euros. Danny Euros. Yeah, Danny Pennies, as he's become.
they need to just fire that whole staff.
Yeah, I don't
Panthers
know.
need to bring in
Horrific.
somebody, a good
Horrific.
coach. Bring in Mike Vrabel. What's Vrabel doing? Nothing.
Vrabel's on his couch. Who knows?
No, Vrabel's actually working for the Browns as a line coach, I believe. But bring him in. Have a guy run your team, but David Tepper will never do it. Anyway, sorry. Let's get back to the game.
Yeah. We're assembling a Krark,
A Krark
artist-proof
AP.
super Krark on screen.
You have to love it.
I mean, I wish we had like something we could cut to, but I guess we have to just slog through this judge call. I mean, not clear what's happening. Obviously, we'll get an update as soon as we know anything. When we see a fish trigger, something is clearly happening. Gonna go send production to see exactly what is happening, because there's been a lot of nothing for the past like 3 or 4 minutes. As we've talked football, we've talked about the game. You know, it's an important part of being on the broadcast. And now at this point, I mean, I can talk about whatever interests me for the rest of the time, but I think the players would like to see, and the viewers, of course, would like to see the game progress. So we're going to get an update on exactly what's happening there.
So just standing by now, do we have a score in the Carolina New York game?
Oh, I think they're already getting worked. It's like 10-0.
Who?
Panthers winning, obviously.
Panthers winning? Okay.
Yeah. So I'm in this Dynasty League, first time. I just got Bryce Young off the waiver wires. Just like click, add to team. You know how busted that is?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, first round pick.
What are these people doing?
I mean,
Bryce Young is so
look
insane.
at Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold now is having just an insane comeback year. Minnesota, finally a good coach for Sam Darnold. Yeah. Finally a good team for Sam Darnold. And that's with Jordan Addison being hurt early.
Yeah.
You know, that's with Justin Jefferson being hurt, I believe, right?
Justin Jefferson, I think he's fine now. For those just joining, we just got production back here. For those just joining, we are in round number 6 of Swiss, of total of 7. So this is the first round of the day, and it looks.
You drew an extra card.
It looks like
an extra card from a non-randomized deck.
It looks like our Elsha player. Oh boy. Oh boy.
This is definitely going to be.
I see why this is a mess. Okay, so let's get the rundown. So there was a gamble cast earlier. Remember what happened? He discarded Transmute Artifact, passed the turn. He didn't shuffle his deck afterwards. So chat, I think, sniffed that out. That is correct. And then afterwards, Mystic Remora has actually drawn cards. So Ryan has drawn cards from a non-randomized deck. I have never, in my experience, had this happen.
Yes.
I do not know what to do about it. But our very talented judge staff will figure that out.
Certainly, we have some of the best judges that you could ask for. You can't pay for the judges like this. I mean, you can actually.
We quite literally do. That is literally our relationship with these judges.
They're just really great.
I mean, they're obviously friends of ours as well. You know, members of the Magic community, really is the whole 9. We're getting an update on the Giants game as well. I know everybody's invested in that as well. Just slop versus slop all the way down.
Certainly.
And honestly, you know what? The Giants versus Panthers, I think there's a nice analogy between that game and CDH right now.
Definitely.
Where you talk about
nothing versus nothing.
What does it look like when you strip out everything good?
2 anemic offenses, 2 anemic defenses.
Just anemia.
Just terrible.
Not a drop of iron between everybody involved.
Giants are the sack leaders of the season because of Dexter Lawrence.
Alex, at one point in time, will stop talking about Dexter Lawrence. I don't know what that looks like, but it's not the texture of that environment. Very different.
Yeah, very, very different.
I love that man.
I could tell.
So yeah, this is going to be interesting here. It looks like gameplay has resumed.
Okay, so it looks like we are doing something.
Or it might just be showing.
We are morphing or soul ring.
Flip that.
Okay.
He might be manifesting.
Yeah. I'm manifesting a continuation of this game. This extension tough. I mean, all jokes aside, you know, obviously we're having fun here in the booth in round number 6, but I mean, there's a lot on the line, and it is important to call judges if you see something weird going on, and it's certainly something weird is going on here. Now, I'm not sure who called the judge or what got everything going, but I mean, an important lesson there, and even the players that, you know, have made it this far in the tournament. You know, they have very good records. These are good players, ostensibly.
Certainly.
You know, it's the first thing in the morning. Like, you get kind of sloppy. Like, this stuff happens.
Yeah, high pressure, too.
So I don't want to speculate in any kind of intentionality or whatever, but, you know, at the end of the day, we do just need to find the best path forward so we keep the game running and keep the
integrity of the rules.
Yeah, exactly.
Certainly.
Keep the integrity of the format. So, you know, it is obviously tough for viewership. And you know what? Maybe send some questions in chat. What we got? You send some questions in the YouTube chat. We'll answer some questions. All right, let's see what we got here. Here I am, a Panthers fan catching strays from casters in the MTG. What a life. I'm rooting for your team. I literally think your team is going to beat the Giants. I think Bryce Young is cash money. I think they were right not to trade him. And that's tough for Bryce Young because he's going to have to slog through a pretty mediocre team for a little while. But I think in like 2 to 3 years, the Panthers are real.
Yeah,
it's great.
Sure.
Bryce Young's great. And
after 2 more coaches, 3 more coaches.
Yeah, you got to fire some coaches first. We'll figure it out.
Sure.
But like, I think the Panthers are fine.
And also, congratulations, you're beating the New York Giants.
Yeah, I mean,
that's we're gonna be proud of you.
Yeah. That's a tough
That's
tough
a tough
one.
one. Oh man, wow! You stifled Daniel Jones, man. What did that game plan look
I
like?
see why they sent him overseas.
What'd
Like,
you do? Put
get this out of
anybody
my
on the
country.
field? You put
We can't
anybody
watch
on the
this.
field, and you stop Daniel Jones from completing passes? That's awesome. Put any amount of pressure on him? Perfect.
Danny Dimes.
Danny Dimes? Jeez,
Yeah.
Danny Pennies, maybe.
All right, somebody's being carted off the field in this game. We've got the game. Who is this? Miles
Sanders,
That's
okay.
Not ideal.
That's definitely not ideal.
Their now third string quarterback is Jonathan Brooks is healthy.
Incredible.
Okay,
The
okay.
game's still at a standstill. Again, firing your questions into the chat, and we'll take them. We are just at a standstill gameplay wise as players gesture at each other with their hands. So, the content driven from here is either up to us or up to you. Okay, that's fine. Be a lot of me looking for questions and
Watching the
watching Bryce Young
watching Bryce Young
throw
yeah.
dimes,
Let's see what we
get
got
the ball
here.
ripped out of
Yeah,
their hands.
What were we on?
Yeah,
We're
got
on
an
2-9.
interception. Just
2-9 at the Panthers 33. Bryce Young. Okay, we have a nice run here. Stifled 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Congratulations, Panthers. You got negative 2 yards on that 2-9.
Who's going to be in the Super Bowl this year? The Chiefs because they pay the refs, and I don't know whoever's on the other side of the bracket. You know what? The Lions. They're not going to make the Lions make it past the playoffs, right? Are they?
Jared Goff.
They're good. No, they're good.
Jared Goff has 17 incompletions in the last 5 games.
All right, we have a 3-10 here for the Panthers.
Yes.
3-10 here for the Panthers at their own 32. Let's see what we got cooking
You know what?
here.
I'm going to call it. I think it's going to be Chiefs Steelers. Give me Chiefs Steelers.
They're both
Steelers?
AFC.
Wow.
Oh right, it can't be.
Okay.
Wait,
Oh, Bryce
it
Young
can't be.
with the ball batted down.
yeah, I'm dumb.
Just
The AFC
nothing
Championship
open.
would be that.
Just nothing
thank
open.
you.
10-0.
The Lions are not that good.
10-0.
They're the-
Panthers
they're the
up.
strongest looking team.
10 minutes left in the second
I was
quarter.
trying to think who I thought the best two teams
With
in
a
the league are.
4th
and
and
it's
10
Steelers,
coming up.
Chiefs.
Looks like we have a nice punt.
Sounds like
Coming up from the
Panthers. Yeah. Look, Scorch is the one calling the game over here. He's changed to an NFL broadcaster.
I'm calling
in
2
front of your
games.
eyes. This is that Bill difference. This is that Topdeck.gg difference.
Let's see what this punt here, the new punt situation here. Let's see what we got going on.
We got punts here. We got punts
Punts
there. We
all
got
over
punts
the
over there. It's just punts everywhere.
Where's he gonna? Is he gonna put this right in the middle, or is he gonna hang it right? Okay. We got a little pressure on the receiver. Fair catch at the 23.
Oh, but there's a flag. Oh, I
And
think
a
there's
flag
a
on the
little
play.
bit
Looks like
of
a little bit of jostling.
little jostling. Yeah,
A little bit of German
Let the boys
jostling.
play.
A little German jostling. Let these boys play.
that's what
We're gonna have to see what the call is here. We have 2 judge calls happening right now. One
Yeah, we
on the
got a
field
judge call in the
in
game.
Germany.
We got a judge call in our game.
in beautiful Germany.
Yeah,
and
beautiful Germany.
one here in beautiful
Germany is
Stone Mountain,
beautiful.
Georgia.
I'd pay a lot of money to be over there for October.
Where would you rather be right now, Germany or Stone Mountain, Georgia? I know where I'd
That's
rather be.
close. That's
That's close, right?
Stone Mountain, Georgia is really nice.
Stone Mountain,
It depends
Georgia
on what
is
part of
really
Germany.
nice.
Germany's not just one place, right? You're talking about an entire country.
Sure, wherever that's probably where
I
Memo
get
is
to pick.
too. I'm certain.
I mean, if I get to pick, I'd rather be Germany because I can be anywhere I want in Germany.
Would you rather have to be at the Carolina Panthers New York Giants game?
Okay, now you're talking about something that's really close.
Fair.
I think I'd rather be here. The flight home
Yep.
after just slogging through the Carolina
cold,
Panthers
in the ice cold?
Giants game. Yeah, I'm not even built for the cold. I'm from Alabama.
Brian Daboll is looking at nothing right now. He's got cartoons on his on his paper over there.
His iPad, this little
He's
iPad.
drawing little pictures of Stewie Griffin on his iPad.
Dude, with those like little cushions and stuff, those iPads, they look like iPad kids. NFL quarterbacks,
Little
stuff, look at those
leapfrog
things.
tablets.
Yeah,
Leapfrog
they look like
tablets.
oversized iPad kids. I'm gonna become an iPad kid here soon. We can't catch a break, dude. They're still talking about this flag on the game. We're still talking about the judge call.
We
and
can't
there's-
get action
there's
anywhere.
Nothing to
We
cover.
can't get
I'm
action
sorry.
anywhere.
We're done. Pack it all up. The
This is
stream's done.
nuts.
We're done. There's nothing to cover. Well, we are live, but yeah, go ahead. We're talking about football because there's just nothing happening. The flag is still under determination here.
We have 2 flags under
2
determination.
flags. Got some personal foul.
Yeah. Personal foul.
We got whatever T-pose means.
Receiving team. Holding. Unnecessary roughness.
This is all. It's just all this for an offset. Is that what's about to happen right now? Can we at least eject somebody?
Oh,
No, all this for an offset.
yeah. Yep. Okay. great.
Incredible.
All right. So we have the
Just wasted 10
perfect
minutes of airtime.
Giants receiving team offside. You take the penalty. Let's get a move on here. It's not going to matter. Let's get the 3 and out going.
All right.
Just pass it to Malik Neighbors. I need it for my fantasy team, please. Just come on. Just put the ball in his hands and let him rip. Let her rip. Come on. Beyblade, my boy Malik Neighbors here.
Neighbors is nice. I like this. It really is the story of like a quarterback, one of the quarterbacks of all time, and like one good player versus
Of course.
one of the quarterbacks of all time plus
That's
a
the
different good
offense.
player.
That is
yeah,
the
that
offense.
that is the story of that game, isn't it?
Most
Tough.
certainly.
Tough. Rebuilding. They're in the rebuild era.
What is another? Is Sterling Shepard still on the team? Is he still in the NFL?
I don't know, man. I don't even know.
Who knows?
I don't even
Okay.
know half the people on my fantasy teams, man.
Fair enough. Fair
I
enough.
watch college football. I don't even know half the people on the Alabama team, dude. I'm just, what do you want from me?
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Not much. Not much.
Spoilers going to commercial.
We have
You're very correct about that.
We have the head judge here discussing with our production team who's going to fill us in. On
Some
his
Lions
call.
fans in the chat, though. Let's go Lions. What's the game score? Still 10-0. They just spent an hour talking about offsetting penalties. So
Yeah.
that's what just happened there.
Lions exciting team this year. Huh? Dan Campbell really getting that culture
Daniel
together.
was exciting to watch. I think he's a very bold play caller.
Yep.
And I think that makes the games really fun to watch.
Yep.
He gets a lot of crap for it,
Well,
but it works.
They're a tough team too.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it's funny when you look at a team like the Lions versus a team like the Panthers, right?
Right.
The Lions put their trust in Dan Campbell and allowed him to build that culture.
Right.
The team is built by Dan Campbell from the bottom up. When you look at the Panthers, an owner like David Tepper just has control over that entire organization. He won't relinquish control, and he won't allow his ego to let him to bring somebody in like a Vrabel, a Belichick. You know, some of these guys that are available.
Oh, you think
right now.
Belichick's just gonna come and fix all the problems?
Well, I think Belichick can do more than anything is establish a culture. I don't think he's gonna
Establish a culture.
That's what you need. The Panthers have no culture.
They have no culture.
They have no culture. They have no toughness.
Call
they
them,
have no
call them
identity.
Egos. They wrote a whole album.
They have
about
no identity. Their identity is failure. Their identity. It is.
it. Okay, you're gonna cook poor Nick in the chat. He's trying
no,
to watch us
It's
fill
this
time.
is for him, and he
This
probably
is for-
agrees. You have to listen.
It's a culture
I'm a Raiders fan, and we also have the exact same problem. I'd love if we could have Bill Belichick or Vrabel come into the Raiders. As much as I might not be a New England fan, I would love to have somebody with a strong vision, come in and really be able to tackle building the team from the
A lot of
ground back
Lions
up.
believers in this chat. I just don't see this happens every time. It happened last year too, where it's like, oh, the Lions, they're so good, they're gonna make it, they're gonna make it.
well,
Oh, they
great.
didn't make it.
They were still great up until the last bit of that 49ers
It was still
game.
fine. I think Dan
You know?
caught a lot of undue
That was
flack.
that was
His
their
play
first
calling
run,
was good.
too. You got to
Yeah.
remember too. This is their first time back in the playoffs.
I sound like a hater, but
God,
I
let's
actually am rooting. I like Dan Campbell a
I
lot.
root
I want
for
to
the
see him
Lions.
succeed.
I'd like to see the Lions.
I like Jared Goff too. I think he's a talented
He's
man.
super likable. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many studs on that team, right?
Oh, yeah.
Amon Ross, St.
Amon-Ra,
Brown,
ugh.
Jameer Gibbs.
Ugh.
Poor Aiden Hutchinson. Man, what a terrible way to get out.
Yeah.
We're waiting on an update from production.
Game is almost
The game we got the word that the judge call is almost resolved. We are actually coming to a close here. Oh, Hot Dog looking for some spicy content. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait for our spicy website. You can find that on topdeck.gg's link tree.
You're gonna have to wait till me and you are
That'll
casting
be-
later.
Right. Yeah. That'll be you can find that on their Twitter account. That'll be at topdeckgg.
Do we have one of those?
No, we don't have a Twitter
Okay.
account. That is
I think-
underscore.
I don't even know.
Doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, we're just throwing out
was right. Rest in peace.
All right, we are shuffling. Maybe we could actually cut back down to the game.
Looks like
Hands
we're
are
back.
moving.
It looks like Ryan has shuffled his whole hand
We've
into his
accomplished
library.
what we could not accomplish previously. That is shuffling the library.
with his entire hand. It looks like his entire hand is completely gone now.
Oh.
It looks like the fix here, if
We
I'm
just
not mistaken.
blew up his hand.
Well, the problem is
Sick.
when you draw, he hasn't taken any relevant game actions that have mattered, right? So since he drew the card, so essentially what has happened is he drew off the unshuffled deck.
Right.
They weren't able to verify which of the cards was the one that he drew, right? There's no way to do that. And so at that point, the only way to fix is really just shuffle it back up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's still Remora in play. And that's going to have to be good enough, I guess, as he doesn't. I mean, he didn't have a bunch of cards. He had like 3 or whatever, right?
Yeah.
No, what are those cards? There's no cards on the play mat.
Yeah.
So how many cards did he get to keep?
It looks like 1.
Oh,
Is it, what is that?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe he has.
He didn't keep his hand. All right, so we just shuffled the
Okay,
library.
I'm not
He had
quite sure.
4 cards.
I'm not quite sure what happened here.
Okay, I mean, at least his hand's not blown up. Yeah, that's good if you're a Ryan fan. If you want to see Elsha succeed, then that is not bad. As we are, I believe, returning to Jordan's turn, it looks like.
Yeah, it looks like the active player hasn't got moved over yet, but it looks like Andy has passed a turn after playing the risk study, and Jordan is now going in for a little bit of combat damage.
Love to see some combat damage. All right, so after quite the extension, this game is on the move once more. The Mockingbird, as well as Timna and Thrasios all getting in the red zone. 3 cards coming for Jordan. I mean, that's a pile.
Yeah, certainly.
Lot to work with.
Lot to work with, plenty of mana.
Right.
And, we'll kind of see here. I mean, the other players do have some cards in hand. Andy has his little draw engine on the line. Guy's Cradle coming out for Jordan. Talk about mana. Here we go. Another.
Yeah, wow. The mana's really set off here for Jordan. We have, all these mana creatures. We have the Soul Ring. We have, now Guy's Cradle added to the mix. And, you still have Thrasios you can activate. You don't have any of these draw engines in the form of Ristic and Mystic, but you might actually be drawing more cards on each turn cycle right now.
Guy's Cradle, Library of Alexandria. Essentially here,
Sure.
Tap draw card.
Sure.
Tap opt. Might be even better.
All right, so we're gonna get a quick update on the result of the judge call here as we are continuing the game along here. Cradle makes 4.
Yep, so we have 5 mana.
That's 5 mana. Not ad nauseum because we don't have a second black.
I'm just looking, but Undercity Sewer.
Seedboard Muse?
Okay.
Sheesh, that is a powerful follow-up. That's going to make this Cradle a lot better.
Yeah, I would say so. Getting to do it every single turn seems pretty good. And now it's topping for 5 mana.
All right, so the fix, like we kind of deduced, the fix was just shuffling library, getting a warning. Seems that the table, resolved that. The judges resolved that.
Yeah, I guess they deduced that it was not done with intentionality.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure whatever the card he drew, was probably just
didn't matter.
Great.
It's probably it's probably like a 6 mana enchantment or something that might not hit the board for a little while anyway. So,
6 mana enchantment. There wasn't 6 mana enchantments. They all cost like 1 or 2. I'll give him that. I'll give him that.
Sure.
No Shadows of the Second Sun to be found.
Oh,
6 mana enchantment.
That's a nice one.
Banger.
That's a nice one. Take a second post combat main phase, right?
Take a second beginning phase.
Beginning phase. Untap.
Upkeep. Draw. Yeah, that's correct.
Ooh. Double cumulative upkeep triggers on your ancestral knowledge.
Oh yeah.
Oh
sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
Give me that.
Double that up.
Double my reward trigger.
All right, Seaboard happened, and we just went to Ryan's turn, and now Jordan is pulling ahead very quickly. The Seaboard Muse. I mean, if it even happens for another turn or 2, if Ryan doesn't have an answer to this, we might be done here, and he's spending his whole turn just paying for Mystic Remora.
Here's the thing, because that's a Ceres Sanctum.
Right.
If he doesn't pay for the Remora, it's essentially a shirt.
Yeah, you can shirt bind yourself. Yeah,
you just don't do anything. And the Ancient Tomb comes down here, great. But he really needs another. He needs another enchantment. He needs something else.
I mean, he needs an answer to this. And out of time here would look crazy.
That looks like a. Is that
looks like a
seed?
copy enchantment? Is my
copy
guess.
Enchantment. Okay. Hatching plans. What do we got here?
Hatching plans. Let's take a quick look here.
Hatching plans. That's a pretty good one. Bargain that away.
What's
Come on.
Can we get a look at the? Is there? What do we got? It's copy enchantment printed in this set. Could be.
We're trying to figure out exactly what enchantment that is.
That one. I think it's a copy enchantment, but I thought copy enchantment costs blue. No, it costs 2 and a blue. Okay, well that would explain why we say
copy enchantment in Wilds of Eldraine.
Yeah, that bonus sheet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what that artwork is.
Yeah,
and,
sure.
But he's got a lot actually. The enchantments that can be bonus artwork in his deck. So.
What do you think about bonus sheets?
Yeah, that is copy enchantment.
What do you think about bonus sheets?
Oh, I love them.
Love them?
Yeah, some of my favorite draft formats all have bonus sheets. Strixhaven, banger.
Sure.
We got Wilds of Eldraine. I think is a masterpiece.
Yeah, I think the OTJ one is one of my favorites of all time.
I don't do a lot of OTJ, but I heard
Fractured Identity, Pest Infestation. It feels like you're playing Cube. Oko.
I heard a bunch of people complain Oko. Like playing against Oko is like pretty miserable.
Oh sure.
I mean, I've done a lot of
certainly plenty to play with Oko. I'll tell you that much.
Well, we flipped over a creature with a Thrasios activation, so we are actually just passing the turn. So Ryan, copied an enchantment. The only targets are Ristic Study and Mystic Remora. I have to imagine he did target the Ristic Study, but that seems a little too late. This Seedboard Muse is going to work.
I don't think that's really going to matter all that much at this juncture of the game.
Krark Sakashima? Untapping with Krark and Sakashima.
Yeah,
that's
real.
usually the formula, right?
And what, 4 mana available to him right now?
Right. And I do think this is the window. I think Blake has to go, no matter how unlikely it might be, because you just can't keep passing the turn in the face of a Seedboard Muse.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't do that.
We'll see here. I see a Sink into Stupor into Blake's hand.
Well, that could solve some of the problems here.
Yeah, but that takes your whole turn.
It does. But, I mean, maybe if you feel really unconfident about the win, that's what you just have to do.
Possibly, yeah.
Like I said, I mean, if he has anything resembling something that could amount to a kill, I think he really does need to go for it here.
Looks like we have a multi-duplication in hand, too. That could certainly get out of hand here. with multiple quirks.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of mana to work with. You mentioned a Sink and a Stupor. That's that's mana producer 5.
Yes.
So Springleaf jump us 4 lands if we do play that as a land.
What do we
It's
got?
a lot to
Is
work
that a
with.
peak? I think I might see a peak in there.
See a Force of Will.
That's certainly not a bad one.
Surprised we didn't force anything. I mean, patient.
Patient, and also might just be looking to protect his win here. You know, how much better is it really getting if you counter the Seedborn Muse, right? That's a couple cards. He's going to draw a couple cards anyway. Other table's drawing the cards. You might as well just hold it, have that piece of premium interaction for your turn.
Sure.
That could be the argument there, right? If you're winning on your turn, he's going to get 2 1-taps.
I mean, you have the Crux, right? You could like counter, get it back. I don't know. It's like, you get some of that flexibility, but you do lose a blue
There's a
card
little
in
bit
the
of
process.
unluckiness, that also could get into play here.
I mean, he's really thinking on his turn. I mean, I don't blame him. It doesn't look like, it looks like we have a lot of interaction and stuff. It looks like we still need more time.
He might be looking for a way to see get some action going.
You just don't have the time.
Seedborn Muse is just an insane amount of pressure on your time, right?
Right.
Not only for him winning, but just the actual time of the game clock.
I mean, Mana Vault joined Jordan's Mana too. So, I mean, how many activations do we have? We have 1.
We have
2.
1, 2, 3. So we have 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So we have 19 mana.
So we are 1 short from having 5
We are 1 short from having
of
5
Thrasios every
activations of
turn.
Thrasios.
Yeah, how many turns can you take against that?
Not many.
Not many.
So it looks like we're seeing the Sink and Super played here as a
Super.
land.
And I mean, that signals to me it's go time. He's got to have a plan to do something.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand, I think,
Archmage
among
of
the mix,
Emeritus?
maybe? Oh, is that what that is?
Might be.
I look like the new sleight of hand art, but no, that would make a lot more sense. Archmage Emeritus.
Yeah, that looks like an Archmage of
Oh,
Emeritus.
there you go. There's a card. They made a better Archmage Emeritus in Foundations, right? It's like 4 mana. That's a cost reducer in Archmage Emeritus.
Oh,
right?
yeah, it's 5
But
mana.
no copy.
5
Never
mana.
mind. That's
Yeah,
way
it's
worse
5
than the stack.
mana.
That's way worse than the stack.
Yes. So yeah, here is Archmage Emeritus.
All right.
Whenever you cast an instant, whenever you
Cast or copy. It's got Magecraft.
an instant or sorcery, draw a card.
Banger
Simple.
mechanic.
4 mana, boom.
And passing the turn. I mean, we have Force of Will. We know about, and I mean, it's worth calling that out. Actually, like, not. How do I say this? You aren't guaranteed good, but you can beat a lot if the flips come up your way with your Force of Will and your Archmage, because you're getting your blue cards back to pitch again.
Yep, that's a powerful
and you're getting the Force itself back.
Yes.
You know, you do really need a copy and a bounce back every time.
Yep.
But if you get it, you're
then
good.
you're feeling pretty good. And also when you think about it too, I mean, Jordan only has so many payoffs, right? Pact of Negation is, man, that Pact of Negation is free.
Yeah.
That just is free. The 5 mana does not matter at this point.
Not something that Jordan's running down. And the synergy here between Seedborn Muse and Mana Vault is really shining through because, I mean, normally you don't get to untap that one during your untap step. But Seedborn Muse doesn't even give you an untap step.
Was that an Elias and Core that we just saw flipped over there?
Checking.
We're checking the list to see if we have an Elias on Core. It might be a little bit of an Animate Dead like combo situation going on.
A lot of creatures in this deck.
It's the Orzhov. We have an Orzhov card in there? That's not Lothar?
It's Jordan's team.
That's the list right there. Let's take a look. We're finding.
Well, we'll get a look here.
Orzhov creature that's not Lothar?
Ooh, Lothar looks like it's black and white.
Huh, what
which
was
makes
that
sense.
then?
It's really the best Orzhov creature.
Oh, certainly. Well, if we have an Elias and Core come down, we know what we're looking at.
Yeah, well, you've confused me. You've confused chat. You've confused everybody. So, needless to say,
Cutsil. Thank you. Cutsil makes sense. Cutsil, a pretty strong card.
That's a green and white card, not a black and white card. Are you aware of that?
What do you want me to do? He
I'm
flashed
helping.
it, you know. It's some crazy treatment.
Well, there's a Court of Calling, too.
Oh, wow. That's pretty insane.
I mean, we've got to be getting closer to critical mass to just win on your opponent's turn. We have a Valley Flood Caller, right? We could just, cord that up and maybe wrap it all up on somebody else's turn.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to be getting closer to critical mass. Jordan is just, I mean, I mentioned Ryan doesn't have an answer. It's too little too late. And this is really also kind of what we've gotten.
Worldly Tutor
as well. Sheesh. What we've gotten out of the bans is now being blistering fast, your only recourse is not just about Rhystic Mystics anymore. Look at how Jordan's operating. He did not cast a Rhystic or a Mystic this entire game.
Right.
He hasn't needed it. He can just play underneath it. Has done a great job of doing so. And I mean, losing this game starts to get tough. I mean, obviously, I think Blake a little bit of a dark horse here with the funky Kark Sakashima synergy stuff going on. I think he's really the only one that Jordan needs to worry about. But I mean, Again, that's not a player that has a Ristic or a Mystic setting, a Ristic setting or a Mystic or more.
No, although Ultra Mage Emeritus certainly can do an impression once things get popping off, but not at the same level.
Yeah, I mean, he can keep up on cards in general, but not at the same level across the board. So, we're seeing less games be about the card advantage engines, and even the ones where they kind of are, right? That's what people are prioritizing. It's just not good enough anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
He cast Ristic, it got countered, it got exiled.
Yeah.
But it never entered play. It didn't draw any cards.
Well, I believe if it was counted this way, exile. Force negation.
Is that the text?
I believe so.
Sure.
Yeah, so Cavern, or not Cavern because that's only creatures, but I think that like Veil of Summer still can't get Force negation. Little tip out there for you.
It's go time for Andy, and I mean his mulligan to 3. I think this is the best shot you got. Vamp Tutor with your Ristic Study, you have a fair bit of mana, but it pales in comparison to what the rest of the table has. I just don't think I think you're gonna have a lot of trouble working through what Blake has if the flips go Blake's way at all.
Definitely, and at the same time though, Jordan just showed a pact negation he could pay for. Blake might just say, "I'm not casting anything. If you don't cast that, I'm not casting my Force Will." I'll tell you that much. I mean,
there's
Jordan is
political room there, especially once it becomes known, right? You cast it the first time, it comes back, it's like, all right, well, now let's talk.
Sure, Jordan has all the impetus here. If I'm Blake or Ryan, I am not casting any spells until I am dead, until I am absolutely dead. It just does not matter, because Jordan also has to survive, right? And he's going to draw infinite cards this turn as well. He just has unlimited mana at this point. You have to put the impetus on him. We already revealed an interactive spell.
Right.
Make him use it, right?
Yeah, what do you get out of it? What do you do? What works? If you're Andy, what works?
I mean,
I'm sitting here thinking,
Consult?
a Thornton Consult maybe has the best chance?
maybe a Grand Abolisher?
Okay.
You
if
have
you
a
have it
combo in
already
hand?
in hand, all right.
Maybe a Ranger Captain? Can maybe put a little pressure.
Oh, we see a Ranger Captain actually kind of floated to the
and it
top
looks like
there, huh?
Andy is gesturing to Blake, saying, "Do you think this is going to help us at all? Do you think this does anything?" And that's honestly
the
pretty reasonable.
mid-tutor politicking.
That's a pretty reasonable question. Does it do anything? I really am not quite sure.
Gives a lot of power to Blake. If Blake's getting wow,
Looks like we have a little bit of information sharing
little
here.
trading card game action.
And I mean, honestly, the only way that these two players are beating Jordan at this juncture is probably.
I like it. I really think Jordan. I think Jordan just runs away with this game if there's not some cooperation at this table. I think that Andy and Blake playing very heads up here, getting some political conversations cooking. And if you're Jordan, I mean, what do you? Let's keep it along. Let's keep it moving.
Yeah, come on.
You're resolving spells. You really need to shut down this conversation.
Priority. Yeah.
Because I think if you're Jordan, you have to realize that this is the way you lose.
Definitely.
It's by them realizing that they have to work together.
Yeah. And they have to be deep into that. They have to know at this point. I mean, just looking at the amount of stuff Jordan has on board, it's pretty staggering. The advantage he's gained.
And I mean, it represents the ability to snowball so much harder as well.
Certainly.
Either way, I mean, I don't know. I think there's a lot of complexities to this board state. It isn't just, we talk a little bit about, it's called garbage time, but like also just players that have run away with the game and nothing else matters, and it's really just their game to lose.
We've seen a lot of that.
A lot more of that.
A lot more than we're used to.
It makes me miss some of the explosive mana because a lot of times they engendered things that got the game over with instead of just board states. It's like, I can't possibly. It's the Sphinx's Revelation problem.
Yep.
I can't possibly lose, so we're just going to sit here while you sit around and do nothing for another 30 minutes. So it's pretty bad. As far as gameplay goes, I see a lot of complaints about it, and I see a lot of complaints even leading into this event about it. I wasn't as convinced that it was as much of a problem because Rogside was still so prevalent, but I mean, frankly, Rogside's been getting pretty beat up in this tournament.
Yeah, certainly, and having watched it, it just seems like, man, the games have just been going forever, and also Dockside being a come from behind mechanic, the ability for players to come back from a deficit has just been. It's pretty low, honestly. I feel like the players that have gotten out early are the ones that are winning games, but they're just taking a very long time to do it. I feel like we can identify the winners of games pretty early at this point.
Yeah,
that's how it feels.
Yeah. And, I mean, here's Timna. So if you are Andy, I guess whatever deal you made you are confident enough that it is going to work, that you're passing the turn back to the Seedboard Muse player with Seedboard Muse still in play?
Yeah. I mean, it might be Seaboard Muse.
Oh. Or, alternatively,
Take your Thrasios.
no, I don't think we want the Thrasios.
You don't think so?
I think we might want I think the Seaboard Muse is looking a little good.
I don't know, because
You think-
Jordan might just have a win right now on his turn. I don't know if the Seaboard Muse even really matters anymore.
I mean, it matters
honestly.
for Andy interacting. Like, just being able to do your own, not even answering the Seaboard Muse, just making your deck work, right?
Yeah, but when he passes back to Jordan here, right? If he doesn't have his Thrasios, then the Seaboard Muse doesn't really do anything anyway.
I mean, no matter what, we're leading on Blake having this
some
force
level of interaction.
work out.
Yes.
Right? Like, having this thing work your way.
Might have also seen a Swan Song in there, too, now that I'm thinking about it. Might have a little bit of extra interaction to deal with. But yeah, we'll see. Looks like the Gilded Drake resolves, and we'll see the targets here shortly as we tap some mana.
There is 5 colorless mana. I mean, I think we're responding here. I don't.
You know, Jordan also has that quarter column. We could see a Volatile Storm Drake or a Gilded Drake of their own.
Oh, you think it might be a
Coming
big
down.
chonker time?
Might just be a ban. Yeah, I mean, it could be.
All right. Well, we'll see. I mean, we have 5 mana tap. We're doing something.
Yeah, 5 colorless.
5 colors. Yeah, I mean, it's either a Thrasios activation or it's paying an X for a cost. Oh, untap.
Yeah.
Control Z.
Yeah,
Done with that.
hit the undo button on that one. Auto Tapper got you again.
Yeah, tough. If you see the Moto LED trick, where if you like undo LED and like put your hand back,
Yeah,
you like
yeah.
discard your hand and then you hold it back, you just like throw it
I've
back.
done that a couple times playing some Storm on Moto there.
Yeah.
Gotta love that one. You ever forget to hold control casting an Infernal Tutor
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've
with an
completely
LED?
buckled that.
Oh
yeah.
my god. Nothing feels worse.
Yeah.
There goes my league.
Drop the
There
league.
goes my
Yeah, I'm
league.
done.
Yep.
Moto's dumb. I'll never
GGs.
do this in person. Whatever. All right. And this, I'll say this. I mentioned how people were really sick of Kirk, Sakashima, and the coin flipping and stuff. And at the height of that, when we were seeing a bunch of Kirk, Sakashima all over the place, people were playing it, the coin flipping. Yes, it was intense, but it pales for me. It pales in comparison to the slog that is watching
Yes.
players activate Thrasios.
Absolutely agree.
Thrasios Seedboard Muse is so much
It's
slower.
so miserable. I mean, just
And I think we're seeing some of that here as Jordan is deciding
Oh.
what to do.
the meandering of activate Thrasios.
Look at the
Look
card.
at the card, stare at it for 5 seconds, put it on the bottom, look at the next card, reveal it, do it again. It just is. It takes up so much equity in the game.
So much more of the game
It's
clock.
just is a ridiculous amount of things that need to happen to draw one card. It makes the game go so long, and we've seen it. We've seen it get tricky. I remember in I believe round 2, our second game we had with the TNT player. I might have actually even been Jordan. Passed the turn and was about to not get back to his turn at all until he was able to rip a Born Upon a Wind.
right.
Because that's just how much time has been taken up on the
It's
clock.
eats through the clock, and then you're deep in time and trying to play for draws. I mean, it's just, I think Thrasios enables a lot more just grinding the game to the halt
Tainted
than
Pact.
Croc Sakashima does. Croc Sakashima is actually like in the process of winning the game when
Yeah,
it's doing its
yeah.
obnoxious
It's
thing.
too late by the
most
time
of
it's
the time,
obnoxious.
right? Like
Yeah.
it's just, but having this Thrasios, okay, let me look at the card. Let me look at my hand.
Yeah.
Let me think about it. Okay, now put it on bottom, man. What's the next card? All right, great. Do I want to activate again? I mean, obviously the decisions are hard. I'm generalizing very hard, but to me, this is tough.
It is tough, and yeah, that's the thing. These board states, these decisions, they're extremely complicated. It's not really even the fault of Thrasios players. It's just the nature of the card in the deck, right?
Yeah.
Is that you're looking at your cards. You have 4 counterspells in hand. You have 3 Elvish Mystics. You're kind of trying to figure out what you need to do. You have your Glimpse of Nature in hand,
Your
and,
glimpse of nature.
and you're just trying to figure out what do I actually need here.
And we've revealed.
A Hazel Brewmaster.
Right, that's a cube card, huh?
It is a cube card. It is a cube card.
Okay.
It also is the Devoted Druid combo card
Okay.
from Bloomburrow Commander. So we revealed a Tainted Pact, a One Ring,
So we're
and a
signaling that to
Brewmaster, and
Druid.
a Squirrel, a Warlock, I believe.
Score Warlock.
I believe so.
Reasonable.
Might be a pull for me. Eldritch Evolution
Okay.
coming down off the top as well. And yeah, looks like Gilded Drake resolves. And yeah, you're right. The Seaboard Muse is getting taken
I
here.
mean, like you said, it might just be too late, and I do believe you, but I think for this to go well, Andy needs to draw cards off Ristic Study, step 1.
Yes.
Step 2, he needs to be able to cast the cards he draws off Ristic Study.
Yep.
Which means step 3, you need the lands.
Yeah.
Which means the Seaboard Muse is a little bit better of a target. I think no matter what, it's going to require maybe even Ryan to get involved as well with the double engine.
Yeah.
As I believe Ristic Study and Mystic on Ryan's board. But this is going to be a 3v1 versus Jordan here whenever Jordan decides to pull the trigger on a win attempt. But have to imagine it's soon. Because, I mean, there is a Thrasios for Andy as well. So now he has Thrasios Seaboard Muse running.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
the
only thing for Andy here is he only has access to 3 pieces of permanent mana. He has the birds, the 2 lands, and a Lotus Petal.
Right.
And he has the Lotho online, but I mean, he has to work in order to be able to even get 1 activation a turn.
Oh, no. So we're kind of revealing a little bit a offer you can't refuse.
Oh man, I ranted about that card yesterday.
So that card with Krark Sakashima,
Yes.
you can like counter copies, make
Yes.
tokens, then get it back.
That is a card
that's
actually that card actually does work in that deck.
yeah, that card is
The synergy with
pretty
copying,
strong.
countering your own spells. Powerful, certainly.
Well, things are about to get here. I think we're on the last turn cycle.
I believe so.
I don't think.
Well, time wise, we have 13 minutes left in the round. There
Well,
probably
they
is
have
an
a
extension.
massive extension from that judge
Sure,
call,
certainly,
right?
certainly, but still.
Only 30 seconds left in the Giants Carolina half.
Still
For those
10-0.
still falling 10-0. Daniel Jones.
Congratulations.
threw an interception. Incredible.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. While we were
I
casting.
can't believe it. I can't
Yeah.
believe it. Congratulations to the Carolina Panthers scoring 10 points in a game
Yeah.
so far. We'll see if they can get maybe 3 more.
It helps when the
The
opposing
opponent
quarterback
is
throws
also-
it to you.
Yeah, right.
So that helps
That
a
is
lot.
generally pretty nice.
Here is a decision here from Jordan. It looks like 3 mana tap,
Ristic Study again?
2 mana. It's
Cutsil.
cut.
That is the cut
soul.
we saw earlier.
Oh, we cast it. There it is. Off the line halfling. I was trying to
Yes.
find the other color
Yep.
pip. So uncounterable Cutzel.
Uncounterable
Can't actually do
Cutsil.
anything about that one, but does trigger the Ristic Study. So I mean, players are gearing up.
Yeah, we know Jordan has a Pacted Hand. We know that Blake has a Force of Will and an Offer You Can't Refuse. Andy is showing a couple cards. Oh, Andy has a Mindbreak Trap. it looks
Oh,
like.
Mindbreak Trap. That one actually works.
Yeah.
So we can actually do that if we wanted to.
We have a lot of action going
But
on
no
here.
3 spells from the opposing players. So yeah, I mean, this really is a 3v1, and with all these players having draw engines, actually all of them, right?
We're
If you count
gearing
Archmage
up.
or Murtis,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But I mean, if you're Andy, that's not a great spot for you. I mean, obviously you've crawled back
Right.
from your mulligan to 3, but this isn't great for you because you're the last in turn order
Yeah.
from now.
Yeah.
After all these cards are going to be drawn, I mean, you have to make it. You have Seaboard Muse to help, but I mean, unless you find your board,
Oh, Ryan saying here. Oh, we get a little look. We get
Oh, it's a live interaction.
Amphibian
all cost
Downpour.
mana.
Yeah. What do we got? Amphibian Downpour, Pact of Negation, Red Elemental Blast, and Path to Exile. Ryan can cast that Pact of Negation, and pay for it, but I highly doubt that's happening. To be perfectly frank with you, so we will see. I mean, if I'm Ryan, I'm never casting that. I'd rather just lose.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm losing. What am I tapping on my turn? Just turn skip me.
Sure.
Let's get to lunch.
Let's
Let's get some breakfast before round 7,
breakfast,
right?
Yeah.
Hardcast Mindbreak Chop coming out from Andy on the cut.
Yeah, I mean, I like this. I think it's really one of the only things you don't want to use the force of will here quite yet. Does Blake wants it really to be the ace in the hole, and so getting any interacts. I mean, this really all feels like a great spot for Blake. I almost want to call Blake favored to win this game. That sounds absurd.
I don't think so.
Given
I really
the board
don't
right
think so.
now, but I
Yeah.
really think he's
I think
in a
that is really
nice
possible.
spot.
Yeah.
He's really convinced the table that Jordan is the only threat, and that he's just here to help. And at the same time, I mean, he's just able to start drawing cards off Archmage and Murtis. The Force Will is going to allow him to power through everything else that other players are casting, and
Yeah.
I think Blake could actually steal this here.
Yeah, it actually should be noted that I believe the Mockingbird is likely copying one of the mana dorks. It looks like it's tapped mana. As you see, Jordan casting a Pact of Negation here on
And
the
now
Mindbreak Trap.
it might be time for Blake to finally get involved here.
Yeah, certainly. You also could let that pact resolve, and then if you have an answer, and then Force of Will, maybe the Cutsil. That is an option too. Just make them have to pay
Well,
5
I think you
next
just
turn.
want to act here because you get to pick. Depending if you get like copy, you can throw one at Cutsil,
Yeah, one at Cutsil, one at
Pact or whatever, and then you have 2 things to fight over.
Yeah, or I guess you cast the first one targeting Cutsil. If you copy both, you hit
Oh,
both on
so
Cutsil.
sick. Did you see that? There's
Hit
a
both
trigger
on Cutsil.
counter. They had a 5 on it. There's 5 triggers that happen
my
in
God.
response to that pack. So that's how things are going here in CDH land.
Yeah, a couple Lothos, a couple fishes, a couple Ristics. Gotta love it.
Yeah, Lotho, Fish, Ristic, Mystic, everything. And
I wonder what if you
wow,
just ban.
Ryan's pact getting involved, and that's a tough one to lead on.
Yeah, it is. If you're Ryan, that's what I said. I'm not casting that. I am not casting that spell. Especially if the other players are showing me counter magic. That spell is sitting in my hand for the rest of the game.
Yeah,
it's time for me to go.
Blake's been showing his hand the whole time. I mean, this is just another win for Blake, in my opinion.
I agree.
I'm not
100%.
saying that Jordan. I think Jordan still has a reasonable chance to win on his turn right now.
Yeah,
I do.
He has multiple pieces: Court of Calling, Eldritch Evolution.
But it's a two-player game.
Tainted
It's
Pact.
Blake versus Jordan right now. The other
Yes.
two players have really demonstrated they're just trying to stay alive, maybe get a
Yeah.
draw, maybe not. But like, there's really no path to victory. I
Keep
think
Jordan
for them.
at bay here a little bit.
And it's really can Jordan or Blake pull it out? And it looks like Jordan's. I mean, going to take the biggest swing possible.
No, it looks like Jordan is saying, okay, yeah, sure, Pact, Negation, Resolve, targeting my Pact. Sounds good. Tap out next turn. That's one less player I need to worry about. Because now you're not incentivized to even use your interaction anymore.
Sure.
You know?
I mean, but if you just have another win attempt, I mean, you have so much mana to work with.
Yeah, certainly. But I'm saying here, you let the Pact resolve, and then you answer the Mind Break trap. Why not? What's the difference, right?
So,
Unless the Pact is targeting Cutsil. That's the only thing.
I mean, the pack wouldn't card Cutzel, right? Because it's delighted halfling.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
So it can't. So actually, yeah, it has to be targeting the other Pact. Yeah, in which case, I think Jordan just says, okay, resolves, I'll answer the Mind Break trap when we get to it. If he has more interaction in hand, right? I mean,
Sure. There's a lot of triggers that can resolve between now and then, though, right?
yeah, certainly.
That changes kind of what players are working with. Obviously, I mean, there's so much conversation happening here.
But I think just the ability to just take Ryan out of the game is pretty strong.
Is it?
He can't pay for
Not
fish.
for you. Not if you're Jordan, right? Because
Fair,
you're passing the
fair.
turn to him.
Yeah,
He's
fair.
tapped out, and then you have no help for Blake.
That's fair enough.
Assuming Blake's getting a turn, which I mean, I
Right.
do assume is going to happen.
It looks like it is.
And it looks like a lot of Blake's hand is just interaction. I mean, Archmage Emeritus does need to be good here.
Yeah, it looks like we have a offer you can't refuse, force of will, a multi-duplication, and we haven't seen the fourth card yet.
I think that's Desperate Ritual. I think that's the Desperate Ritual
Is
there.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Desperate Ritual
Oh, Shadow Skull Smashing, I believe is what that is.
is the other red card.
I believe so.
Okay. Then we got Force plus. Oh, so you'd have to actually pitch the offer you can't refuse to Force. So maybe you're supposed to reach for the offer you can't refuse first.
Yeah.
Get some draws off Emeritus and then
That's
hope
possible.
that you draw blue cards. Is
Yeah.
that crazy?
No, I don't think so. If you go copy, you can target the original, make two
Sure.
mana. If you're into that type
Or
of
I
thing.
mean, you can also just help out your homies, I guess, if you just.
Right. I mean, I guess at this point, giving Jordan treasures really just barely matters.
Yeah, I mean, so much mana. Mana, not the problem. Silence.
Okay.
All right.
Cut still.
So this is with everything on the stack. So I actually
Yeah.
like this, right? Like we didn't let the triggers that are above the Mind Break trap resolve.
Yeah.
So we're silencing there. I like this play a lot.
It's a good move. So yeah, it looks like the packs did resolve. So it looks like Jordan is just ready
Yeah,
to
so
take,
we did let the
Elsha out of
packs
game.
resolve. And yeah, I mean, silence more or less accomplishes the same thing.
Yeah.
But here you could even fight over the Mind Break trap if you wanted afterwards. Not a lot of reason to, I think. But I mean, it forces the issue before the texture of these players' hands changes.
Yes, absolutely. And yeah, I do wonder if you're Blake here. I think you do probably just have to use the offer you can't refuse, and just hope you can draw into some more blue cards. It just represents another piece of interaction.
Yeah, I
in hand.
think if you're going to try to fight through everything, you do just need to
Yeah,
see more cards.
I believe
And
so.
I think you need to start on offer you can't refuse as well. It doesn't feel great, but with the packs resolving, you're not even really that worried about Ryan anymore.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of where you need to be. And I think Blake's realizing that as well as he pulls it kind of out of his hand here.
Might as well just fire it off. Try to get some action going.
And this is nice because, like I said, if we get a copy, I mean, you get multiple cards and you get some resiliency.
Yeah.
Like just target
Yeah.
both or whatever. Both at the
hard to
silence.
beat.
Because you get up to 3 copies, right?
Yes.
You the original +2. So you could do one of your own to get some treasures if you get 3. If
Yep.
you get 2, you just get counterspell resiliency on the silence, which is nice.
Yep.
Like there's basically a lot of paths here are great except for bounce.
There's a lot of play here in this.
Bounce is tough.
There's tons of play here. Okay, so we got
All
it.
right, so we are doing the offer you can't refuse here. So we'll see if Jordan actually can refuse this offer.
Yeah.
I know Clark can at least. Clark's like the bank. Can just decline the card
Yeah.
and the offer's
Yeah.
refused. Didn't even
Let's
get an
see.
option in it.
Didn't even get it. Good luck. Okay, so we have some
I mean,
triggers
it's actually
here.
big. I mean, the board's a mess. The stack's a mess.
Yep.
Everything's a mess.
This is what I was saying about
But
Blake
this-
being an
this is the
expert,
play that matters.
expert Clark player here. I mean, the laying out the triggers that takes a little bit of practice.
I
doing all that.
appreciate the Dr. Seuss theming here.
Yeah,
The
certainly,
little
certainly.
blue fish trigger. I
Yeah,
like it. I'm
yeah.
about it.
Storm count being tracked too. I mean, this is a guy who knows what's going to be important on his turn. Knows what Clark is all about.
You know what? I have a lot of respect for people that just maintain the game state. Okay,
Absolutely.
Not enough people just communicate and maintain the game state. They just let stuff happen out of order.
Yeah, you know what? I am. I feel like I run into that sometimes too, where I am. Every time I'm asking, "Hey, what's in graveyards?" It just means I have Meme Betrayal in hand.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I just maybe
You
I
need
should
to ask
just be
what's in
asking.
graveyards more often. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm on the play, draw my card for turn. Graveyards, nothing. Okay,
Well,
great.
it needs to be one or the other. You either need to track what's in graveyards in your head organically as
Right,
it happens,
right.
or you just need to ask more often.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Well, I'm too busy. You know, I have like a Family Guy reruns going on. I have a
Family Guy
a Sade playlist. You know, I'm
Okay.
a wonderful British singer from the
Yeah, I
early
mean,
early
yeah,
aughts.
You're trying to catch every
You
single
know?
play of the Giants.
I'm trying to catch
Panthers
every single
game.
play. I need every snap, every down. I'm watching film. You know,
Every yard.
Red zone?
yeah. I'm
Yeah.
watching 8 hours of commercial-free football on the red zone.
No, I'm about the commercial. Have you seen the Uber Eats commercials?
Yeah.
It's like this
On
meta
Red Zone?
commercial. No. Just
Oh, sure,
for
sure,
NFL
sure.
games.
You not like the Octobox?
Where There's just like doing this whole thing where they're
Jerry
trying to
Rice
sell food. Jerry Rice one. Christian McCaffrey's,
Jerry?
oh, you're trying to sell food.
Jerry's?
I'm trying to sell you food. Let's get some food tokens. Where are the food makers here?
Where are the
I'm trying to
Hazel's
sell people
Brewmaster?
food.
Hazel's Brewmaster
Okay.
makes food. ETB and
Sure
attack.
does. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Lightning Greaves, double trigger.
Oh,
Two
talk
food,
to me.
gain-
Double your food.
Gain 6.
That's like your
Forage?
$15 off your first order or whatever.
Feed the cycle, cast for 2, forage.
All right,
cooking.
4 triggers are we're still just talking, but there's 4 triggers on the stack above the silence.
We have a draw
I
trigger
mean-
off the Emeritus.
Most of them, well, yes, you get to stack them though.
Mhm.
Karark Sakashima is the cast trigger, and then Archmage Emeritus is the cast or copy trigger.
Yes.
And so given that there's 2 triggers happening on cast, you actually get to choose if you want to draw before you flip. I don't
Yeah.
know if it matters.
I think
but
you could stack them any way you like. You can go two copies, Emeritus trigger. I don't know why you would want to do that, but totally up to you, I
can.
suppose.
Yeah.
It's free country, free world.
Yeah. There's an offer you can't refuse.
There's an offer you can't
Yeah,
refuse.
yeah.
Living in the free world over here with Kark Sakashima.
Right now.
This is the thing here too. People talk about Kark Sakashima takes up so much gameplay. Kark Sakashima hasn't done anything yet except
No,
put some
nothing
triggers
at
on
all.
the stack,
Innocent.
and we've just been waiting here. So
Beating the allegations in front
definitely
of our
beating
eyes.
the allegations here in front of our eyes.
And now, for how much longer? Unclear.
Unclear.
But
Oh,
we'll
looks like
say
we have
this.
maybe some a judge situation here.
Oh,
Maybe-
great. Well, on that note, we are, I think, about to come back from halftime.
Okay.
The Giants Panthers game.
All right.
Not clear which is more entertaining at this point in time.
No, I mean
It's
neither.
close.
Looks like Blake's shuffling here.
Okay. Players have struggled a lot with that through this match.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the shuffle is about. Or when
Did we fetch with the scolding? That was forever ago.
yeah,
Not clear.
I'm not clear. Might have been a question on did you shuffle enough or who knows. A little hard to say at this point what exactly is happening, but it looks like we're getting gameplay underway.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, can we get a poll? Can you start polls? Is that something you can get cooking? Yeah, get a poll. I mean, they're not even watching, so it's just blind for most of them. So let's get a poll going here. This is just a disaster. Every principle I know about coverage is just out the window.
It's just out the window.
This
Yeah.
professionality.
There's only so much
Get
you
it
can
out
do.
of here. Talk about the game. Get it
Get
out
out
of
of
here.
here.
It's just there's no.
There's only so much you can do.
Oh, we drew 2 cards accidentally off Archmage Emeritus because we
Sure.
weren't there yet.
Whatever you said. Yeah, go ahead. You got it.
All right, back to hand for first offer. And we get one more, so we got to do that now. And
Copy.
That's a copy. That's another
a
trigger
copy, I
for Archmage
believe.
Emeritus. This was a good result.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a-
anything that wasn't back to
Sure,
hand,
sure,
back
sure.
to hand is great. And here's another fish. So we got more triggers going.
And it looks like we have one more roll.
How we doing? Ooh, it's close.
Okay, football, magic, and death.
Death. You put death in there. I like it. I like it. All right. Yeah. Anyways. Yeah. This is just.
Oh, death is tied with magic.
This is a mockery of my current just principles of
Yeah.
coverage.
What do you think was harder? Pro Tour Nadu, watching Nadu mirrors all day long?
Oh, that's
Or-
tough. Dude, they had
or
Cedric
this.
Phillips just like singing songs in the booth. He was just.
that's
he
I
was
feel like this is the
driven
equivalent.
insane.
I feel
Yeah,
like this
yeah.
I feel like we're in that same
We're not far off. Yeah.
era,
I mean, activating
though, honestly.
Gracios and just like
What's the
Spring Heart and
difference?
Tuco triggers. Oh,
Sure.
just- yeah. No. Awful.
Sure. Okay, I get to watch Sam Party activate Nadu 10 times. Okay, sure, whatever,
There at least things are happening.
Things are happening,
Like
yeah.
here, we just have to watch people just like sit on their hands
Talking,
literally
just
for 10
talking.
minutes.
Yeah, that's
As time is in the process of expiring, it looks like
Yeah.
Chad here voting for death.
death over
winning
football
by a
and Nadu.
landslide.
Yeah. And honestly, maybe the sweet release wouldn't be a wouldn't be foreign to me right now.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. It's first thing in the morning.
Exactly.
If I had to wake up and see this every morning, it's not clear to me that I would
Man.
choose anything.
I don't
other
know if
than
I'd be
death.
waking up.
It's like
Yeah,
Groundhog Day. You're just forced to watch this and
Yep.
the Giants Panthers
Oh my
every day
God.
for the rest of your life.
Giants Panthers and mid-range matchups with judge calls. And, oh, can you imagine?
Yeah, at that point, I'm out. I think we have a good Groundhog Day 2 sequel coming
Yeah.
here.
Oh, we have time around. We do have an extension on this game.
All right. Yeah, we have a massive extension after that massive judge call.
Yeah.
So
Probably 15 minutes.
even though,
maybe.
I mean, players aren't exactly moving quickly.
No.
But even though, time has expired, time hasn't expired.
Okay, looks like Quirk getting tapped for mana here. Silence has been countered. We have some treasures coming in for
Silence
Jordan.
countered, and we still have a pile of triggers. So we're kind of back to that state where I think Jordan's trying to act on top of that.
Yep.
The 2 fish triggers there, the Mind Break Trap, and of course Cutzel is the bottom of this stack. So everything happening here is happening at instant speed. We are on Jordan's main phase as he attempts to win with his embarrassment of riches. That involves mana and cards. So we'll see what he can cook. I mean, is starting to run out of mana.
Yeah. I mean, the Super is being on his
Oh,
own
it's Mind Break Trap time. Okay.
Sure.
Well,
I thought Blake was going to pick it up and read the Oracle text on there. What does this thing do again?
we got a reader.
We got a reader.
It's on the stack
That's a good one.
already, but we got a
We
reader.
got a reader.
2 triggers. Here we go. Here we go. Oh,
Watch a lot of the Pioneer coverage.
did you?
Yeah, did you? I was asking you.
I mean, I did some Pioneer coverage not too long ago.
Oh, sure. But I'm
Yeah.
saying, did you watch the coverage of the RC?
No,
No?
no.
It was pretty good. I mean, Cedric and
Yeah,
Patrick
hard to
are good.
beat the goats.
Hard to beat the goats. Pioneer gameplay, maybe not as much, but
Easy to beat.
I think I might be.
Trivial to beat.
I think I might rather watch Grease Fang and
the
Fang and Mac
New York
Rakdos
Giants of
sacrifices.
gameplay is Pioneer.
Yeah. I would love to see a what is it? A Parhelion 2 come down right now. That would just be fantastic.
Yeah, that's something that have a lot of text.
That'd be some-
really big. I mean, 2 angels.
That'd
Are you
be
kidding me?
yo,
What are you supposed to do?
talk about texture.
Nice Crom 5/5.
Yeah. What are you gonna do
Beat
about this
that.
one, buddy?
Jesus.
Good try.
Anyway.
Little Reckoner Bank Buster action.
I mean, so a quick update on the texture. This is what your brain feels like after staying up for like 4 days straight.
Yeah.
That's the texture of this game.
Not to mention we were up late last night drafting Control Tuber.
We were, yeah.
Yeah.
A creation of my own.
Yeah, Drake's House of Creation. Fantastic little limited set
Yeah.
there.
Good
I-
for sickos that like controllers, I think.
Cooking a few people last night with the mayor of Punt City and resident TO for this event, Tad Gibson, twice with Sublime Epiphany yesterday.
He was introduced to Nexus of Fate for the first time.
Oh yeah, you ever get the full 6 on Sublime Epiphany? that
Tough to
feels a
do.
little different.
Tough to
That
do.
feels a little different. You get to do that.
All right, so we've begun the conversations that has to happen after every spell that's put on the stack.
Yep, of course.
You can't, it's not proper CDH. I mean, but, we're joking obviously a lot, but the political conversation here matters a lot. Again, this is still a 3v1. It's
Yeah.
another offer you can't. We've made a lot of offers you can't
Just give
refuse.
Jordan infinite mana.
Yeah,
you know,
and-
let's get him some more treasures.
I mean, he already has infinite
Right.
mana.
Like a negate. Imagine how good a negate would be here, right? I mean, you don't get to play it.
Mana, I don't know.
I know, but I'm just saying. Swan Song, whatever.
Swan Song would look nuts.
Any other card. Dispel, I guess.
Oh, here we go.
Sure,
so I
sure.
believe we have all these little trigger tokens. So we have the big ones, and we have the little ones.
Yeah.
I think this is like, you ever play Bloons Tower Defense?
Yeah.
Where like the big
Yes.
balloons pop into little balloons.
Yeah.
That's what's happening here. We have the big triggers that
Yep.
pop into little
Some
triggers.
flashy lands. They
And,
cost more. It costs more.
Yeah, it slowly drives everyone involved
Yeah.
insane.
Some more gems for the
So-
big triggers.
Yeah.
Your
Yeah.
tanks.
We get those missile towers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Let's see. We got an update on the poll. Death won by a landslide. Football, not close. So sorry
Not
for you
close.
Panthers and you Giants fans. Magic.
Sorry for your Panthers
Somewhere
and
in the
Giants
mix.
fans in general. I mean,
You know,
I
mean,
gotta
worth noting,
apologize too.
If all the players that voted, for football voted for Magic, would not clear.
Would not
Magic
even be
would
close.
not have won. So you just needed more voters. There's a little bit of principles at work here. Not going to dive in too deep, but I think I'm just saying there's some analogies to be put forth that
Definitely.
3% voting block there did not matter.
Did not matter. Did not matter. Some
Your
landslides
votes
here.
did not matter.
You give people a choice, they're
You
going to take
stuck
one,
to your
right?
principles, and I'm proud of you.
There you go. All right, Jordan doing something with his mana, maybe activating Thrasios. 3. Looks like Jordan paying 3. And we have a quarter
it's quarter
calling.
calling time. So this one was actually revealed. Players knew about this one.
Yeah.
This one was drawn off of Thrasios earlier.
Quarter calling for, it looks like 1, mayhaps.
Okay.
I don't see any convoking happening.
I mean, you have a bunch of mana fly. I mean, I still see a die on the Gaia's Cradle, so there's more green mana to work with.
Yeah, well, he tapped it for 5, and he took 3 off, and it looks like he took a treasure off.
It's worth noting too, like, you can't just go grab Dockside to fix your mana after all the dust settles. That is like a real tangible impact.
Yeah.
Now, you couldn't in PvT to begin with,
Sure,
but
sure.
you saw that kind of thing happen a lot of the time, where
Yeah.
people would fight to get a silence down,
Yep.
use all their mana to do that, and then use Dockside to refill after the fact.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
I mean, this could just be a Grand Abolisher, good luck,
well,
guys.
that's my point. If you Grand Abolish
Right.
here, now how much mana do you have left to win with?
Yeah, I mean, not a ton, but, I'm not sure. If he has a Devoted Druid in hand after this resolves, he has Hazel's Brewmaster. You can play Devoted Druid, make a bunch of mana, sack it, put it in the graveyard, Hazel's Brewmaster, go infinite with Thrasios. So that is he has the mana right now represented just on this board with the Quarter Calling on the stack in order to do that.
Okay.
So that is
So we're still
that
good
is a
now.
possibility,
Yeah,
but
we're
he
still
needs
good
to have the Devoted Druid in hand, and he needs to have this resolve, which
I mean, he has a lot of cards.
easier said than done on a
but
couple
yeah.
of these, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, Jordan, I think here in a pretty good spot. You're pretty likely, even if you fail with all this stuff, to get a draw.
Yeah.
Even with this extension again, we're 6 minutes over time. I know the judge call was longer than that,
However,
but
you're not getting back to your turn.
yeah, you're not getting your back. So it's now or never. So really, I think Jordan is going to do everything in his power to send everything, and then if that doesn't happen, I mean, whatever. Ryan has to pay for a pact, and then who knows? Can Blake win in time? Probably not.
That's going to be a short turn.
Right.
Ryan, pay for pact pass. It looks like what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I can't imagine much else happening. I mean,
God forbid if he gets to stack his triggers correctly and floats some mana off the Sanctum.
and I mean, we talked a little bit before the show about Elsha and how its position got better because the format got slower, but it is also one of the decks that got really hit the hardest by Mana Crypt and Jeweled Lotus and Dockside, all three of those leaving. And Cork Shimmy did too, but look at the difference here. Look at the board state difference.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that's emblematic of one of these decks, capitalizing on exactly what happened more than the other.
Yep. Yeah, and the format got slower, but Elsha got slower. And Elsha got meaningfully slower as a 5-mana commander.
You need your commander.
Yeah, that does not much without the commander in play. I mean, you're totally reliant on having a 5-mana commander in play. A deck like, a Tivit, right? A 6-mana commander, but at the end of the day, you're still a Thoracle Consult deck, right?
Yeah.
Elsha does not really have that equivalent. You need Elsha in play to do just about anything to progress your game state and win.
Well, here's a Flusterstorm. And now, check it out. This might be the first time in my coverage career where we haven't had to try to retroactively count Storm. Shout out to Blake.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's big.
Masterclass.
Yeah, he gets the MVP for the stream MVP for the day here.
Gonna save a lot of time by doing that, which actually benefits him. He wants to get back to his turn.
Exactly, and I'm knowing Blake. He's big on encouraging people to play quicker,
Oh.
knowing that his deck takes a long time.
We got the Moab trigger.
Okay.
We got the mother of all triggers, the moat. No non-flying creatures here. We've gotten a new trigger token has entered the stack.
Gotta love that.
Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, excuse me, Mr. President. A trigger token has entered the stack. Which one?
Oh man,
We're overrun, Mr. President. Yeah, this is.
This is rough.
We've created a line.
Yeah, we're a little conga line here.
Oh yeah, conga line featuring a host of fish,
Yeah.
cats. I don't even know. Anime somethings.
Work all day on a drink of rum here.
Sure. Any rum in the booth?
Wouldn't mind.
Wouldn't mind. There you go.
You won't go home.
I didn't want to take. It sounds like people were splitting stuff. I didn't want to take anything. Huh? There was a lot of bottles there, but like some people were just pouring a whole glass. It's crazy. All right. What are we?
What are we doing
We're all
here?
we're
We got a
looking at each other.
Flusterstorm.
It's not that confusing. There's a storm trigger that goes in the stack. You're a non-active player, and we have the storm count already. The trigger has to resolve to generate the copies.
Maybe the question is, do we believe Blake?
Do we believe him?
Do we believe him?
That's where we're at, huh?
I believe Blake. I stand with
Why
Blake.
could you? Right. Might as well. Just check anyway.
Listen, if somebody's going through the trouble of doing all that, I'm just gonna go ahead and ride with it. Sounds good to me.
Meanwhile, Danny threw a dime. That was nice.
Okay.
Yeah, threw a dime.
Wait, he threw a touchdown?
No.
Oh, well, never
No.
mind then.
No.
He threw a
No,
penny.
he threw it
He
to
threw
his,
a
He
pass.
threw it to his own team.
Okay.
Which is an upgrade on what he was doing previously.
Was it more than 2 yards?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
After catch?
It was
No, he just caught it.
It was 8 yards in the air.
8 yards in the air? Okay.
Yeah, come on.
Man,
Look,
congratulations.
this is a professional quarterback.
Let's get a round of applause in the chat for the New York Football Giants completing an 8-yard pass. Pretty amazing. Thank you, Dayball, Coach of the Year.
Very hard to do.
Very hard to do.
It's not easy.
Where's Saquon,
All
right?
right. Looks like the
Trigger finally resolving. Here.
just jumping over people at a team that actually values them. So that's where things are at. Anyways, we've busted open the big trigger token, and now it's time for little trigger tokens to come crawling out. After we've gunned those down, it will be time to
Resolve some
face the next
triggers.
wave of whatever.
Blake still has that Force of Will in hand. We haven't seen if he's drawn a blue card. Actually, he hasn't drawn it all yet. He still has those triggers on the stack. The draw
Normally,
triggers
these
off the
kinds of things
Emeritus.
have to wear down on me as the day
Yeah.
goes on. I think what I have is a pretty high tolerance
Yeah.
for just nonsense
Sure.
in games.
Certainly.
And
you kind of have to.
yeah, I mean, you certainly have to. I
this
think
format.
to do this job, to play this format, anything. This is eroded my sanity.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
you have watched live on broadcast as I have been driven insane.
Yeah. What do you think about untimed top 16?
Huh?
What do you think about untimed top 16?
Untimed top 16. I'm thinking about switching shifts so that I can go home.
I think you are. I think I'm taking
I believe,
that one.
I believe that's what
Yeah.
I think, more or less.
Sounds good.
And that's where things are
I'm
at.
about to lock in.
Yeah,
over
Blake is
here.
holding a mystical tutor. This matters. I mean, this actually does matter. He picked up a blue card for Force of Will. He now is actually loaded on blue cards with Force of Will. I think this is ultimately going to end up in a draw. I think that Blake does have enough to stop Jordan from doing anything, and more importantly, to protect the Mind Break trap that's going to get rid of the uncounterable
Yes.
Cutzel. So I do think that all of this nonsense we're doing, all this nonsense we're resolving, is ultimately going to buy us a draw. Which, I mean, is great if you're an Andy fan, right? Like, he bowled a 3.
Yeah.
If you could say, hey, you're going to bowl a 3, get a draw,
Yeah.
he would snap that off.
Certainly.
Free game. So he did a great job battling to stay in the game. Ryan, who really didn't have things come together at all, I think would be thrilled with a draw. And again, this has been a 2-player game for a while. This has been Blake versus Jordan for the entire time.
Yep. 100% agree. And just kind of goes to show, the ability for Blake to really has played his interaction very smart, I think.
So
Has really
he's
played his
been
interaction
very
very
patient
smart.
with that force. We haven't even seen
Certainly.
it yet. He's
Yeah.
only shown it to Andy.
Yeah.
Which one's Carolina and which one's
Oh, okay. So we're saying Blake
These
versus
players,
Jordan.
I think these players are too good to compare to
Yeah,
the Carolina
I think-
Giants and the New York Football Giants and the Carolina
Okay,
Panthers.
but we can do individual players here. Right?
Sure.
So we got all right.
Nobody's Danny Dimes.
Blake's kind of like neighbors, right? Like you're working
yeah.
with something a little outdated, not that strong.
Sure.
But you yourself are pretty
Your
good.
support is maybe not great.
Yeah, you yourself are pretty good. So you're gonna try to just carry everything
but
yourself.
You're cooking,
Just
you're
tread
cooking,
water. And then if you're Jordan, I mean, I really see Bryce Young and Jordan. He's got it all cooking.
Yeah.
He just needs
Yeah.
some cooperation.
You used
Something
to be
else to go
You
right.
used to be a top draft pick
Yeah.
with TNT, and now it's kind of
It's weaker, but hey, you might still have
Maybe you're
potential.
back.
There's still potential
Maybe
there.
we're back.
I think you're a little underrated.
Sure.
I think you're actually a lot better than people give you credit for.
You had the Red Menace, Andy Dalton,
Yeah.
aka TNK, come in to replace you,
Uh-huh.
and now we're back.
Now we're back. We're so
Now we're back.
Yeah.
Now we're so back.
And Elsha,
Elsha is Brian Dayball, lame duck.
yeah, I don't know. Antonio Brown, just CTE,
Yeah,
just
sure.
posting on Twitter. I don't know.
Sure.
Ryan's been checked out, just drawing cards this entire time. As the Giants scored for the first time this century. And yeah, so I mean, I think there's a lot of analogies. That's the cool thing about life. It really is one of those things that you can overlay a lot of situations in life onto others.
Situations are
And
situational.
you really do see the texture alignment.
Sure.
It's
Sure.
a process.
Yep.
That was the whole plot of Magic the Gathering for a while, right? Like the whole the overlay of Dominaria or whatever. It's really strange. We talking about it and saying it out loud. The plot of early Magic was quite odd, but
Yes.
the whole thing with Dominaria and like Apocalypse or whatever is they laid a plane on top of another
On top
plane.
of another plane.
Yeah, and
there's some very cool
cause stuff to
some very cool
blow up.
art of the different layers of
Yeah.
Dominaria with the ruined civilization.
Yeah. I mean, Ryan's obviously drawn a ton. Does have a pack to pay for, but I mean, maybe he can assemble something. I don't know.
I don't. It's looking tough. Honestly,
So we have.
he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana. I mean, that is a lot of mana.
Okay.
Why 7?
So we have cleared the stack for the first time in 20 minutes.
Yeah. And
Uh,
Blake still has his Force of Will.
Yeah, Blake still has not even revealed the Force of Will to the right half of the table yet.
Yeah, and looks like combat.
Oh, you know what we need?
Gilded Drake.
Some
last
Timna
turn.
cards.
Yes, of course. Let's
Gilded Drake can attack.
let's take some time to say, okay, I'm going to draw 2.
I mean, I think
draw 2.
for some reason there's something on top we want to get. We worldly tutored for something.
Grand Abolisher.
Okay, so now we get to draw it with Timna.
Yep. Yep.
And then we get to put that in play, and we get to try it all again.
Yep.
So nice. Let's do it twice.
Timid players love saying, okay, draw 2, lose 2, gain 2.
They do say they do like saying that.
They
That's,
say it just like that too. I don't know what it is. It's like it's a mind virus. It's like
I think it's
Thrasios,
like a relief. It's like that happened and nothing, no nonsense
bad
happened.
happened.
They're just happy.
It's like Thrasios. I guess I'll Pasios. I don't know. People have that like affectation. You know, these little things like mind worms that get into people's brains.
I think the whole Pasios thing,
commanders.
I mean, it's a contrast to me. Like,
Palooty
from the
doody,
Timna,
you know?
pay 2, draw 2, I get like relief. Like, I'm just in my zone flourishing.
That makes
drawing
sense.
Cards.
Yeah, sure.
From the Thrasios Pasios, it's like a please don't hate me.
Right.
Like, don't just bully
Hey guys, just Thrasios.
Yeah, it's just Thrasios. You know, I'm definitely not going to take
No
30
worries.
seconds every Thrasios trigger. So
30 seconds is generous.
Yeah, it's their activations. Too.
Yeah.
I don't have anything right. My sanity is leaking out of my ears.
Right.
I just have nothing left.
Fair enough. Fair
So,
enough.
You know, it is a different. It is a different.
Polluty Duty. What do you think about the nicknames for
If
the
you say
card?
Blue Duty, you're just a content creator. Nobody says that.
Nobody says that, right?
Nobody says that.
I feel like I've never heard anybody say that, and I see people reference it all the time. I'm like, who are you
Yeah,
talking
they say it
about?
on content because that I don't know. It entertains whatever people
Mouth
watch
breathers.
ADH YouTube.
Or
content
are
creators.
the people watching our stream right now, possibly?
Yeah, well, it probably doesn't entertain them. These are people of culture.
Exactly.
We've seen the chat. We've seen them running. I mean,
Yeah.
this is a cultured chat. But
Certainly.
if you watch just like CDH content creators who say Polluty Duty, that's a very different.
That's a whole
whole
different thing.
different
Yeah.
environment.
Yeah.
Whole
You got to like read a book.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Go outside.
Go outside. You got to lock in.
Yeah, a lot of things need to happen.
Certainly.
In order for things to progress. All right, we're here. This is round number 6. For those keeping track at home, this is the Boil 2. A lot on the line for these players. Now, just because there's a lot at stake doesn't mean you need to go quickly.
No.
And so there is no rush, because this is our Diamond event, our first event of the year for the 2025 Championship Series. Championship, of course, at the end of the year. Andy Beach, deep run in the Championship Series in 2024, both in the series itself and in the actual event.
Yeah, and we have an Eldritch Evolution coming down here.
Sacrificing, good as part of the cost. Get this Gilded Drake out of here.
Yeah, sure. Have that back. Good, Roy.
Haven't seen a lot of that card in action in a while. Good to see that one back in.
Yeah, I've seen that card in quite a few lists now. That and the Volatile Storm Drake from MH3. All these big creatures that you want to deal with or stuff that produces insurmountable value, I'll take it. That's mine now.
Yeah, nice. It is nice. So much at stake here
Storm going up and up and up.
that I can hold it.
Yeah.
Now I become
And
a
here we have
stakeholder.
the Force.
The Force
Now
finally
become
coming
a
down,
stakeholder.
pitching the offer you can't refuse. Can't cast that anymore. So now the whole table knows what's up.
Yep.
Now the whole table knows, all right, it's Force of Will. That's the ace in the hole alongside this Archmage. And until we find, kind of one of the better ones, I'll say. I mean, Force of Will is great here. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But like Fierce Guardianship's like the one that's like free,
That one
right?
is
you just get to do that
bonkers.
forever,
And
literally.
with 3 Krarks, or with 2 triggers, it's going to get out of hand. And let's see, we got some triggers pending.
Pending triggers indeed.
Pending.
You got to get the big one out. There's
Of
too many
course.
little ones.
Yeah.
We can go and consolidate.
What do you take? 5 big ones, 5
I
little
don't know
ones,
what the
1 big
ratio
one?
is, to be honest. I'm just kind
Yeah.
of trying to figure that out. I actually think they're different, but I'm too embarrassed to admit it. So I'm just going to continue.
I'm sure they are, but it's just beyond
It
our
makes a lot more sense that you have to pop
abilities.
the big one and get a bunch of little ones.
yeah, beyond our abilities to understand.
Way
likely.
beyond my abilities. I'm way outside of my ability range
Yeah.
here.
Oh, me too. Me too. Absolutely.
Okay. So
And bigger than this.
is his hand bigger than his deck? It might be.
Who's Ryan's?
Yeah.
Possible. I mean, he still hasn't really done
Is
much.
there a board upon the win in Ryan's? I don't know that Ryan gets a turn, but assuming Ryan gets a turn, is there a board upon the win?
I have to assume there is, right?
You don't have to.
Well, that's a very good card. There is a board upon a win.
All
in
right.
Ryan's
I mean,
deck.
there is
Okay.
a line. We could do this with the lose the game trigger on the
Sure,
stack.
sure. Are you sure? Sure.
Snazerific.
Yeah, Ryan Holohan, a.k.a. Snazerific.
Yeah, very passionate.
Not related
about
to
that
Mikey
show.
Holohan.
Oh my God, we have passed. Jordan just failed to go off. All right,
Wow.
there's a trigger on the stack. Are we paying or are we borning?
He's paying. He's just paying. He doesn't have it.
Wow.
Yep. Let's get to Blake's turn.
All right, well, Fish has got to go.
Yep.
So.
Oh, maybe he's floating mana.
Oh,
Maybe he's floating mana and doing something. Let's see.
Well, yeah, this doesn't make any sense to tap this way, right? Because your Sarah Sanctum makes 2. No, you do have to tap this way. Wow, this is horrible.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he has to tap this way. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to tap both your
Yeah,
blue sources to pay. So we're doing something that's it's silence.
I think there's.
Oh.
I don't know what the function of that is. It looks like he paid for pack to cast silence.
Well, I have news for you about what is in Blake's hand.
Yeah.
You'll never guess. It's Force Will, Mystical Tutor.
But if he's tapped out here, I don't even know. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess he has every rock in his hand, likely.
I mean, he's doing this with the Mystical Remora trigger still on the stack, so it is noted this is an upkeep.
Yeah.
And so we actually do get to keep the Remora for this sequence, which is nice because you can't pay for it.
Certainly. But I do wonder if Ryan can actually put out a win from here, even if the silence resolves.
A couple questions about the time limit. We are 20 minutes over time, but these players had a massive extension from a judge call, so that should be expiring here.
We're gonna go find out about exactly what the length of the.
Yeah, get a quick eyes on that. But yeah, I mean, like I said, this is definitely the last turn cycle. It's not unlimited time, but these players did have an extension just being a part of coverage and because of a large judge call that did happen. So that is why we were able to pass the turn there, and it wasn't just a draw. Oh, then what's the extension? Okay. So Force of Will, we're getting out the trigger tokens, and it's time to do it all again.
I'm doing some flips, draw some cards, and I see a possibility storm in hand for Blake. That one is a real banger.
It is a banger. I know a little bit about that one.
Yeah.
I know a little bit about that one.
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about cards that make the game visible? Fairy Mastermind, on time and on schedule. So we did get to untap with Seedboard Muse.
All right.
As soon as it passed over Ryan's turn.
Right.
So now Andy back in the conversation here.
Sure. I mean, the conversation for getting to his turn, unlikely, but
Yeah,
conversation for
whatever
impacting
the
game,
conversation's about,
yeah, we're talking about something here, right?
we are talking.
Yeah. So we got some more triggers.
7 minutes left.
7
so there
minutes
are
left.
7 minutes left. That's actually a lot. There's 7 minutes left here in this game, even though it's 23 minutes over time at this point because of this large.
And we have
judge call.
another cast pitching what looks like maybe a Valley Flood Caller over there.
Oh my God! We just keep pitching the blue cards. Now Archmage Murderous again. This is the thing that's letting this happen. We just keep drawing the cards from the cast and the copies. That refills us on blue cards, lets us force again. And like this is what's tough to break out of. I mean, Jordan, you saw
Copy.
tried a lot of stuff that normally works.
Yeah.
The power of Kark Sakashima is that it is so sticky. It's so resilient.
It's so hard to get
you just
these
can't
spells out of
fight
hand.
through this.
Yeah.
I am shocked. Shocked, I said. 35 minutes over. I would be.
And looks like we might have a double resolution here. So it looks like the force might be going to graveyard.
Force? Ooh,
Which
it's a
is
graveyard.
tough. Is tough here, but
Is
Blake
it?
has drawn a lot of cards.
I mean,
so
there's
has
just
Andy.
a pile of triggers. Here comes all the cards here for Ryan. Casual draw 7. Why not?
Yeah, why
no, we're
not?
not wheeling. These are just triggers.
Yeah, sure. Andy also with just a bunch of cards in hand. We'll see. Andy might be incentivized here to shut down Ryan. Is it a silence from Andy here?
Silence
A
from
silence
Andy
from
in
Andy.
response. What if he has like born into like something here? That'd be crazy. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, he could certainly,
shot he does,
but
but-
no shot he does.
He's
Yeah,
just playing for the draw, which I mean, again, that's what you have to do from Andy.
It's
Andy's not
certainly
getting another
reasonable.
turn. It's certainly not a good enough turn, and it's
Mind
Mind
Break
Trap to
Trap.
back up. Is that online?
So
How many
Blake
times did we
went
force?
Blake went force. I
Oh,
believe.
it's 3 forces. Wow,
Yes,
that's tough.
I believe so.
That's really tough.
That is tough.
Well, this Mind Trap could be. I mean, Ryan has everything, so I would expect a massive fight here, back
Yeah.
and forth. And now, I mean, the other players' draw engines are pretty shut off. No Force of Will
Yeah.
from Blake, and if he didn't find a Fierce or a Swat or something like that,
we
he
have
can't really
Jordan
get
getting
involved.
back into the action here.
Oh, here we go.
Let's see.
Jordan wasn't done. Still 5 mana left.
Doing something with 2 mana.
Wow.
Possibly Abrupt Decay. Tainted Pact. Tainted Pact
Tainted Pact.
from Jordan. Okay, looking for some count interaction
Okay,
here.
that triggers Lotho in some capacity, I
Yeah.
believe. So we got some Lothos running.
Draws Ryan 2 cards. Not ideal. But what are you going to do? Maybe we just deck them.
I mean, I think you're constricting him on mana here.
Yeah,
I think that is
yeah.
your plan. I don't know if it's going to work. That is your plan.
Yeah.
Bowmasters, a little late to the
He's
party.
taking a little look at that one. But yeah,
Little late to the
I don't
party.
think so.
I mean, you're already looking at the next card,
Yeah.
so what are we talking about?
That Swan Song seems pretty good.
Swan
Sure,
Song
sure.
is a counter spell, so that is going to
Get rid of
be-
Bowmaster? Sounds fine. I think we're a little late past that.
Yeah, I think we're way past
Yeah.
Bowmasters. It's not, does not have a text box. Thinking about Swan Song pretty hard here is Jordan.
Seems pretty easy to fire it off here, I have to think.
I mean, yeah, I think you're
Oh,
thinking
still
about whether or not to
going.
even keep it. Yeah.
Still going.
Now, I don't. If you're getting rid of that, I don't know what you want.
Me neither.
War doesn't look meaningful. Mental Mishap's free, but doesn't work.
But stop silence.
Veil doesn't
Do anything.
work.
Fluster Storm?
Fluster Storm
Sure.
does. work.
It's a little strange because at the same time, Misstep would have fixed that.
So,
there's a couple
okay,
things
there's
I would've
something to think
stopped.
about here, right? Like, you want whatever you're doing to be counterspell resilient.
Yeah, fair.
Because
But with
you can
Tainted
assume
Pact-
Ryan has a lot of free counterspell backup.
Yes, but with Tainted Pacts, man, you can go pretty deep before you get. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like Jordan is snapping off that Fluster Storm here.
The Giants now paying refs to reverse touchdowns. That's happening. As Flusterstorm hits the stack. Another thing with a cast trigger. We love to see it. And I believe we have agreed to
It
draw.
looked like a draw. Yep. All right.
All this noise. And I mean, if you're Andy, great result. Mold to 3,
Absolutely.
managed to fight, claw, steal your way into,
Yep.
not even steal, but obviously,
Yep.
you managed to fight your way into a draw. I mean, maybe a little disappointing if you're rooting for a winner, but certainly impressive. And really, I think shows, it's a testament to the talent. I mean, you're starting from so far behind, you are functionally out of the game. I think a lot of players would give up.
Sure.
They're off it.
I'd be done. I'd be out.
Yeah, especially after all of that.
Oh my god.
Fighting for the draw, I mean, every match point matters.
Yeah, certainly.
And
Especially
so-
these competitors. Some of them at 15, some of them at 12 points. Now going to 16 and 13 respectively here. Putting themselves in position to win into hopefully getting into top 16.
I think all these players are pretty happy with this result. I mean, a draw wasn't great. Like, they aren't just drawn straight to top 16.
But it is.
But
is
it's not.
positive.
It's better than losing.
Sure.
And really, the only player that could really win there was Blake. Jordan gave it his best shot.
Yep.
And Ryan and Andy also, kind of gave it their best shot to get what they could. And so, if it's Blake, that's a little tough. Little too slow as far as everything goes.
Yep.
But I really think Blake could have won that game as time went on.
Yeah.
Didn't happen. Whatever.
That,
a draw.
that's something I was thinking too. I wonder if, and this is also, we're past that now. But if we just let that silence resolve, if we just let Ryan's silence resolve, does he do anything?
Maybe.
Maybe.
The answer's maybe.
It's pretty hard.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's pretty hard.
But I mean, you're not casting it for no reason. So
It might be just to
bait, get more cards.
get the time going.
I think it's just to get more cards.
That too.
Like, you can obviously find a critical mass of mana that will
Yeah.
get you
But
out.
paying for Pact and then silencing didn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
Doing that. You know what
I agree with that. Unless
hey-
you're planning on taking your draw stuff. I mean,
Sure,
really,
sure.
like I said, if you're planning on trying to do something on your main
Yep.
phase after the
Yep.
things, you could
But-
play a
but yeah.
land, play a mana.
Yeah, but yeah, we're past that now. Wonderful game 6, you might say. I mean, some people
Yeah,
might say that. certainly
one
played,
of the pods of all time,
certainly
to say
a
the
game
least.
that was played before, and we're getting on to round 7, our final round of Swiss here before we cut to our top 16.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of very different pods of Magic that we've seen across all weekend.
Yep.
This one, obviously, really a callback to all of the mid-range hell, as people called it, the very
Yes.
slow, grindy games. But a lot of the Magic we've seen so far this week has been really quick. I mean, we've had
Yeah.
long turnaround times, all this kind of stuff,
Yeah.
from very quick, kills from Carrick, from TNT, all this
Yep.
kind of stuff. A very interesting and really diverse CDH metagame that we're seeing.
Yeah.
So, even though this is an outlier, it was cool to see as
Yeah.
just an outlier.
Yeah.
And, like you said, this is round number 6. We are going to be back for round number 7,
Yep.
the final round of Swiss for the Boil 2, which is, of course, the first Diamond event in the 2025 Topdeck Championship Series. There is an invite to the championship on the line this weekend. We're going to get our second player this weekend. But first, we have to make our top 16, and that can only happen after our final round of Swiss. So, Don't go anywhere. We'll be back to figure out exactly who's going to be in that very shortly. All right, everyone, we are back here for round number 7. That is the final round of Swiss here at the Boyle 2 as part of the first diamond event of our 2025 Top Deck Championship Series. Yeah, I mean, we've seen a very different CEDH than we've seen pre-bans all day long, and that includes yesterday and today. And, you know, I'm excited to see a little bit more of that as well, featuring some faces we've seen do a lot of winning already through the tournament. So I'm here. I'm Drake Sessar. I'm here in the booth now, joined with Lauren, who managed to hop in that short break. How's it going, buddy?
It's good. Happy to be here. That last round was riveting. Really got me excited to watch some high-impact CDH today.
Likewise. And, you know, I think there's a lot of that. Like I said, this is the final round of Swiss. We are determining the top 16. So this is, you know, of course, going to determine the cut. And a lot of these players are in prime position. I mean, I think a win here guarantees some of these people's, guarantees any of these players' position. I think a draw here puts some of them at the mercy of breakers based on what I saw. Now, of course, I can be wrong. I'm no grand arbiter of all these things. But, you know, we're watching players basically play for their shot at the elimination rounds. And, you know, they're doing so. These are talented players that we've watched really, you know, through the entire tournament. These are players that, yeah, I think you've had success, not just in this tournament, but really throughout our entire series. And, you know, as we dive down into the match, they're kind of doing so their way. And, you know, we'll see that, of course. First seat here, we have Abby, who we saw win a very nice turn 3 win on Keurig previously in the tournament. And then on the entire right half in second and third seat is a deck we've seen have an explosive comeback through this tournament. We got Kalen on Kennen, and then Max Sternberg, Wounded Satellite here on Kennen as well, a deck he's very known for. And then finally we have Andy, who we just saw claw his way through an absolute slog of a game from first seat on a mulligan to 3, now in seat 4, but looks a lot more excited about the number of cards at hand. So talented players. Again, Andy Beats, like I said, made a great run in our 2024 championship. Abby did as well, and Max Sternberg, of course, did as well. So this is, you know, these are a lot of familiar faces for players that have followed the Top Deck Championship Series, and, you know, they're doing so with decks that, like I said, I think they enjoy.
Yeah, there's I think a lot going on going into this pod. Everyone here at the table. So Max, I think, could get away with a draw and still be okay looking at the points. This is just some napkin math offhand. I think Max could be okay if this does result in a draw. Abby, Andy, and Kalen or Kellen, I apologize if I mispronounce your name. This is a must win for them to be live for top 16 or possible top 16 contention. So probably a little bit of tension here at the table where Max doesn't really need it as much as the other players do. He still needs at least a point. Excuse me. But like you said, this is a lot of faces that we've seen before. Abby, as we said yesterday, you know, was in the top 64, the Top Deck Invitational. Andy was in top 4 of that Invitational. Max Sternberg, Wounded Satellite, prolific tournament grinder, sort of kind of one of the new breed of tournament grinders that's come out in the last year and a half of CDH grinders. Really prolific winner and online personality. So cool to see everyone here. And it makes sense too, you know. The craziest part and the biggest takeaway that makes CDH so exciting is people always, you know, disparage it for it being such a high variance format. And what makes a good player great in this format is finding ways in your play patterns, how you mulligan, to really reduce that variance or have that variance under your control. And good players continue to win. So, you know, it is a high variance format, but somehow we keep seeing these top players still stay at the top.
Yeah, I mean, you exactly nailed it. Okay, yeah, and yeah, we've seen what you're speaking to, I think, is true of high tier competitors across the board. You know, to tie in a little bit of the goofiness that kind of happened through last round, I was talking a lot with Dylan in the booth about, like, you know, we're just talking about football and stuff like that. A lot of times commentators of football use the phrase "find a way to win." And I think that applies a lot to these grinders that you see winning over and over again. And we really saw that from Andy last round, where he just found a way to get himself a match point, keep himself in contention for top 16. And I think that's really some of the difference. That's the difference between these players, as we do kick things off. Just a swamp for Abby. You know, no matter what they're playing, no matter how they're doing it, whether it's politics, mulligans, you know, sequences, like cool plays, they find a way to win. And what that looks like in Magic is different than football, but either way, it kind of boils down to the same principles. And a slow start from Galen too, just a island and a springleaf drum. Now that can set off, of course, a little bit with Kinnan next turn, but obviously Max Sternberg starting much stronger with the One Ring off Ancient Tomb and Manifold. Uh-oh.
Yeah, incredible start and a beautiful extended art surge foil from Max here. Little bit of a anemic start, I would say, for Abby, but not to write her off. This is a very similar start that we saw with a turn 3 win yesterday.
Yeah, it started with an Imperial Seal, did that one here. This one, Vampiric Tutor at instant speed, notably wanting to do that prior to, looks like the One Ring coming down. But, I mean, either way, One Ring represents quite a bit of power when played on turn 1 in this format. It does get a little bit weaker as time goes on, but, I mean, in a pod like this that could grind a little bit, I mean, really, Abby, I think really the only player actively looking to end the game and blow the doors off the game here, whereas the other Kinnan players are usually okay to, like, slow things down. I think putting the One Ring into play on turn 1 declares that, hey, I'm just going to be the most ahead if we try to play that game. And now everyone kind of needs to update their plans for how this game's going to play out.
Yeah, and I think One Ring I can't overstate how good that is. You're going to see, by the time it gets to your turn, you see 1 extra card hits your turn, 2 extra cards. So we're up 3 compared to the rest of the table, and we draw for turn. So we're seeing 4 cards in one turn cycle. And if other players aren't able to establish a draw engine or really apply pressure to Max, that One Ring, I think, can really start getting out of hand and help Max run away with the game with card advantage.
Absolutely. And now it's kind of funny too, with like any kind of life total pressure that might come down from the One Ring, kind of wonder how much pressure is Keurig? Can you make it big enough to matter? I don't know what the answer to that is, but as Mox Opal joins the mix as well for Max Sternberg, I mean, this is just about one of the best starts you can have in this post-ban era if you're playing Kinnan.
Yeah, I mean, Max is a great player and can't overstate. He, one of the highest. I think he might be the highest ELO ranked player.
Wow.
In the system for Command Tower and Topdeck software. But I'm always curious, and work to emulate when playing. What are the hands people are keeping? And you look at a hand like this, and you're like, yeah, I get it. I can.
I would keep that too. I can get that one right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm with you.
And the only thing really to worry about if you're Max is getting that other colored source for being able to cast Kinnan, but you're gonna draw so many freaking cards anyway.
Yeah, you look at it. You have so many.
Be a problem.
And I mean, a 5-star for Manny. Got Mana Vault, right?
Hey, I like your Mana Vault. I'm going to cast my own now.
Much weaker start overall, but I mean, much less painful. Ancient Tomb plus the One Ring and plus Mana Vault. I mean, there's a lot of pressures on your life total already. Now, Kinnan doesn't really use his life total, no ad nauseams and things like that to think about. But I mean, still, just natural attacks can start to add up as these things put pressure on your life total. Back to Abby we go already, who does draw her card she got off of Vampiric Tutor. Nykthos added to the mix as well to her mana base.
Note here, and I don't know if we can alert a judge, Max should be at 38 life due to that Ancient Tomb activation.
Yeah, I think that we'll have to see players recognize that. Not sure if they're tracking it separately, as Blood Pet is going to get sacrificed. And here we go. Heartless Summoning added to the mix.
Hell yeah.
I love this one.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So for kids at home who aren't messing with Heartless Summoning creatures, I'm gonna rattle this off the top of my head. Correct me, Drake, if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
1 black, 1 colorless enchantment creatures you control get -1/-1 and cost 2 colorless less. Is that correct?
Yeah. It might be too generic less, but I think it's the same feature. They cost 2 less.
Yeah.
As Kinnan added the next players playing quickly. Love this. So we do have Heartless Summoning, and then we did deploy Kinnan on turn 2, did Kaylin. And yeah, here we are down to 38. So we did get this corrected, it looks like. Maybe.
Yeah, Max had pointed to his Ancient Tomb and corrected his life total.
And now we're going to lose more. We have to lose life to the One Ring, and we have to lose life to Mana Vault as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe at the end of it all, we should be at 36. After draw step, though. Draw doesn't happen. We don't go to 36 till the draw step, which is not happening yet, I think.
Yep. And Max, what he's doing is he take the one from the One Ring, and then you activate, and then you get to draw a little bit more without after that damage trigger.
Right? Yeah, you don't want to take unnecessary extra points of damage with the One Ring here. A lot of cards to work with, but notably, that's not usually what Kennen cares that much about. I mean, we talk about, the black decks, how they use their rituals. Like those cost cards. You're trading card advantage for quick mana. A lot of times, Kennen doesn't have that, right? You're in a blue-green deck, so a lot of times you're just looking to have cards that are impactful over a density of cards. So, obviously having more cards is always better than not, but as far as just a density, like card critical mass, you don't really see as much of that. In Kennen, as here comes Mana Confluence added to the mix, so everything just hurts Max Sternberg here. Rhystic Study, the follow-up.
I believe we did also miss 1 point of damage on the Mana Vault. But with this being said, though, you had played such a long day yesterday.
Yep.
You come in, you have a 9:30 start. I dreaded the 9:30 start because it's 6:30 a.m. my time, and I was
That's
like, I
so
can't do
early.
that.
Wow.
But Max, I believe, is West Coast, or at least not East Coast. So you're on a time difference. There's so much stuff going on, and you've hung out with friends. You had a nice dinner. You went and did stuff. There's a really true fatigue and mental component. But again, that's what separates really successful players from folks who maybe don't convert or don't do as well.
Yeah, I mean, you just need to be able to adapt, and I think that is a real part of having like tours. Like when you talk about, events that happen across the country and in different time zones, the travel is part of it. The jet lag is part of it. Like this is part of the resiliency you need to have as a competitor playing on events that are in different, just different places, across the country, across different countries. And here we go. We did follow up here.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. We're just recounting the math. I believe we
it.
did do the math correctly here now. And we did update life totals here at 33 is Max Sternberg. And we do get 2 treasures. The offer you can't refuse on his Rhystic Study does work, but that does allow us to deploy Kennen. So Kennen is going to hit the battlefield. And that'll do it. Over to Andy we go.
Yeah, Max, I
Great
think,
turn.
is in a pretty
Yeah.
good driver's seat right now.
Have to agree with you. I mean, it's hard not to be with that start, but I mean, there's ways things can go wrong. It's still, I don't think he's out of the woods from something like a Orcish Bowmasters. I think that would really ruin his day if it came down, but not a lot of places it can come from, because obviously Abby, it doesn't really work that well with Heartless Summoning, but, Andy would have to basically be the one to cast it, but he has a Smothering Tithe.
Trying to catch up a little bit.
I mean, I love it. I mean, you're talking about anything that is going to be good against Max Sternberg is going to have to be things that tax the draws from the One Ring here and start to make something happen. The Smothering Tithe is one of those cards. It really does do that. Here we go.
To your credit, Drake, regarding the time zone difference that players experience, and in my own, when I was really on the grind playing in tournaments, I only ever top 16. The best I ever did was top 16ing on the East Coast, and I won while on the West Coast in my own time zone. So I'm wondering in retrospect if there's any correlation there.
I'm sure there's some, definitely some. I mean, people, you hear the hometown hero stories. I think there's like a real home field advantage when it comes to Magic tournaments too. It was one of my second big. I think it was my second big finish was in Atlanta, which is kind of like my home field as far as like big events go. And so here, I mean, very little jet lag here for me. This is my time zone. This is what I do here in Georgia.
Force of Negation coming from Keelan on the Smothering.
Pitching Highway Trickster, our first Foundations card here present.
I hope that doesn't shake the foundation for anyone watching at home.
I don't know why it would, but I mean, maybe it could. Just get your foundation looked at, okay? Foundation problems are no joke. Plus your storm.
If you are a homeowner.
If you are a homeowner, that's true.
Yeah, Nybar MTG in chat makes a good point. Keelan being table police. I think it's tough to be in that position. I do like Keelan just casting their spells. I love seeing players cast spells and put spells on the stack. It's tough though being forced in this position where you are kind of showing your hand a little bit, so to speak, using a lot of interaction, while Max does have a dedicated draw engine in play, and you're maybe facing another win attempt or at least some sort of win attempt on Abby's turn, right?
I think forcing something from Andy is, even if your quote unquote, even if your role is to be table police, I think Andy is the person that is most likely on your team in that regard.
Hmm.
You know, Abby being right after, you kind of need Andy's help just to have enough stuff to power through and make sure she doesn't just blow the doors off the game. But you also, I mean, using that force in something that is not from Max Sternberg, I think is also a tall ask. I mean, there's not a lot of targets left at this point. He's already done a lot of things that involve non-creature spells, but I mean, there's got to be something. And Max is so far ahead that going after the person in fourth that is deploying something to just kind of try to help catch up and play table police himself, I think is a little bit odd to me. Like that's not, I don't know that that's your role, but I don't know the context of Keelan's hand, which matters quite a bit as well. Is
If I'm
Keurig being
Abby,
deployed?
I'm stoked. I
Oh,
just saw
absolutely,
Smothering
yeah.
Tithe get eaten, or I guess the Smothering Tithe resolved, but I just saw interaction get used to two pieces of interaction over Smothering Tithe. Andy's a little low on cards. Max didn't protect the Ristic study. And if I'm Abby, I'm like, it's turbo time. Let's do this.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, right? Like this is turn 3. This is kind of the critical turn. This is the turn that Abby usually makes an attempt if she can, if she thinks the window's open. And I mean, I don't know, with this Fluster Storm Force interaction, hard not to feel like the window's open if we have it. Resolved the Vamp, drew the card. You know, we have Keurig. What are we missing? I don't know. We're about to find out, though. If anything,
Brandon
it might just be done here. We might just be done here again. 5 minutes into the round or whatever, Abby getting it done again, maybe, but we'll see. I have to imagine these treasures from Max have to represent something. Entomb,
Yep.
a great one.
Brandon McDonald in chat making a really funny point. Last time the table fought over value engines, Abby won the next turn LMAO. I am LMAOing with you, Brandon. I think there's a propensity we might see that again.
She can't keep getting away with this.
I kind of love it, to be honest.
I mean, you talk a lot about how the best players, kind of the top of this match, you talked a lot about how the best players just find ways to win. They really do. They just do things differently in ways that convert to wins. And with Abby and her Keurig deck, you really have to sit down and analyze what does she do differently, whether it's encouraging these fights over these draw engines or whether it's just capitalizing and being able to pick up the pieces afterwards. I mean, if it's something we've seen happen twice, it's not a coincidence. There is something tangible happening here that is pushing players to do that when she's in the pot alongside them. And that, to me, as Scourge Familiar is entombed. We've seen this before alongside the Necrotic Ooze combo from yesterday. To me,
Popper
that
staple.
signals you're doing something, you're built different. You're doing something different. Is it a Popper staple?
Popper
What do you do with this in
staple.
Popper?
I have it in I have a, oh God, what is it? It's like a Songs of the Damned combo, and then you win with Consume Spirit. And as we've seen,
Oh my God,
Ooze
Necrotic was in
getting
hand. Okay. I mean,
Which is-
this could be it. Yeah, you have to fight over this, and Max knows that. As here comes Mind Break
Wow.
Trap. Yeah, so Keurig plus Entomb plus Necrotic Ooze. That's spell 3. And getting it exiled is tough.
Oh, Abby putting her head on the table. Yep, we're with you, Abby.
I mean, if it's in the graveyard, she can at least
sucks.
reanimate it. Getting the exile here from Mind Break Trap is so brutal, and it might be back to square one for Abby. Yeah, she seems... yeah, that exile matters a lot in that particular moment. As a deck that loves to, we play Buried Alive, we play Entomb. You have ways to get things in the graveyard and ways to get them out. Things in exile, no longer access for Abby. It's back to square one to try to find a way to get this game over with. And over to Keelan we go.
Patient play by Max as well. You did have an opportunity in Andy's turn to hit the Smothering Tide, the Force, and the Fluster to just exile cards. Really patient play in threat assessment to go, yeah, maybe Andy will make a few treasures. I'm worried about Abby right now.
I cannot elaborate at this point.
Okay.
I cannot.
And
I have an update about so is that
We were going to get to the point that we have a legal game.
so, chat, we have some stuff going on right now. We're
Okay, I'll
I'm
let you
not
guys handle
there.
this.
We're going to get to the point that the game state is a clear game state.
Okay.
But we are working to resolve some sort of situation currently.
Yeah, so I just got an update. I don't have any details yet because I guess they don't exist yet to the public. Something has transpired. Not clear what it is, But the way that this pod is going to proceed from this point, once we get to a legal game state, is that we will have a 3-person pod featuring Abby, Keelan, and Andy. And then Max Sternberg, it sounds like, will no longer be part of this pod. Not clear what the rest of the status is. Not clear what the rest of the status is going to be beyond that. We'll get updates from judges, but for at least this, the remainder of this coverage match, the remainder of this pod, it is going to be a 3-person pod. So we're going to get that updated. We're going to get this cleaned up, and we will see exactly what the game state's going to look like once we get whatever is happening there figured out. Like I said, I don't have any details. It's not that I'm just withholding anything. I have told you the extent of what I know thus far, but there is going to be a break in the game as that is resolved and that is figured out from this point.
If I'm Abby, this feels bad, and we don't know what's going on right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the legal game state they're going to leave on is, but I'm sure that Abby will bring up, hey, like there was just a pretty critical play revolving this. What does that look like? Our judges, I trust our judging staff. They're going to be able to figure that out. But whatever has happened, whatever goes on, you'll get more details. I mean, you, Lauren, me, Drake, and everybody at home will get more details. As soon as we know more, but that is just an update we got from judging. So that's we're gonna get whatever happened there resolved. Like I said, I don't know. I can't even speculate. I mean, you saw everything I saw. I didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. Whatever happened. But that is how this is going to proceed. A little unorthodox. This doesn't just happen, obviously. So obviously there will be almost certainly more details to come. But for the time being, I don't think it does any good to speculate. But like I said, that would be, like you mentioned, pretty brutal for Abby if she just got her critical combo piece countered by a mind break shot from a player that is nearly immediately after no longer going to be a member of this feature match pod.
And if we can switch a little bit, if we can switch off of the table cam, if we can switch to see me and Drake's beautiful faces, kind of lighten the mood a little bit here. I don't know if that's possible. As I call in from California, not in Atlanta right now.
Not in Atlanta. Not in beautiful Stone Mountain, Georgia, here at Charlie's Collectible Show. Last time we were here, actually, quick anecdote, because we are clearly going to have the time as things get resolved. I was here, and there's a bunch of cool shops here, obviously. This is like a collectible show. I can't show everything, but there's there's a lot going on here. It feels like a convention, basically, in a box, like just kind of stagnant in a warehouse. And all the shops were like locked up at the time last time we were here, and I was like, well, what gives? I want to check out all these shops. These look really cool. This time, they're actually all open, so I've spent some time, in between my rounds when I'm not on coverage kind of in this venue, and I have to say I like it a lot. I don't know how much time you've gotten to spend in doing exactly that, but it has been quite nice and a nice little extra feature for players that came out here to the Boil too, and maybe last time they didn't really get to explore some of this stuff, now get to kind of get a little bit more out of their convention experience. I think that's a nice bonus.
I'm gonna give some inside baseball, some kind of cool background about Charlie's Collectible Show. So there is a venue in California, Los Angeles, which is actually where the Black Lotus Cassius Marsh tournament happened, and then what was it was like spring break themed. I can see the playmat. I can't remember the name of the event, but it was a.
I know what you're talking about too. I remember as well. The names, they all blur together to me when you do all the shows.
Oh my goodness! What was the name of that event? Summer Fling or whatever. Okay. But so the venue that's at is called Frankensons, and Frankensons is cool because Charlie, who owns Charlie's Collectible Show, had a booth at Frankensons and was friends with Frank. And Frank's awesome, by the way. Like, this building that Frankensons is in is it was an old Costco.
Okay.
And so it's like Charlie's, but maybe 2 or 3 times the size.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Costco. That's got to be huge. I mean, this place is big, but I mean, Costco's, they're massive.
Yeah. So it's amazing. And Charlie used to be in Los Angeles, saw Frankensons, through different businesses, different things. And then he went on after seeing how cool and successful that Frankensons was. Charlie's, wanted to start his own on the East Coast. So in terms of going, they're very similar experiences. So if you folks have been to Frankensons, it's very similar to Charlie's, different scales, but same caliber of vendors and same, sort of nerd mall, if you will, like a permanent Comic-Con vendor hall.
And I'll say this: I think that's nice to highlight, and I kind of wondered too why there isn't more stuff like this. Like, I think what's going on here is like really cool. It seems like a nice use of like just large, open, like you said, old Costco, nice big warehouse space. Just getting all these like micro vendors is what I'll call them, just like kind of in one spot for like kind of like an indoor like niche mall. I think it's like really cool, especially when we see this like the rise of Amazon, the death of malls, all this kind of stuff. You really don't have these spots to just kind of walk around and shop. But if you can get them like more focused, like things like collectibles, where hey, I don't want to order expensive collectibles online because then who knows what condition it shows up in. Well, now you have all these shops here where you can show up in person, you get that in-person interaction. Also, you don't have to worry about any kind of shipping. You don't have to worry about any kind of condition variances, any kind of like you have less worries about any kind of fakes, proxies, whatever you want to call them. I think that's I don't know, that's cool to me. This is a neat concept, and I think Charlie. I didn't know that he was so deep. I know obviously Charlie's collectible show. I didn't know he was so deep with the Costco's and stuff like that too. Cool to hear. I'm rooting for Charlie to succeed. I'm rooting for more stuff like this to pop up. But I mean, like I said, if you missed out on the Boil too, I mean, you missed out on something really special. Not only obviously a historic event, for this series, for CDH in general. I mean, 323 players, so many. But also, like I said, a historic venue. I can't say the rest for Stone Mountain, Georgia. I mean, it is what it is. It's a fine city. It's a city where there's stuff to do. But as far as the venue where we're hosting this tournament, I have to say I really like it. And Topdeck puts on a great show. So an awesome event here. CDH on the rise constantly, and as we find more places, more venues, more events being held, not even in convention centers, just like, we've seen hotels, we've seen game shops, all those kinds of things. I think that's part of the joy of grinding these events is, you really get to go see all these places.
And the cool part too with the vendors at both Charlie's and at Frankensons, it really helps, I think kind of the small guy and larger companies. But, if I'm somebody who's, running this business out of my house, I'm buying collections, I'm selling collections, it really helps them take it to the next level of having a storefront, but also having a secured environment, and really being able to take your business to the next level. I know a lot of vendors like having that permanent space because it allows them to buy collections and be more front facing in terms of helping run their business. And like you said, with Amazon and malls struggling and just everything going on with big box stores, it's really cool to see. Like every time I go to Frankensons, and Drake, if you're ever in Los Angeles, which I know will never happen, you prefer the other LA, Louisiana. But did you guys beat Louisiana, by the way?
We did. Yeah, we actually beat the crap out of them. It was like 40 to like 60. I have to go look. It was like I stopped watching near like third quarter time frame because it was just that bloody. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see the score real quick. We are getting an update, so we will be coming back to the game real quick. We're not going to get into football limbo.
But I do want to say though, so that Costco's parking lot as well, that's part of it. You can't find parking. It is full. That's how crazy this venue is.
42 to 13 was the final score. There you go. All right, so let me get an update real quick. So it sounds like as a same seed order. Okay, so it sounds like because of the impact of this player no longer being a member of this pod, we are going to, and the timing of it, because remember, we came back in right as, we paused this right after Abby's very critical combo piece was getting countered and exiled. It sounds like the final ruling is to restart the entire pod. So we're going to get a 3-person pod from turn 0, I believe from Mulligan's, obviously, all over again. So maybe not a perfect fix. I don't know that a perfect fix exists, but the judges determined that this was the most fair given the transgressions, what had transpired, and really the impact, obviously, that was had throughout the entire game from having that player, and then of course that player removed. So. Maybe for the first time ever, you're going to see a 3-person pod from the jump.
I have to run for like 2 seconds. Is that okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Take it away. I'll be right back. I'm not removing myself from the tournament. I'll be right back.
You're not removing yourself from the tournament. If you want to cut down to the players, you can here. As Lauren is going to step away from the booth really quick. So, quick update. Anything else I need to know? There was 3-person pod. All right. Yeah, so really only update here other than he's been removed from the pod is that he has been entirely removed from the event as well. So, like I said, I am not privy to details. That the judges are still working things out, and I assume any information that needs to be public will become public. And so we're getting the same turn order. All right, so yeah, there will be the same turn order with their entire necessary time extension to play a full match of coverage. So obviously this is very unorthodox, especially in the final rounds like this. But this is what's going to happen. So we have a 3-person pod from Mulligan. So I mean, pretty rare that you get to choose your Mulligan decisions based on there being only a 3-person pod. But I mean, here we get to see it, and for really the biggest impact card as far as 3-person pods go is Dockside Extortionist, and that card's not even legal anymore. So outside of that, I mean, you have like Mystic Remorse and things like that, but for the most part, I mean, less players. I have to say, I mean, I'm sure Abby's got to be frustrated. I don't really want to speak on that too much, but I'm sure she's got to be frustrated with, okay, this person that just countered my thing is now just gone from the tournament. Why couldn't I just have won? I would have won. But also, I mean, I think going first in a 3-person pod favors her immensely. Like, her cards don't care how many players there are, except maybe Gray Merchant, but not really. I mean, you gain so much life usually with that. Doesn't matter. But, like, none of your cards are really nerfed by having less players, but a lot of the cards that are good against you, I think, are.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think, Gray Merchant is a good call, but I think outside of a 1v1 match, if you're still netting positive life.
Yeah, I think so too.
Merchant,
you'd have to have such a weird moment where your devotion is at a weird spot that would be the case. So I think, I think Abby, like I said, I'm sure what just happened here, pretty frustrating. I mean, getting yourself countered is frustrating. I'm sure what transpired after that is frustrating. But I have to say, I think her position's really good. And, for, I guess, the rest of the table, I mean, I think the biggest threat at the table has been removed. So they have to feel somewhat good about that in some way as well. So, obviously a restart, like I said, I'm not gonna speculate on what a perfect fix was and what it could be. But as it stands, I think the players have to be pretty happy with what happened here. And, we're going to start over. We'll get to see a 3-person pod.
And chat does have a lot of questions, so I'm going to answer those to the best of our abilities here. Something had transpired, and Drake and I truly are not privy to what. We respect our judge staff, and with judge staff, the decisions they make and the why they make decisions is not always privy to us. And as casters or people not playing in the tournament, we have to respect that boundary.
Right.
But with that being said, this pod was a 4-player pod. Something had transpired where one of the players is no longer playing in the tournament. And given how impactful a play was, Abby put a game-winning spell on the stack. The player who was removed from the game had countered that spell and then was removed from the game by our judge staff. Because of how impactful that play is, the judge staff has ruled to restart round 7 as a 3-player pod. Which is the state that we're in now, folks.
Yeah, so this timer is not accurate. Now, it is accurate. Obviously, the entire round 7 is not going to be restarted. It is just this pod. So the timer you see on screen is the timer for round 7. However, these players will be given the fresh, full set of 80 minutes in order to play their match. I said 80. I said 80. I said 80, right? 80 is the number.
You said 80.
80. Yeah, I'm a genius. They will have the full 80 minutes to play their match, and we'll resolve mulligans from scratch. So that's so things are at. And like I said, nearly a quick end to that game in a rather unorthodox kind of event occurring. And now we are starting over. And like I said, maybe if you're Andy, this is actually not even that bad. I don't know. You just had to fight over just to get your smothering times resolved. You really didn't have any counter magic. It felt like you're really not going to get another turn. And now, I mean, you went from 4th seat to 3rd seat. So that's maybe an upgrade there.
The only downside if you're Andy is your Timna is a little worse, right?
Yeah.
I
I guess that's true. I didn't really think about that when I was talking about the cards that they got worse by having only 3 players. Timna is definitely one of them.
Yeah, and for folks asking, we don't know why why this player was removed. we are unable to say because we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not privy to that information. Like, even as a member of coverage staff, I'm not lying to you people. I'm not withholding information. I don't know. And I don't need to know because I trust our judging staff. This is what we pay them for. This is their job. They will do their jobs. I will do mine. And I'm sure you all in chat have lots of questions, and you have all the right to ask those questions. However, you have you're not guaranteed answers to those questions until such a time that the judges, when and if the judges feel it is appropriate to inform people about the details. So, trust the judging staff, trust the process, and your questions will be answered theoretically in time. But for the time being, like I said, we're going to be watching a 3-person pod. Max Sternberg, somebody that looks very likely to win, no longer a member of the pod. So, as these players, I'm sure there might be some frustration, around the way things happen, but it can't be as bad as just, losing to the person that was supposed to head. So, this is where we're at. This is what we're resolving, and we're resolving mulligans. Yep. And like I said, I think the less players there are in a pod, the more the proactive decks get paid off. And or whoever's ahead. So when you talk about the math for like, should I take this player out of the game or not? Whoever's the most ahead when you take a player out of the game is usually the player that's going to win that game when there's less players in that game. So that rolls back all the way to the start of the game where you have proactive players who can get it done the fastest and just race. I think a lot of the time is very favored the less players there are in a pod. I think that still Abby and Keelan are both in pretty good positions. I think Andy is still fighting an uphill battle, trying to play a little bit more fair, Timna's obviously a little bit worse. You're obviously also going last in turn order. Still not a lot going his way, but it's not clear that you're worse off than you were, 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think generally, 3-player pods, 4 months ago, we were complaining, okay, my Dockside's worse, this sucks, my Timna's worse, my Crom is worse.
Right.
But we're not really in that situation right now with this pod. Andy's, again, really the only one that I think suffers card quality-wise. Your Timna just can't draw as many cards. But there's really no other. I guess your Ristic studies are a little worse, and your Mystic Remoras are slightly worse because there's just less spells being cast right now as well without having a fourth player. But with all of that being said, you also have the benefit. Draw engines aren't being as fed, but there's just less counter magic floating around right now.
Yeah, that's the big one. There's just less total counter magic that can be available in a turn cycle. That makes punching through a win easier. And I think it's kind of cool. I'll say this, obviously whatever happened to the situation, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of emotions around it, and there's going to be, a lot of discussion around it and all that kind of stuff. And like I said, there's not a lot I can do about that one way or the other, especially, I don't have any details. I don't have any kind of knowledge, but what I can tell you is it's kind of cool to commentate a 3-person pod. I haven't really gotten to do that in a while. And there is like meaningful differences. Like what we're talking about here, like is just like real fundamentals of CDH that people don't practice. I think most of the time people basically refuse to play a pod unless there's 4 players, which is fine because that's how most of your pods are going to play out. But if you don't get practice at 3-person pods, situations like a player being removed from the game either by dying or for other reasons, you may not be as familiar. I think there could be some real opportunities for a skill leverage and just adjusted understanding from these players if you've just played more 3-person pods than the rest of the table.
And something that I want to mention as well, because chat is asking quite a bit. The judge staff does not need to let the casting staff know what's going on.
Correct.
We're kind of at the lowest tier of getting information or needing to know information. Our tournament organizing staff knows. The people actually running the tournament knows. Drake and I are just told to get on camera.
Yeah, they just put me in front of a mic and say talk about this stuff, and I do an okay job of that sometimes. Sometimes we talk about football instead, but that's not what's going on right now. And like I said, I think a lot of people, I don't know if this is the internet culture or whatever, I think a lot of people feel they are owed details that they are not necessarily owed. And if they are owed the details, they will come out in time once a full, thorough resolution has happened. So, whatever. Like I said, it's still fresh. The judge staff, I'm sure, is still working out all the details of what happened. Obviously, what happened isn't random. Our judging staff is very competent. They're very well, we've vetted our judging staff. They're very well compensated. These are people that we trust, And if they have made this decision, we trust that it was the correct decision, and we trust whatever their rationale may be. And frankly, we as casting staff have no reason to know any more than that. And for you in chat
Yeah,
right
we're
now,
literally-
you don't either, actually. Sorry for you.
Drake, I looked at the org chart before this event just to see where you and I laid on
Oh,
the org
yeah,
chart
little like
in terms
teams
of
work
knowing
chart.
information.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at the bottom.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We get little scraps of information if they do trickle down to us lowly peasants, but
The vendors
yeah,
at
we
the
don't.
event know more than us. That's where things
Yeah,
are.
honestly,
So
we're so isolated. I'm literally 2,200 miles away.
right. I I really obviously, like I said, it's fair to have questions. Just you'll get your answers in time if it's appropriate.
And
So with
here's
that,
the thing.
yeah.
We literally have the same questions.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Doesn't do us any good to just ask questions the whole time. You know, we do have some high stakes Magic to play. There is still a top 16 that needs to be determined. Like we have, the show must go on. We have a tournament must go, and these players are resolving mulligans and preparing to begin their pod. So with that, we will try to keep the questions and all that stuff away from the discussion, away from any of that speculation as possible, and talk about what happened. Although what I will say is these players are mulliganing a ton. We saw Andy reveal multiple hands to the pod. I think these players, we mentioned, kind of know each other. They've played together before. It's just kind of revealing, kind of showing his woes, kind of talking about his hands. But I think he ended up finding a fairly large hand he was happy to keep. Starting off with Ancient Tomb and just a pass from Abby over to Keelan. We go. His turn one previously wasn't great. Ancient Tomb, more mana than he had last time. Let's see what he's got.
Pigeon in chat saying the Boyle should have been a cube event instead of a CDH event. I think if that happened, Mr. Sasser would be playing.
Yeah, then I might compete. No, I'm just kidding. I'd probably still comment. Dude, commentating, that's got to rule. Oh, wow. A great start from Keelan. We got Springleaf Drum and Mana Vault. Lotus Petal as well. Oh,
Pretty good.
A nice hand here. An Elvish Mystic deployed as well. Much stronger. And Mox Amber.
Wow.
One card left, too?
Wow.
All these cards are flying on turn one for Keelan. And over to Andy we go. No Kinnan in play quite yet, but when it hits, it's going to be impactful.
Yeah, here's the awkward part. The only awkward part with that hand from Keelan is you're really starved for colored mana.
Yeah, and that's something that you see the Kinnan deck. It comes up all the time, especially when you talk about the Basalt Monolith combo, where it makes infinite colorless mana. You still need to find a way to launder that into the blue and green to activate Kinnan infinite times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Andy did have to go a little deep. I kind of like the gamesmanship of Andy showing his mulligans.
Too, yeah. I love it.
I like that a lot. And I think that shows you that even though this is a high stakes, all of these players need to win to get into top 16. It's still a game. And I think by showing your mulligans, oh, look how shitty this opening hand is, he's having fun with it, which I really respect.
Yeah, I do too. I like the the sportsmanship, the show of connection. Like I said, these players, they know each other. They've played each other before. They've battled against each other certainly across all of our Top Deck events that we have hosted. This here is a Marsh Flats crack here from Andy. See what his turn one looks like now. Oh, it's Mystic Remora. A little slow after Keelan has already dumped his entire hand, but might still be good if Abby's planning on letting some spells fly here.
Yeah, I think more than happy, especially if you can get your engine going, as we see
oh wow, City
early...
Traders turn to Kirik. Not bad.
Yeah, I think if you're Abby, you play through this, and you can really set yourself up.
Well, she's moving her permanents
like
in such a way that she
Abby.
seems to agree with you. Oh, maybe not. Decides not to. All right, over to Keelan we go. Full hand for Abby, and I mean it's only turn two. Not not a huge rush. And especially if you think that there's a good chance Keelan's going to use a lot of his colored mana, you may end up where players really only have access to free spells on whatever turn you decide to go for the win.
Yeah, I think this is a really good board position for Abby to be in. Keelan has dumped a lot of their hand, and that you know that there's probably not a lot of interaction there. Andy deploying it, you do run the risk of drawing into interaction or drawing additional cards from that Remora. But that Remora might feel a little bad if I'm Andy, especially being a 3-player pod. And I would have loved to have that Remora before Keelan's explosive start.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, turn order always is going to matter. It matters even more in Remors. And, unfortunately, Remor is one of those cards that in 3-player pods, not quite as good. You really do feel the cumulative upkeep more. As a carpet of flowers is one of the draws. Like I said, Andy, you mentioned the gamemanship. I love it here. I love it just showing the carpet of flowers. What am I supposed to do with this? It's just no islands at all on the other side of the board at all. It's Misty Rainforest going to get cracked here. See what he
Love
wants to
it.
fetch.
And I don't blame Keelan at all for keeping that hand. When you're one colored mana source away from greatness, I think I keep that too.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm not even sure he's like in that. I mean, he's obviously not in the perfect position, but I mean, is he really in that bad of a position? You did so much development on turn 1. You don't really need to do that much on turn 2. You can afford to brick for a turn or two before you need to really start to go off. Like I said, we're still thinking on this Misty Rainforest crack. Yeah, we found Bayou deployed. I guess we had to be a Greenland, so we had to deploy the Birds of Paradise, and that's actually nice. Get the mana ramped up a little bit, maybe keep the fish around a little bit longer, and back to Abbey we go. And I mentioned, like I said, mostly tapped out. Keelan's actually not, so we do have blue mana we can make by laundering the Elvish Mystic through the Springleaf Drum, and so we can make some blue mana there for some interaction if Abbey does try to attempt something this turn. But honestly, I mean, if you're Abbey, what's the rush? Keelan's missing land drops. All Andy's doing is really paying for Mystic Remora. Well, what's the rush?
Yeah, there might be incentive to just get it closed out, especially you don't want Keelan to get the colored mana and you don't want Andy to draw more cards. Andy has 4 cards at hand. Keelan has 7 or 3 cards at hand. Abby's playing against 7 cards, maybe 8 or 9 if you feed the Mystic Remora a little bit. But once Abby gets going, it is a creature-based combo.
Yeah, it's
that
all
isn't
creatures.
casting
Yep.
things. So there's something to be said there where you're probably truly playing against 9 cards, maybe 10 cards. I think the math is pretty good for Abby to just close this out and go, hey, I want this game to be over. I want that win that, I was so close to before this round restarted.
Yeah, I have to agree. Like I said, if she has 2 things to do, 2 payoff spells, like can you beat 1 counterspell? If you can beat 1 counterspell, I think she goes for it. If she doesn't have it or can't beat a counterspell, I think she passes. We'll see exactly what she decided to do. Doesn't look like she plans to do much of anything. So, and maybe she is still thinking a lot of cards to work with. And not, I mean, you have Keurig plus a lot of colorless mana. I don't know. Like, you have mana, you have cards, you have Keurig. Things seem to be going your way. I can't get a good look at the hand. I think I saw Lake of the Dead among the mix. Could just have a bunch of lands, but it'd have to be a pretty rough hand composition for this to go badly for her.
Yeah, I love Lake of the Dead. Off topic, notably though, can't really use it. Don't have a swamp to
The
sacrifice
swamps,
to it.
yeah, pretty tough in your mono black deck to find room for those.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm joking. The soul lands are obviously a great start, but I mean, they have a real cost. And if she wants to deploy a swamp and maybe start to get Lake of the Dead going at any point in time, this City of Traders has to go, which kind of makes it. Oh, and there's a Dark Ritual. Okay.
Hell yeah.
So that can
Hell
launder
yeah.
black through. We flashed a Dark Ritual. I wonder what for.
2 life, make 3 black mana is so sick.
That card would be very strong. That card would be quite strong.
Gitaxian Ritual.
And
I'd play that.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm sure you would. That card is not printable. And I mean, yeah, so many cards to work with. It looks like she has spells. I mean, she has Dark Ritual. Looks like Beseech the Mirror. Her hand looks stacked to me. Maybe I'm missing something critical here, but the Beseech the Mirror, artifact man. It might be that Beseech is the only like payoff spell. Is that
Yeah,
enough?
hard. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to get it going if Beseech, because you have to pay mana into it. Get it. You have to pay mana, and you want to get the bargain on it, obviously.
Chat's saying she might have flashed a Deadly Rollick. I don't know if that's. I thought it was the Altar Dark Ritual, but I mean, obviously, it's not infallible. I could be wrong. See, I mean, like I said, she's giving real thought to what she wants to do. I wasn't sure she was going to do anything. I guess she has decided to go for something here. Lotus Petal deployed. Enables bargain on the Beseech the Mirror if that's where we want to go, or just gives more mana if that's where we want to go as well.
And I did see, I believe, a swamp in Abby's hand as well. But it looks like we're just doing some honest swings. Don't need to gain the life. With Abby moving to combat, and not casting spell. I don't think any spells are going to be cast second main, and I think Keelan just drew for turn.
Yeah, okay. Just
Um,
deploy pedal, let Mr. Kimura draw happen, and pass the turn. Interesting. Keelan found something. Quickly reaching for Ancient Tomb, Elvish Mystic, and Springleaf Drum. Ristic Study, maybe?
Pollywog Prodigy.
Okay. Those of you not familiar, this is a new card from Bloomborough. Let's get the text box of Pollywog Prodigy pulled up. Pollywog.
Yeah,
Prodigy.
loop us in on this Bloomborough staple.
I got you here. Here it comes. It is a 1 and a blue Frog Wizard 1/3 with Evolve mechanic from Return to Ravnica. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell with mana value less than Pollywog's Prodigy, draw a card. So the bigger the power, the more different kinds of spells you can draw cards off of. So you're kind of incentivized to play this thing first, then play some big creatures to grow it, which Kenny can actually do. We do have some big creatures in the deck, but at a base rate, you're drawing off zeros, and I believe ones as well, right? It's less than or equal to. Just less than. So you're drawing off zeros at a base rate. You can get it to ones if you can play anything with 2 power, and Kennen has that. So if you play Kennen here, that Pollywog Prodigy gets a meaningful upgrade.
It really does. It really does. And it gives you another creature as well for the Springleaf Drum to be able to deploy Kennen next turn.
I like the look here. I mean, this is. Andy deployed Llanowar Elves didn't keep fish around, which maybe signals there's some interaction that he does want to hold up. Can't afford to just keep paying for Mystic that doesn't draw cards. But I mean, Abby likes the spot. Pollywog Prodigy, is cast, so there's no blue mana available for Keelan, no commander for things like Fierce Guardianship, and really it's just beating whatever permission that Andy has access to as far as what you know. And so I guess it's time. Here's Beseech the Mirror on the stack.
Yep, and you're facing, I think the math now is 8 cards after the Llanowar Elves was cast and the Pollywog Prodigy was cast. But yeah, this is Abby's window, I think, and it looks like we are.
Yeah, it looks like it's resolving.
We didn't sacrifice it though at anything as part of an additional cost.
Yeah, so I mean, you don't have to, right? That's only if you want to cast it for free, which I mean would be an upgrade on Lotus Petal if you did want to bargain it. But I mean, I don't know. It might just be 0 mana anyway from Keurig, so nothing might matter. I mean, notably, I don't know how much life you actually need to execute the combo from here, but you do only have 28 left to work with. So without getting some life gain involved, there might be a Necro in her hand too. I got a little flash of a card. It looked like the skull dude from Necro.
And I'm no mathematician, but I think at 28 life, you can win.
I think so too. Her life total is not really in any pressure, but she does have an Ancient Tomb that's worth noting. She does have, the option to bargain away the Lotus Petal. It didn't, and I think that's meaningful representation of how she wants her mana to play out. Because it's the same equation, right? All Lotus Petal does is make mana. It's an artifact system play, it makes mana. So, if the equation is the card you're grabbing something you want to cast? If so, does it cost less than 4 mana? If so, is that more than 1 mana? That's kind of the formula to get you to whether or not to crack Lotus Petal, I think. And the fact she didn't, like I said, I think, it kind of gets back to the thing you talk about with Brian Koval, where it's like, she's telling you kind of what her plan is based on whether or not she cracks that and how she's sequencing her mana.
Right. I completely agree. And that I love that quote.
It's a good one. It's Brian. A good one. applies to a lot of things. It really, and it really drills. You can drill into that deeper and get to, people in general telegraph what their intentions are with their actions, and like that is a more generic thing you can apply to other things in life. Oh, here we go. Her nice new. I think is this the Russian foil flesh rider that we were talking about the pickup here.
Yep. Yeah. Abby. Candidly, I've done a coaching session with Abby before, and Abby is a player that I really like and really respect. But Abby was very, very excited to tell me about their latest deck pickup, and it is a Future Sight Russian foil flesh rider. And Abby's like, I'm gonna tease you a little bit, Abby, only because we're friends. Abby's like, I'm not even going to tell you how much I spent on this.
They're expensive.
They're
expensive. Well, here it is. She gets to find it here, and to hand it goes. So that does make sense, right? She didn't crack the Lotus Petal. Guess what? It's a card she wants in hand. Got to transmute that thing. Don't want to cast it.
Yep. And is that what Abby had grabbed with the Beseech?
I believe so. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
It was a card revealed, and I doesn't. Hold on. Quick text check on Beseech the Mirror. I think you have to reveal no matter what, right? Maybe not.
No. Do you reveal it no matter what?
Search your library for card. Exile it face down the shuffle. The spell was bargained. You may cast it. Oh no, you don't. Okay. Very interesting. Wow,
I'm
I'm not
curious.
sure what just happened. Oh, this might be that might have been a politic thing. It might be I'm tutoring for a
Oh.
tutor to grow my Keurig because I want more life. Don't counter my Beseech the Mirror. I will show you what I grab, and then I will just attack and pass. I think that's what's happening here. Instead of going for a win there, I think she politicked her way into getting some value out of it anyway. And so she grabbed the Flesh Writher, showed everybody she grabbed the Flesh Writher, and then, obviously just played a land and passed. And now, I mean, we saw Necropotence in hand. She chose not to cast that. I think there's some political dealings at work here.
Yeah, I think if I'm Abby and that, the political play, you turned a tutor into a tutor.
No, it's
Flesh Writher manipulates the stack in a very different way. For those who don't know, Flesh Writher is a 3/3, 2 black, 2 colorless, and Keelan here does deploy their Kitten and triggers Polywog Prodigy. But Flesh Writher has a Transfigure for 2 black and a colorless. Sacrifice this creature. Search your library for a creature card with the same converted mana cost as this creature, and put that card into play. So you play the creature, you pay 3 mana, sacrifice it, and search for a 4 mana creature. That does chain with effects like Necrotic Ooze, where they will have that activated ability. So it can really get out of hand really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've seen her get the work done with the Chronic, who's tried to do so kind of at the first iteration of this game. And like I said, even now, I think Abby's spot is still pretty good. She has a Necropotence, she has another tutor dialed up. Like, I think she's in a really good spot to fight through, only 2 players. And there is the Deadly Relic that chat did mention. That looked like to me the Secret Lair Dark Ritual. It is not. That is a Deadly Relic full art. And here it comes. I think going after Kennen based on the directionality of that.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. You time walk them a little bit, right? They just devoted a lot of resources to deploying it, and then you turn off any fierce guardianships, any. I think that'd really be the only one in Kinnan that you're worried about, and you're not worried about that from Andy. So I like this play from Abby. And if they do burn a fierce guardianship on it, you got that out of your hand, and then kind of put shields down for your win attempt,
Yep.
which I do not mind.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out where we're at. It looks like we're responding to the Brolic still, but I don't know. It looks like Andy might be about to act. I don't know. This weird. We got like the dice over here that representing the 2 and the 4. So I guess we floated. Okay, we're floating all of our mana is what happened, and we're courting in response using the Ancient Tomb. Okay, and this can find Spellskite, I assume, would be a target. I mean, that's just like something, right? Like anything that protects your Kennen.
Right. Yeah, I can definitely see a world in which you are grabbing that. Let me take a look here at Cord. With that, you are forcing Keelan now to devote resources to not stopping you, which you're forcing action, you're forcing play from your opponents that maybe they wouldn't make otherwise.
Yeah, I don't know if there's something better to grab. It looks like we put a lot of mana into that Cord. So, like, I don't, I can't really speculate as to what on the higher CMC range we would be grabbing here that solves the problem. I think among the mix, obviously the floor is kind of like a Spellskite style effect, just to save your creature from Deadly Relic. As Keelan taking a look through the deck list, kind of went through once already, still thinking about what the best solution here is. I mean, tapped out here. So like maybe the question is, do you grab something that might be disruptive to like Abby and like keeping you from not dying, or do you try to grab something to save Kennen? That might be the decision point that Keelan's thinking about right now. Is seems a little unsure. And yeah, Wandering Archaic to me signals I just want to stay alive. Use the mana now and try to stay alive.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. I think that forces people now to you're really having to consider, okay, are my spells scary enough that Keelan can have them?
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously they're not going to get a lot from Abby, but obviously just any piece of permission that Andy has is now doubled. That's meaningful for just having a critical mass of stuff. And assuming that part of the political conversation here to get Abby to resolve Beseech the Mirror the way she did, you have to assume that Andy very likely said, "Hey, I have X. I have something. I have some piece of permission." And Wandering Archaic is threatening to double up on that if when Abby goes to try to make an attempt later in the in this game. So things are getting worse. I mean, the relic does start to solve some problems, but things are getting worse. The cool thing about being a black deck is you could play all kinds of sweepers to try to break out of this. But for the time being, tough looking spot for Abby, as just had to sacrifice one of her key mana producers in the last turn just to get a swamp in play.
Yeah, I'm curious what the follow-up here from Abby is going to be. You do have to worry about, again, the Wandering Archaic now. The Kinnan is going to get eaten. Andy, likely deploying a Timna or Thrasios on their turn.
You think you can afford to?
I think so. I think if you have nothing else to do, you deploy it and you hope to feign Fierce or something like that.
Okay, get a little look at the hand there. Maybe it was a threat on Keurig because it looks like white. I saw white cards. Makes me think Swords to Plowshares. Yeah, it is Swords to Plowshares. So now we can Swords targeting Archaic and then get the copy that targets Keurig. And I think this is an exchange that stinks, but isn't that bad.
Right. I think it puts Abby back a turn. I think that was a very opportunistic move on Andy's part. And a really good way to leverage your opponent's resources against them.
Yeah, and Abby, thankfully, from the attacks from Keurig, her lifesteal was actually pretty high. So she can kind of do all of this kind of stuff again. But as you mentioned, like just being behind, a turn or so is pretty tough. And it makes me wonder if we maybe pivot away. Can you do all this stuff by just putting Necropotence in play, for instance? Like, can we just ignore Keurig as a plan and try to pivot that way? Not clear. We'll see exactly what she cooks up. But I think the Swords to Plowshares, I mean, that's brutal. Obviously, you don't want to get your Keurig swords. That's, what your entire deck's built around. But the Wandering Archaic backed up by, backing up any of Andy's permission and really keeping Keelan pretty ahead in this game, I think was not great. The Polywog Prodigy, of course, is threatening to draw cards and keep Keelan in the game that way. But really, I mean, Keelan's mana situation is still pretty disastrous for the time being.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. You're needing to use the Ancient Tomb, both of your dorks, the Springleaf Drum. The Mana Vault's not untapping, just to redeploy Kinnan, and then you have 2 mana from the Mox Amber. But Andy, I think, has kind of leaped into the driver's seat now and kind of has gained control of this game, as we see a follow-up with, hey, I just took out 2 of the biggest creatures. Here's a Rhystic Study now. Enjoy casting them.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, this is going to keep the draw engines flowing, and this is really, I think, where the squeeze starts to be felt on the turbo deck of the pod here. That in Keurig, Keelan, I think, happy to kind of work together with Andy to not just die out the gate to Abby. Abby now kind of in a position where she is kind of playing a 1v2 and needs to figure out how to break out of that if she wants to punch her ticket here in the top 16. And we'll see what that looks like. Like I said, she got some options. I don't think, obviously things don't look great, but she got a lot of cards in and they're pretty good.
Yeah, and speaking of punching your ticket to top 16, any of these players, I believe, if they win, they will get top 16 locked. They all need this win. And if you lose this game, this is a win and in for all of these players. So if you're losing, enjoy the redemption event.
Yeah, I mean, this, if there's even till time to sign up for anything like that, yeah, it is. It might just be go home time after that, as here is a transmute, I believe. Getting a look at the Russian. I mean, we didn't hardcast that, did we? Did we just cast this thing? It's
so
Fetchless in play, right?
Flesh Rider's a little different. It does not have transmute, it has transfigure.
Transfigure, you're correct.
Which is like transmute, except it has to be in play and you sacrifice it. Which is why I was a little surprised we didn't bargain the Lotus Petal to put it into play and then transfigure it.
Right, yeah, that's why I thought that all made sense. Because it's transmute. Then maybe not second Lotus Petal for a bargain makes sense. But no, now if your plan was to cast it all along, not bargaining that Lotus Petal a while ago for the Beseech the Mirror strikes me as a little odd. I
Yeah,
assumed I
and
was
this is
wrong
the
there.
hard part, Drake, and something you've said before and really helped me, better my perception of the game. This is something that you've helped me with is you and I, we're not privy to what's going on at the table, and it's we're a little bit isolated, and sometimes it can be hard to those nuanced politics and stuff like that. We're really not privy to. So there's probably a reason that it happened, but what that reason is, not really sure.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not privy to the conversation is usually the key missing piece. There was a lot going on there with the conversation on that turn that was cast. So it sounds like there was some political dealings being made, and we were not privy to those. So, well, like I said, we'll see exactly how that's going to. I mean, it's in play now, so we're spending mana. That's good. We're furthering our game plan. That's good. But doing this in the face of Keelan, who's not really getting too far, but I mean, Andy, who just doesn't have to pay for the management anymore in the form of Ristic Study. I think Andy can start to really look to take a stranglehold on this game. He started really from quite behind, in third seat. There's two decks in front of him, I think, that are really a lot more proactive than Tim Thrasios typically is. But I think he's done a good job navigating his games thus far, navigating the few pieces of permission he does have access to, and I think he's really setting himself up to be a favorite to win this pod as this game progresses.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and I think if Andy is able to lock in this game and get the dub, that Swords to Plowshares play was the POTG, if you will, for kids at home.
Yeah, that lined up
Uh,
nicely. I mean, you got to get rid of what is that? A 12 mana in creatures with 1 mana. Pretty good. No, not weak.
Pretty decent,
Not
pretty
weak.
good, and already we're seeing Andy get value off of that Ristic Study. Drew from the Kinnan, I believe, drew from the Flesh Rather as well. So already starting to pay itself off in terms of card advantage as we see a Hedge Maze
Edge
enter the field.
maze, more surveil land action, man. Really, I mean, every time those lands look so impressive. Tap lands in CDH get a lot of flack. You don't really play very many. You don't even play triumphs, which is kind of one of the more shocking things to me. Nobody plays triumphs,
hmm
and but these surveil lands are so strong that here we are, see it in action. We've seen them almost every round. Now here from Andy, nice pickup. Way to filter the draws a little bit.
And I think this is indicative too, with a 4-color mana base, which is, all intents and purposes, a greedier mana base than, let's say, a Kinnan deck, or even Crick, I wouldn't consider a greedy mana base. Can play around Blood Moon pretty well. But um, with the format slowing down, I think you really can get away with a Surveil land or two and 4-color piles. I know some ROG stylists were playing 2. I was playing 1 or 2 in Jihada. But I like Andy, gaming, playing it in a 4-color deck.
Well, to graveyard goes the Eternal Witness, a card I haven't seen too much of in a long time in CDH, and it looks like Noble Hierarch was the find.
Okay. I love Noble Hierarch, one of my favorite dorks. Did you know they made a Goblin version?
I did know. I did know that. Can't play it in TNT, but they did make it.
No. And Samurai Dancer asking, "What's up, Samurai Dancer?" Shout out my guy, Samurai Dancer. This is Lauren, MTG Hot Dog, and I'm joined by Viral Drake, aka Drake Sasser.
That's me. Yeah, no, I happy to be here with you, Lauren. Getting another ride here with you. Always a pleasure.
Final ride.
Final ride is it? Yeah. I don't know that are you public with your final ride? Is that something you're outspoken about?
I think it was pretty quietly implied, but unless something crazy changes or something does change, this is my last event.
Wow. Well, it's been a pleasure working with you. Obviously,
Yeah.
releasing that on air. Everybody, I hope you've enjoyed Lauren's coverage. He's done with you. He's had it. But
Yeah. You'll have me for the rest of the day. We still have top 16 and top 4 to go through.
True as well. As Andy taking a little bit of time on his turn. Little intentionality here. A lot to think about. I think this is a really critical turn. You speak a lot about critical turns that aren't specifically the turn that ends the game. I think this is one of them. How each of these players takes their next turn, I think, will have a heavy impact on who wins. And now, obviously, that's people, you listen to that statement, you think, well, obviously, how you spend every turn determines who wins the game. Wow, you're so dumb, Drake. That's not necessarily true. Not all turns are created equal. Some turns, you're just playing your first land passing. There's not a lot of opportunities to find percentage points, find more ways to win. And these are the turns where the decision trees start to get really long, start to get really complex, and the decisions matter. It's not just, it doesn't all lead to the same path. It is, you need to settle in and decide what your role is in the game, and then you need to execute your game actions according to that role. And that is something you decide as a player, and something that really makes up kind of the timeline for what the critical turns usually are about. It's, you have either this role or this role that you can take, and based on which one you pick, you're going to take very different lines of play. And here we are. You have to make that decision here now with this Imperial Seal, does Andy. You want to win now, you want to win later. Those kinds of things among the mix.
I think that's a great point, Drake. And I think that's something to highlight with, we always focus on this is the winning turn, this is the winning turn. Well, you have to take turn generally, unless it's like a turn one win. You have to take turns leading up to that to get to that winning turn, which I know seems so simplistic when we say it out loud, but I think it's something that really shouldn't or can't be overstated or understated. You need those turns where I'm going to make my tutor target and try to survive a turn cycle. Those are as critical, if not more critical, to setting up the win than the actual turn where I'm putting spells on the stack that say, "Hey, I win the game."
Yeah, absolutely, and then that's really where skill shines through the most. It's most players can find out to cast the final lightning bolt when your opponent's at 3, but getting your opponent to 3 and the entire journey that gets you there is what the actual game of Magic is and what it's about. And I mean, a lot of this can sound very fundamental, sound foundational, as it looks like we are deciding what to grab with Imperial Seal. But I think it is something that gets lost on CDH players a lot, especially when you talk about the conversations around Thassa's Oracle, where people are like, oh, every game just ends with Thassa's Oracle, Z, never see anything cool. But like, the gameplay that happens leading up to the winning Thassa's Oracle is so diverse and skill intensive and fun, and that's what gets a 323 person turnout here. That's why people show up and play. The CDH is a fun format because of the journey through the game, not necessarily what wins. And you really see that the most when you talk about, people that really only watch CDH versus people that are invested, people that are play, people that grind. And you really see a huge dichotomy there between what each of those groups values. And it shines through pretty egregiously in the conversations that you have around Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah. I mean, this is the funny part, right? It is, we see a lot of, like with really good decks, we see homogeny in win cons. We see a lot of decks winning the same way. But how decks navigate there is really the crux of the argument of what makes a deck better. We understand that Thassa's Oracle and not having a library wins the game. We understand fundamentally how Underworld Breach can win a game. Even Yawgmoth's Will, if we want to pre-Breach days, we understand that those can win. And the argument isn't how they can win. It's how do we leverage what's in our command zone and the colors we have available to us to assemble that quickly and card and mana efficiently. And so, people who don't like CDH go, those win cons are boring. And that's okay. That's totally okay. To find those win cons boring, but and I personally do as well.
All right, a hater in the booth here. We got a hater.
But I like seeing the journey, and I think having that journey, playing out that journey, asking the table questions, seeing how they answer it, that's where the fun is, and that's where the enjoyment of trying to win and closing out a game comes from. And again, to your credit, Drake, I'm going to gas you up a little bit.
Oh, here we go.
It's those turns leading up to the win. It's figuring that out with the resources, with the information, with the advantage that I have available to me, or lack of advantage even.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what can you do from behind? Once you start deciding, all right, I can't beat anything. So in order for me to win this game, my opponent has to have all blanks. So let's start playing as if they do, because if they don't, we're dead anyway. And those kinds of, it's very reductionist. Sometimes you can make arguments one way or the other, and that's really where some really cool Magic conversations happen. But what I can tell you, like I said, I think it's very emblematic of these critical turns that Andy is taking. Is really a lot of time on this. He's taken, to his credit, I'm not going to try to make any kind of accusation here. He's taking all of his game actions at a very reasonable pace. This one, I think, matters a lot. And you need to take time on the game actions that matter the most to really make sure that you've thought it through. And in this case, I think he's doing a good job of that. I think he's done a really good job playing at a very quick pace for every other time. Now, time to cash in some of that goodwill. Let's, really think through how to navigate this Imperial Seal.
Yeah, and here's the interesting thing too that comes with 3-player pods. The time you have a little bit more of time equity. Your share of the time available, they did restart with 80 minutes. Your piece of that pie is there's quite a bit more. You have more time. There's 25% more time now to be spread throughout the players. And I think being cognizant of that and respectful of that, we're seeing that sort of sportsmanship, in play right now.
Yeah, I think so too. And like I said, I think it is a respectful thing. And like I've come up with moments like this in terms as well, where I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm going to take a minute on this. Like, and I've just been transparent about it. Like, you can watch me or slow play and all this stuff. Like, I've played quick up through this match. I mean, I'll say this whole bit. I just say, hey, I'm going to take a little bit on this play. But like,
Yep.
I can say that because the rest of the plays, I usually play at a reasonable pace and do it rather quickly. But sometimes, and I'll even say, I think this is the critical. I've said this before. I'm like, I think this turn's really important. I'm going to take a moment on this, and like, I'm really just highlighting that I think it's the critical turn. I think this is the turning point in the game. This is really going to decide who's going to win, who's going to lose, in a meaningful way. And here's a snap coming down, targeting the Kinnan post Imperial Seal resolution.
Nice. I like that. Maybe be able to fish out some interaction to draw that card.
Yeah, I have to wonder if that's what it is, because otherwise the timing's a little odd, right? Crop rotation response.
I kind of like this. I like the gaming. I like this dilemma now that you've put Keelan in.
So we
we
get to pay, right? Because it's a Mox Amber. Kinnan's in play, makes 2 mana, we get to pay. And so you don't get your Imperial Seal card, and now we can grab a land. I mean, there's like leveled plays here where you can like Talon Gates to phase it out if you just don't want to respin the mana. But I mean, you still spend a crop rotation to make that happen. I mean, is that much worse than just recasting it again on the next turn? Had to cast Kinnan a lot this game. Has Keelan. Give me Kaelin.
Yeah.
Right. I'm going to keep calling him Keelan until he tells me I'm wrong. And Gaia's Cradle card with a lot of stock increase is the find. Makes 3 mana right now, does it. And not sure what we can find. I mean, if we find something like... Okay, yeah, there's nothing. I was just curious. I guess the whole point was to get the crop rotation through and be able to pay for Ristic. Just get a little bit, again, cash out on the mana before Kinnan goes away, and then, obviously just put him back in play again. That's what Keelan's game's been about thus far.
Yep. And it's going to hand too, so you're not as far behind as opposed to having to redeploy from the command zone.
Ranger
And
Captain
also-
of Vios.
I like it. That tells me, okay, I'm going for it next turn, y'all. Good luck.
Well, we never drew the card from Imperial Seal. Did I miss where that happened? So we're gonna shuffle away our Imperial Seal.
You can decline the search, no?
Oh, you can. We might do that. Yeah, I think you can. That might be
Yeah.
exactly what he's about to do too. Is I want the Imperial Seal card, decline the search. Don't see that happen too much. Passing the entire hand over to Abby. Wow. So the discussion is getting deep here between these players as they take a look at each other's hand. Little trading card game action happening on the table here. Love this stuff. I love this stuff so much. When you start showing each other the hands, I mean, that really takes the politicking game to the next level.
Yeah. And Abby did show her hand earlier to Andy, so maybe some Andy trying to curry some favor. Also did show what the top deck tutor was from the Imperial Seal.
I
also
know
wanna
that you
shout
can
out-
do that. Can you do that?
I don't think so. I don't think
Oh,
so.
actually, I think you can. I think there was an update to the MTR that like the hidden zones that I think you can reveal as part of political things. I think this was corrected. I mean,
Okay.
I might be wrong. I assume these players, they play a lot, that they would call a judge if it was not legal. But I remember that being an important update through some of the MTR updates that are different between the standard rule set for Magic tournaments and the rule sets for these. There's a lot of like rules that just make it work mechanically, things like concessions and take backsies and all those kinds of things that just make the rules function when you talk about how an average political conversation goes. I think this is part of it as well. So we did manage to have that conversation, and now it's Lake of the Dead time, floating a black. Abby looks like she's making some moves now.
I do want to shout out in chat. Matt, aka Scoop Phase of the Bufftown Bullies. Thank you for showing up and sending all the love to you, my friend.
I have to say, I follow them on Facebook, the Bufftown Bullies. Their Facebook social media game is pretty good. I like their memes.
As a whole, I really have to compliment their social media. They're always bringing their A game, and some of the most overcooked, and I mean that in the best way, the most overcooked memes you have seen on Magic Twitter.
It requires a particular sicko taste for it, for sure.
That's me, baby. That's me. I like their sweatshirts and their shirts they put out too. Good stuff.
Oh, I don't know about their shirts, but here comes a Keurig. That one's going to interplay here as with the commander text. So that was a 6 mana cost to make that one happen. So Lake of the Dead able to power that out, looking very impressive in Abby's deck. But now once again reduced to very little mana, and I think Abby thinks it's go time. This is interesting.
So.
Abby just saw Andy's hand. Andy had to feel comfortable he wasn't gonna die if this happened, and now she's moving very quickly. I mean, not scared of the Ranger Captain, but we know that that's very likely because a lot of her combos just use creatures, so she might be able to just go over top of this. It might be over here.
I think this is a key moment right now, and I think if you were to crack the Ranger Captain on Abby's turn, it would be now. I think Abby is one singular non-creature spell away from winning this game, and I don't want to say anything. I don't want to disparage anybody. That's not at all what I'm meaning to convey. But I think if you did feel a need to crack the Ranger Captain, now would be the time. But we do see Necrotic Ooze hit the field, so maybe not. Maybe there is no consideration or worry regarding the Ranger Captain activation.
The transfigure literally is transmute, but make it in play, right? So you actually sacrifice it from play and then go find the thing and put it in play. So uncounterable as far as traditional counter magic goes is this transfigure, which is going to bring the Necrotic Ooze to play, and then we're sacrificing it.
Sacrificing itself to you're going to transfigure it.
It, right. So now we get to go grab another 4-mana creature. Wait, is Chainer 4 mana? Is that the joke here?
Yes.
Because Chainer reanimates things.
Chainer's 5 mana. Is Balathor?
Yeah, Chainer's 5 mana. Checking Balathor. That looks like Balathor to me.
There's Balathor. All right, the wheels are off, y'all.
All right. Yeah, I mean, are we just done? A quick look at Balathor. Here we go. All means +1. Black. Remove it from the game. Each player returns all black and red creatures from graveyard to play. So we're going to get our black and red creatures from graveyard to play. That can get the Flesh Rather back into play. And then we can transfigure again for Vile Entomber. And then that gets you Asmodeus.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can draw. But you're running low on life. We're at 11.
It is getting a little low. It is getting low. That is a definite concern right now.
But yeah, we just paid 6, removed it from the game, so black and red creatures are gonna make a comeback here. Don't call it a comeback.
Don't think Keelan does not have any black or red creatures, and I don't think Andy has any in the graveyard at this time.
Not really legal in Keelan's deck. Only black creatures legal in Andy's deck, so we'll see what we want to do there. Looks like this does happen. So now we can yeah, okay, so we can sack the Lotus Petal. That's why you needed the Lotus Petal. So really heads up here. Didn't use that Lotus Petal a long time ago. Now needed it here for that just mana in play because Keurig wasn't going to be able to be used. And going to transfigure again. Like I said, Abby looks very confident here. I have to assume she's got a line. There's the Violent Tumor. Now, Asmodeus just draws you cards. So there has to be something better than Asmodeus. So what is better than Asmodeus?
Did we need the Balthor? Was that because we got Balthor to?
Yeah, because you need the Necrotic Ooze to come back.
I see.
The Necrotic Ooze has to be in play. So for all of her stuff that she's doing to work, Necrotic Ooze has to be in play. And so you can transmute to find it, or transconfigure to find it, then transconfigure again to get something that gets both back, and now you've netted something, and now you can go transconfigure again to get the Violent Tumor, and then that sets up your Necrotic Ooze to both be in play and go find any creature to put in play. And now here we go. We're showing Keelan's showing his hand to Andy, who has access to. Oh yeah, here we go. Hand the whole hand over to Andy. The whole tide has turned. It is now 2v1. Can we stop what Abby has started? Tough. This is a tough spot to start the conversation.
Rami in chat making a good point. She still has the Dark Ritual in hand, so she can always, or she can even pay 2 life with Crick out to net 3 mana if needed.
Yeah, that's an ace in the hole. Is just having a little bit extra mana in the chamber just to really power this through. I mean, like I said, she's done a good job using her life total thus far.
Andy also in a pretty favorable position, right? Because now Andy has been able to see, if it does get back to Andy's turn, Andy has seen Abby's and Keelan's hand.
Or you mean, yeah, Andy's seen Abby and Keelan's hand, right? Like, so he has all the information. Yeah. I mean, he's the one with the Rhystic Study, but I mean, obviously that's not doing anything right now, as everything is happening is just activated abilities for this Necrotic Ooze.
Right.
So, I mean,
right.
Yeah, okay, so we've just decided to crack Ranger Captain, which I think Abby is A-okay with. I don't think any of these pieces involve a Ranger Captain, and maybe, I mean, the Dark Ritual might, if she wants to cast that, she might respond. I do see a Necromancy.
So here's the only issue that we have now is one of Abby's outs, right, is Praetor's Grasp for Thoracle once she draws her library. I know
her
that
hand
is a win con.
Face up. Okay. She just revealed her entire hand. Anyway, you said Praetor's Grasp for what?
Praetor's Grasp for somebody's Thoracle after you draw your whole library. So that is off the table with Ranger Captain being activated.
Sure, yeah. No Praetor's Grasp shenanigans in order to make the game over with. I mean, I thought this whole Necrotic Ooze line ends at a Grey Merchant of Asphodel ending.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you also have that loop as well.
Right, but I mean, the question is, do we have enough life to get there? Like, Chainer or whatever that you use to reanimate it is a lot to just do the first time. So you need to find a way to get it into play. And it's a little late for Villas.
It is.
Razakath? Okay, so you can Razakath, sacrifice Vile Entomber, but then you need creatures to do everything, all the action from there. And there's like a creature you can launder mana through. Right? The black make a mana of any color, whatever. It's like, you could kind of use Keurig to just basically make life or make actual real mana, and then that could let you cast Grey Merchant, but I think she's a little life short on doing specifically that.
I think we're like 5 life off of being really able to just comfortably do this. This is where the mathing gets hard.
Yeah, the life total math's interesting to me. So yeah, again, no Dark Ritual. We saw her entire hand. There's no Dark Ritual. I don't know what the joke is here, but again, there's a lot of very powerful activated ability creatures that Abby has access to. I'm not, I speculated a little bit. I don't want to go too hard on it because I'll just end up in a absolute rabbit hole of Keurig lines. And I know this is some of the stuff that I know Keurig players, CDH players in general, they all love this stuff. It's just, give me those convoluted combo lines. Okay, how do you have this much life? You have to beat a Ranger Captain crack. How do you do it?
Yeah.
Ranger Captain doesn't even look cracked. It's like still in play, right? Like what is happening here?
Maybe discussing the implications, maybe going, hey, do I do it now? But this is a tricky situation to be in. I feel like everyone's in a little bit of a prisoner's dilemma at this time.
It does seem that way, right? Like everybody's seen each other's hands. They all know what they're working with. So there's no hidden information. It's just how will you navigate the stuff that you have?
I'd like to be the first member of this stream to congratulate the Florida Panthers on finally being able to win a game.
The Florida Panthers.
Isn't that the team?
Tell me about the Florida Panthers. That is not. They are the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, I don't even know where they're at anymore.
Florida Panthers is a hockey team? Yes. Apparently Florida Panthers is a hockey team.
I got them confused.
Easy to confuse.
weren't the Carolina Panthers in Florida once upon a time, or am I just making that up?
I think you're making that up. As long as I've been alive, I think it's just been the Miami Dolphins.
Well, congratulations, Carolina. You won a game in overtime in Germany.
Did. They
As
flew.
a Cardinals fan, I don't know these East Coast teams.
That's very fair. Imagine being Daniel Jones and flying overseas to lose to the Panthers. Can you imagine that? Huh? and getting 2 interceptions in the process. Like not only did you lose, but it was like mostly your fault. Can you imagine that?
Oh, chat was right. I was thinking of the Jaguars, the other kitty
Sure.
cats.
Yeah, that is actually okay. Fine.
That's
I
my impression
forget
of
they're a
Suns.
team most days until I just see like Trevor Lawrence updated on the injury report.
And with 2 interceptions also.
So we did find Razaketh. Okay, something has happened here. We found Razaketh with violent tumor. That means that we have 7 life left to work with. You can pay 2 to search something up. Ranger Captain's still in play, but now, I mean, now crapping Ranger Captain like matters a lot, right? Because you could just respond, sack a thing, go grab Dark Ritual, and then hey, now I've begun to solve some of my life total problem.
A little bit. So this is when you need lightning greaves to be able to regain some life.
Go. Okay, so what happened here is I assume some additional political discussion happened. I believe what happened is she said, I will do X sequence if you do not crack Ranger Captain. Because she just did all of the stuff that we just saw and passed the turn.
Chat has my back. There's 3 Florida football teams. There's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Jacksonville
Oh, the Buccaneers don't
Jaguars,
count. Actually, they do
and the
count. I've
Miami
literally seen the
Dolphins.
Buccaneers play. Like, I went to their stadium. I lived in Tampa for a while.
Did you go to a Lightning game?
What is a Lightning game?
Tampa Bay Lightning,
I don't know what you're
the
talking about.
hockey team.
What the baseball team's like the Rays or something like that. I think I've seen them play too.
There's the Miami Marlins.
I don't know anything
And
about
the
Miami Marlins.
Tampa. They used to be the Devil Rays, the Tampa Devil Rays, but now they're just the Rays.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been in Alabama too long. I just have not paid attention to anything going on in Florida. Basically, my understanding is that Florida will be underwater in like 100 years, so it really doesn't even make any sense to learn anything about Florida. So that's just, you know.
Explaining hockey to you has given me a migraine. Florida has 2 hockey teams. It has the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Florida Panthers, who are in Sunset, Florida.
Sunset, Florida. I have no idea where that is.
I don't either.
I never really went south of like the Tampa Orlando area. I just lived there for like 9 years of my childhood, then moved away. That's my extent of my Floridian interactions. Actually, that's also untrue. I've told you a lot of lies in this stream. I've spent some time in the Ocala Forest and been out in Tallahassee. I've actually been to a few places, but yeah, basically everything I've told you is a lie. That's all you need to know.
I knew it. That's what I always assume.
What I can tell you is that Keelan here has redeployed Ken, and we successfully did that for, I believe, the 4th time this game. You know, I don't even know. That might be an exaggeration. It's either 3 or 4. Here is Felwar Stone as a follow-up. That one is free with Kenan in play. Functionally, you know, gives you the mana rebate of the mana you spent. And Llanowar Elves would do this actually be mana positive if it had haste. It does not. So just more mana setup for Keelan. Back over to Andy we go. Or no, I'm sorry. We actually drew off Ristic Study. We're not actually back to Andy yet, but I think we're about to. As not a lot of leftovers here for Keelan. Yeah. Oh, here we go. There's so much political discussion. This game has been a wild one. I'm shocked to see this level of cooperation here still between Andy and Abby, given... I mean, Abby's ostensibly the one probably closest to winning. I mean, what happens? She plays a swamp next turn. How do you beat her? She has so much mana.
Yeah, I don't think you do, but I think Andy might be trying to curry favor. You have the Ranger Captain. Maybe he's just not worried.
Yeah, maybe it's a threat. Maybe it's not even like oh, hey, check this out. You know, we need to solve some other problems. Maybe it's if you do anything, I will do this. I don't know. I kind of wish I had some insight into what exactly is being talked about. It is interesting to me to see this level of politicking here with like such a clear signal as to who's ahead, as we have Razaketh away the Vile Entomber using the Necrotic Ooze. So now Abby will lose 2 more life and go find any card she wants.
That is a great question, Pigeon. I do not know what the time for this.
So I believe the time was, we were pretty deep in time when this got reset. It would not surprise me if the time extension was in the order of 25 minutes. Yeah, like 25 to 30 minutes into time. So I would assume these players still have about 20 minutes to work with.
Neat.
Yeah. Which is a lot. I mean, that's a lot of, for a 3-person pod. I mean, it's a big difference having 3 versus 4 players as to how many turns you can get through in that time. So I think we are going to see Some kind of natural conclusion to this game. I mean, maybe all the players end up shaking hands anyway, but my understanding is, like you mentioned, like Keelan, I believe, needs a win. Like, some of the other players, maybe they're in with a draw, maybe not, but it's not clean either way.
I don't think they are with the draw. Looking at looking at where we're at in the standings now. Let me take a look here.
Yeah.
Abby has 13 points. I don't think the cutoff is going to be 14. Andy's also at 13 points, and Keelan has. Can I find you, Mr. Keelan? I guess I could search.
Lauren learns to use software live on air.
Keelan has 12 points. So I think the cutoff is going to be around 15 or 16, just based on gauging my information or knowledge from previous tournaments. I don't think they will be able to draw this one if one of them wants to get into top 16.
I'll say this. Usually the bigger the tournaments are, the harder drawing your way in with a bunch of draws is. And so I would be surprised if, everything went all of these players' ways if we all got draws. I think we could see a really aggressive cut with a tournament of just this size. As here does. I mean, are we back to Abby here? I mean, we're certainly back to Andy. Active player still on Andy, but it looks like Abby was really still thinking about the card she tutored off of Razaketh.
Oh, I'm doing some hand organizing. We factor fictioning right now.
I think we're discarding the hand sizering.
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
that's a good problem to have.
That's usually what this means to me. So I can speculate one way or the other, but 2 piles like this from a player that's had Ristic Study in this whole time makes me believe that we intend to move to discards. We'll see exactly what we're going to do. Mana being tapped. All right. 3. A lot of mana. It's Timna time, maybe. Timna time. It's Timna time. Okay.
Doing with Ranger Captain. Draw a card. I see a Duranith Mad Straight in Andy's player hand right now, too.
Oh, we're rewinding. Yep. Okay. Okay. Rewind it all. Right. We did too much. Too much, too quick.
Overcooked.
Yeah, overcooked. Yeah, can't have that. 2 mana first. Green and either black or green.
The suspense is killing me.
The suspense is killing me, literally. Taking quite a while to think through this turn. I would like to see. Okay, Thrasios. Can you cast Thrasios off of Llanowar Elves and Bayou?
You cannot. We need to address that. That is an illegal game action.
Thrasios off of Llanowar Elves and Bayou. I don't know if there's something that lets you, but I don't think so.
No, I don't see anything in play. But that being said, Andy does have the mana too.
Yeah, Andy has the mana. It does matter. Your blue mana is taxed here, right? Like Abby's paying very close attention to that theoretically.
Yeah, definitely want to catch that. Let a judge know.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get that handled via judges. There we go. Which is a little bit of retapping required, but like I said, that matters a lot. When you talk about how much interaction you're representing, each blue pip you spend matters. So it is something to kind of think about, and it's going to put a little extra tax on the specific color pips of Andy's deck here.
Yep, completely agree. Does get tough as the game goes, especially when we're a little bit limited if we're Andy on blue. I mean, we only have 3 now, 2 available to us. Swan Song or something like that just makes it a little bit more tough to cast those spells. The opportunity cost increases and makes it a little harder to develop your board when you're having to keep mana up for interaction.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point. And I think it's something like you said. There's been a lot going on. This is ostensibly kind of the second pod that these players are playing. So in the last round of Swiss, there's a little bit of time to reset before top 16. But yeah, these players really kind of down to the wire here, and I don't know. I'm still very confused. I still really like Abby's position. She is tutored approximately 1 million times, and Violent Tumor. She is Razaketh functionally in play with this necrotic ooze. I just don't know what do things look like where they go wrong for. I mean, how many counterspells does the table need to have?
Well, It's hard to use counter spells, especially if she's not putting spells on the stack,
Yeah,
right?
she's just
With
yeah,
this
it's
being
all
an-
activated abilities and stuff. So I mean, I assume there's still more work for her to do in some capacity. But I mean, it's not her turn yet, obviously. But like, what is what's the holdup? What are
Yeah.
we? What are these political conversations? What are we waiting on? I don't know. See a deadly relic. So
Oh,
Drannith
we have a
Magistrate plus
Drannith.
deadly relic. That is actually pretty good against the card Keurig normally. But I mean, Abby's already been able to get a lot of stuff done without that.
And yeah, and Abby's not really casting out of the yard, right?
Right.
So the Drannith, it does hurt. Yeah, it hurts Keurig for redeploying. If we do get rid of it.
But again, I mean, I wonder if this deadly relic that Andy has is public information, because that might be problematic enough that she would be willing to make deals to not get her necrotic ooze deadly relic. So back to
Right.
Abby we go. We are letting her untap. So whatever the deal is, appears to have gotten her another draw step. So here we go. Was it good enough? Not clear. Wait, was that a... It was a Nykthos. Okay, well that represents the ability to make 5 black out of 3 land. So yeah, here we go. Pay 2, make 5. That's a good rate. There's Scourge Familiar. Discard a card out of black. So that begins to solve some of the life total problem. And we'll trigger Keurig. Keurig will get bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get a read on
Andy
Scourge
having
Familiar.
to read Popper Staple.
A lot of popper talk. We picked up LED, yeah, so that's more mana. We might have enough.
We might have enough.
I don't know if we have enough life,
and
but we might finally have enough mana.
the more mana we have, though, it really helps negate needing to use your life, right? And you're gonna the more spells you cast, you're gonna be able to put counters on Crick and then swing in at Keelan if you can get away with that, and kind of re-cement yourself into going for this win attempt.
If we were supposed to cast the Scourge Familiar first, did you get the rebate on the Nykthos? It's like 1 black pip for 1 black, right? Or no, let me look at what Scourge Familiar costs. I might be misremembering.
I think it's 1 black pip and then some colorless.
Scourge Familiar. No, Scourge Familiar is a 5 mana card. It's 1 black pip though. So I thought it was way cheaper than it is. This card is weak. You said
Yeah.
Popper Staple, 3/2 flyer, discard a card out of black. It's 5 mana for that. 4 and a black. Wow. Normally I just shit in the graveyard. You just get to use it from the necrotic ooze. No, not right now. So now we could. I mean, you shut off Keurig forever, but you could sacrifice this familiar to the Razaketh necrotic ooze. Go searching, and then you have that ability still available to you. And anything you go find, you can just discard immediately. So I don't know if we have access to like an instant speed win. Like I said, I don't know if we're over the life total threshold too. But I mean, we have some tricks on board now with the Scourge Familiar coming down.
And you do have Imp's Mischief in your deck as well. That could be relevant against a removal spell. You can always tutor for
You
it
want to
with
see Imp's
Razaketh.
Mischief so bad.
I love that card. Unironically love that card.
I mean, it's a banger for not
Um,
getting your stuff like Deadly Relics and stuff, which is actually on the table, right? That is something.
Oh, okay, we're taking it. Okay. Abby's gaining life.
All right. I mean, that life seems very important. Wow. I'm surprised there was not more conversation about that. Like, they've had so many conversations about so many things. This apparently is something they don't deem mattering. It matters a lot to me.
Yeah, I'm curious. Andy could have blocked with Ranger Captain, sacked before damage, prevent the life.
Exactly.
I mean, there's a few things that could have happened there, but Abby got to gain the life, gets to go to 6, and gets to Razaketh following that up.
And notably, I think the Keurig kind of secretly doesn't really matter anymore. Like, now that you've gained the life off of it, if, like, let's say that Andy goes to Deadly Relic, the Necrotic Ooze, I don't think that Abby would have any issues sacrificing Keurig to go find the Imp's Mischief or whatever to make that happen. Although, once again, I don't know that we have the life total to do all this. That seems to be a real constrictor to me. What are we? Is that Tanglewire? This is a
But
group
Scourge
tutor
Familiar.
session.
Scourge Familiar Drake. The deck is you have Reaping the Graves and Songs of the Damned, and you have all like the cycle creatures. So you cycle all of them, and then you can bring Scourge Familiar back with Reaping Graves and Songs of the Damned. Fill your hand, discard a bunch, then consume Spirit after Scourge Familiaring.
I'm so in. I mean, it really gives
It's-
old Magic, right? You're just talking about basically just more convoluted Channel Fireball, right?
Yeah, I'll send you the list. It's really
Boom.
fun.
Blow you up.
Ugh.
All right. Well, again, we're back in the library. We were tutoring from Sacrificing Scourge Familiar, but don't fear not. We still have the Scourge Familiar's ability through the Necrotic Ooze, as well as Razaketh's ability, and that generally is enough to win, but usually you need a little bit of life total to work with as well. And I mean, Abby's been getting the chip shots in with Keurig. People have just been letting that happen. It's not clear that she still has enough left over. I mean, we still can't cast Gray Merchant if we find it. Yeah, we can. We can do that. I think we can do. Is there a reason not to do that? So if we find Gray Merchant, and it all just happens, we could gain a bunch of life, and then we can sack it and keep doing stuff, which seems really good. If things go badly, like if things get countered or get removed in response, then your devotion goes down, or you just don't get the life back and you might be stopped. So you might be a little too susceptible to counter magic that way. We'll see what she comes up with. Gray Merchant, it might not be Gray Merchant time quite yet. Would not be surprised to see a few more steps.
Yippee.
Okay, there's LED. I guess we could like put some stuff on the stack and then like sacrifice LED in response, and then we just have a ton of black mana. There's a lot of tricks here, I think. This is one of those puzzles that I think you're going to be able to like test people on if they're picking up Keurig for the first time. It's like, all right, how do you win this game? You know about this, and this is your life total. Here's the board state. Win this game. And it's like, I don't know.
So if we with where we're at now, if we sacrifice we crack LED, discard everything, put Gray Merchant in hand. Sorry, let me backtrack. Say we tutor, we put Gray Merchant in hand. Oh, we cannot Razaketh now. What I was going to suggest is if we tutored for Gray Merchant, crack LED, and then put Gray Merchant in the yard, sack Crick, get an animate dead the Gray Merchant, and then sack Gray Merchant again to do something. I don't know if there's a line there.
I would assume there's not. Abby is just past the turn. We just killed Kennen for like the millionth time. I mean, Kennen has been answered every turn that Keelan's had it in play, which I mean, honestly, I respect. This is what Kennen gameplay should look like if you want to actually beat the deck. Is you really just need one of the players at the table to remove it every single turn, and that's happened. I mean, Keelan has spent every single turn of this game just putting Kennen back into play, and look, still looks to be in a great spot. Not a mystery, okay? Kennen's really strong. Even if you're answering, and even if it feels like you're being overly hateful, I mean, the card just gets a mana rebate right away. It's not that bad.
Right,
not that bad for them.
Does help it pay for itself. It does cost 6, which is putting us down, but Gaia's Cradle's tapping for 3 now. We're not as far behind as it may seem.
Right, exactly. That is going to get us pretty close to time. I kind of wonder now if the plan is to draw. I mean, I don't think you can. Like we talked about this a few times. All these players can't win this game, right? But all these players look like they might have a chance to win this game, but there's so little room for error. And with how much information and how much politicking has been happening, it's not even clear that you even can win the game just because you'll be facing a 2v1 that you can't beat. You know, you might be able to if there's less cooperation, you might be able to punch a hole. You might not be able to with all the political discussion that's been happening and all the preparation that's been happening. I think this is all factors in what's happened here, and it would not surprise me to see this resolve in a draw. from here, from this spot. Like, I don't think it's good for all these players, like you said. I think this is actually bad for some people. They need to try to win the game, and maybe that's just Keelan. I don't know, but tough spot here to say the least.
Yeah, it's tough no matter how you look at it. Time, I thought we would maybe have more time, but in terms of making game decisions, but yeah, I just don't know. It doesn't seem like anyone has created a window or found the ability to close it out.
Yeah, and that might be what that last turn cooperation was. Is like Abby kind of like realizing, okay, I don't think I can win this. But if I kill Kennen, it's very likely because Keelan needs to win that I can force a draw, and maybe that's not bad for me specifically. So I'm going to take that line and hope that that is enough. And as here comes a big attack. I think we're actually attacking Abby. I think we're in combat. And we've discarded 3 cards to Necroman. No, we did not. We almost discarded 3 cards to Necromancy. Interesting. This is wild.
And we can't really.
Well, we might
block
not
with
have
the-
3 cards. So we only have 3 cards in hand. Joke that we only had 2 there is what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're being attacked with a 2-power Polywog Prodigy and 2 mana creatures to kill Abby. And then what? Attempt a win from there?
Damn.
This is a weird game.
Very
Uh,
odd.
I mean, obviously it was a weird pod from the start, but the game itself is also just incredibly odd. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you really can do, right? You just die.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Abby, I think so. And tough to see it go out like this. I mean, she really put up a fight and was a player in this game. Not one of the 3, but really was impactful and felt like she was really in control for the majority of what was going on.
Yeah, I have to agree. I really felt like I don't know. Like I said, I'm not good enough at the Keurig math. Maybe the Keurig experts that are not Abby that can practice on this and try to figure out exactly what you were supposed to do, what you are supposed to do, if she just took the best line. But not being privy to the political conversation does make things a little bit harder. But I mean, all that to say, it looked like she had so much going for her. I'm kind of surprised to see her not just outright win this game. It looked like she was going to have that. I mean, you have Razakath, right? Like, Razakath's so strong. Normally, you don't lose with Razakath, but that might be on the menu here.
Yeah, sad to see, especially after how well she was able to fight. Just 1 mana short from really being able to get it closed out, and she had a great run. We really saw Crick put up an amazing fight, and sad to see the run end like this. But Abby, phenomenal player, really talented. Was on it was as part of the invitational group, top 64 of players, and unfortunately, it looks like very likely statistically eliminated from further contention in this tournament. But incredible run still by Abby.
Yeah, this game can still end in a draw, right? And then she would, even though she is dead, will still functionally get a draw, correct?
That's correct, but I think with the points that these players have, without a win, none of them are making it.
Oh, really? Okay, so a draw is just dead for everybody, is what you're thinking. I think you're correct in that, but I just wanted to validate because you've looked at the math more than me. I do think a draw is pretty bad for all these players, and so a loss, I do think here for Abby is going to be the end of the road for her, as Transmute Artifact is going to come down now for the Kennen pilot.
And what are we grabbing here, I wonder?
Yeah, I mean that's the cool part is you don't even have to sack anything until it resolves. It's like got this weird templating where you wait for it to resolve, then you sacrifice something, and then all the rest of the stuff happens. That's not really how Magic cards are templated today, and
Andy doesn't want to find out.
Yeah, Andy's not looking to mess around and find out, so he does cast an offer. You can't refuse to stop that from happening, and Keelan indeed cannot refuse the offer, and that will. I mean, looks like that's all of his mana for the turn, really. I mean, doesn't got a lot else going for him.
Getting life totals reset here. Abby taking her tablet with her as she departs this game.
All right, so there we go. Yeah, back down to 2 players. We got to get their life totals corrected. Got that getting updated here. 27 to 33. But life totals, of course, not really what this particular game's about, as we do pass on back to Andy. Like I said, very likely the last turn cycle between these 2 players. Now a 2-player game. Don't get to play many of those in CDH.
Yeah, very rarely do we see a 1v1, especially in this format.
Yeah, 1v1s in this format, very uncommon. And I mean, I don't hate Andy's position. If he has anything resembling a kill here, maybe we're fine. Noble Hierarch, not promising.
Noble Hierarch is probably not what we're needing right now. I don't think the Exalted is really going to matter too much here as we're attacking with a couple creatures. We're kind of in a dork off right now.
Yeah, this is literally just beatdowns, huh? We're just attack with mopey creatures. That's what we got. That's
When's
it.
the last time you saw a Elvish Mystic and a Llanowar Elves deal lethal damage in a game of CEDH?
Ooh, I'm not sure I have ever. Maybe like once a lifetime.
Well, we just did today.
We sure did, and I guess it's Keelan's turn to return the favor. Notably, if we're just tracking who's winning the race, I believe it is currently Andy. The beatdowns appear to be too much. Plus the Mana Vault helping out a little bit. Keelan's Mana Vault all the way, I think, from turn 1. I think it's probably done like 8-10 damage. It's a ton of damage.
Yeah, definitely on a clock, and I would love to know how much time is left at this point.
Not clear. Like I said, they did have a very extensive extension. Oh my God, Nyxbloom Agent. That's a real play.
Yeah.
That changes things. That changes things quite a bit. No longer is it a dork off. Now there's a big tree that is on the stack. So that's
No
gonna
more dork off.
solve all of the mana problems for sure. And then we can maybe cast Kinnan again for the gajillionth time. Maybe you don't even need to with the Nyxbloom Agent already in play. Here comes 3 mana off the Felwar Stone. Make that 6 mana off the Springleaf Rum.
Right.
6 mana for a Consecrated Sphinx. Okay. We're gonna pay
who
for
needs
the
Kinnan flips? Who needs Kinnan flips when I can just
we hard
cast
cast
it
this
myself?
stuff. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what we do here. I don't know what you think we do, but we're casting stuff here. Oh, we got 3 more mana. We're not done. Here comes Tezzeret.
Tezzeret the Seeker.
The
Well, that's
Seeker.
infinite colorless now if we get a monolith, right?
Yes, monolith. So yeah, Nyxbloom Agent does monolith combo. So here comes Deadly Rollick targeting. Is this the
Consecrated Sphinx?
targeting Consecrated Sphinx? To me, that signals you have multiple removal spells.
Mm-hmm.
Now there is 5 minutes remaining, so actually there's still a little bit more magic left to play. Little bit. Okay, yeah. So we did go ahead and Deadly Rollick the Consecrated Sphinx. Tezzeret going to enter play.
All right, spinning the wheels here. It looks like Keelan is to decide what they may want.
Mana drain in hand for Keelan, kind of an awkward one.
A little bit awkward. Something to consider as well. If Keelan does have access to a Mirage Mirror, some possible Mirage Mirror shenanigans with Basalt Monolith, right? You get to filter all that into colored mana.
Interesting the way we sequence this, right? You have Drain Authority. Oh boy. So here's what happened. So obviously, we went to tutor, it looks like for 2 actually, with I think we're gonna get Grim Monolith there with Tezzeret. We responded, did Andy, with Opposition Agent, and then the mana drain now off the Mox Amber that is enabled by the Tezzeret resolving. I'm shocked that we didn't crack Ranger Captain here. You need this Opposition Agent to resolve.
Yeah, I agree. It's tough to say, and this is really where we're in a very privileged position of seeing this game from quite literally a bird's eye view. The
Right.
texture of the game just looks different when you're looking at it from.
It is 1 card in hand, and I understand that, but
Yeah.
you really need this Opposition Agent to resolve, but maybe you have additional. Oh, we're saying we paid for the Rhystic Study because of
I see.
with the extra blue. So you make 3 blue off Mox Amber from thanks to the Nyxbloom Agent. You were able to play Mana Drain and pay for it. And now, if Andy doesn't have anything to back this up, you might just be done.
Oh.
Opposition Agent. Okay, so I mean, once again, we can't cast Kinnan from Drannith. So you would need something to do with the mana. But we are tutoring for 2, and we do have an Nyx Agent, and that is pretty good. Oh, wait, you can grab... No, I was thinking you grab Imposter Mech if you have it and get a Thrasios here. But then you you don't have the infinite mana already, so you need the mana first. Yeah.
Tricky situation.
I mean, no cards left in hand for Keelan. It really is just about what can he assemble with what's in the deck. For 2 or less, it's Grim Monolith. That's infinite mana.
Okay.
I think we also missed an Evolve trigger off the Nyx Agent, right? That Polywog's been at 2 for a long time. Should be at 3 now, I think.
Ooh, I think we've missed several because we should have had one for Consecrated Sphinx as well, right?
We're gonna make Infinite Colors a response to the Beseju. So we have Infinite Colors mana. Okay. We have Beseju'd the Grim Monolith. We tried to do the response. He explained, I could just pay again and untap it. But there's no payoff, right? There's nothing in play. There's nothing you could do. Like, we see everything that is available. There is nothing available. And so
We're
just
about
passing
to
the
see a
turn.
Gilded Drake on Nyx Ancient.
Oh, Gilded Drake on Nyx Agent? Well, now it's in the deck. Okay, it's back now. And
it was a condemn.
that was a heck of a condemn, huh? And now, I mean, that sets off your own Thrasios. This is actually kind of sick for Andy.
It's like actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that's so sick. Now your Thrasios activations are absolutely absurd.
Yeah. Okay.
But you're running really low on time.
And I bet that Noble Hierarch that you and I had joked about feels pretty good now.
Now it makes 3 mana. Yeah, now that thing's absurd.
Noble Ritual.
Noble Lotus.
Noblotus?
Noblotus. I don't think that's acceptable. I'm vetoing that.
Okay. That's your one veto, Drake.
All right, that's okay. I don't think I'll be using the rest of them too much. I see Emil, I see Abolisher, I see Swift Reconfig, and I see Bloom Tender. Bloom Tender's a nice one. Okay. We have Bloom Tender.
Okay, I see. Okay. We have Bloom Tendies. Now we're going to play Mono Blue Final Fortune.
That's just Time Walk, right? Isn't that's just literally Time Walk?
Yeah, you're right. He did not crack the Ranger because Keelan does not have cards in hand.
He did have a card in hand. He had a manager in hand. I know because he got cast.
Oh no, they were asking on Andy's turn why he didn't crack.
Oh no! I'm talking about on Keelan's turn. You wanted to crack there because you wanted to make sure that opposition agent got through. But now, I mean, obviously things worked out. He had so much stuff that he was good to power through it. Not, maybe it's a good reason. We still have a Ranger Captain, but again, how good is the Ranger Captain now? It's not attacking, it's not blocking, and Keelan's drawing 1 card a turn. Does the Ranger Captain have text for the rest of this game? I don't really think so, but prepare to be wrong.
It's a 3/3.
It is a 3/3. That is inarguable.
That's some text.
And now, I think we're at draw point, and so Andy is revealing his hand, saying, "Hey, like, I have a combo. I have this stuff. Here's what I have." And Keelan, who is searching for a 2-mana artifact with Tezzeret, is gonna have to make some decisions, I guess, right? Because there is some amount of discussion to be had, as Scroll Rack is the fine. That gives you another look. That gives you a redraw.
And I'm curious as well from Andy's, and I'm sure Andy has a reason, but why not Tainted Pact, maybe look for a Devoted Druid, and then you have the Swift reconfiguration in hand. But I'm sure there's a reason Andy didn't go for that. He's a very competent pilot.
Yeah, I wonder if like you're just too likely to like eliminate the things that you need to find with Thrasios if you go digging. Like if Devoted Druid's like in the bottom third of the deck, do you even have enough deck left to work with once you've done all the things, right? Like you don't win, you just make a big Thrasios. But if you exile whatever Thoracle and Finale, maybe you're in trouble.
Well, you would maybe stop there, right? But you don't. With time as crunched as it is, you have to at least try, right?
I think so. I don't really know. Like there's a lot of discussion happening, and maybe it's easier to just do this here, where we're saying, hey, like I have a Nyx Ancient, I have Thrasios activations abound. I got whatever you have covered. And he says, I have a pact of negation, and they shake hands. That leads me to believe that Andy is the victor of this match. So, got to see the end of that there. Obviously, like you said, I do think that Andy was very likely to win that. Just Nick's exclamation with the Thrasios. Very likely to win, and a draw does knock both players out. So, Andy, Beach, someone that, like I said, we saw claw his way into a draw last round. Now, again, late in time, found a way to at least get a win there. Yeah, I did get a win. Sorry, I said at least get a win. Get a win there, and and now very likely to make our top 16 once again. I mean, already a stellar performance, and really it is these slight margins over and over again. We've seen Andy be in some tough spots and managed to claw his way into the top 16 once again. Now, this round, as all of you are, I'm sure, very aware, is extremely overtime. So we're not going to speak too long here, but I will say this. This is the end of my coverage here. Lauren and Dylan are both going to take you home to the top 16 and the top 4. It has been a pleasure commentating this with you, Lauren. And enjoy the rest of the broadcast of the Boil 2, the first Diamond event as part of the 2025 Championship Series. And of course, we will crown a victor by the end of this. I'll be watching on as you two take us home, but do not go anywhere. We'll be back for a very short break. We're going to find our top 16, and then you're going to be watching some elimination magic here at the Boil 2. Don't go anywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back here at the Boil 2, brought to you by Topdeck.gg in gorgeous Stone Mountain, Georgia at Charlie's Collectible Show. We're here for our top 16. Top 16, yeah, finally, right? Been a long 2 days full of grindy magic, and we have a little bit more to go. Here we have one of our top 16 products we're featuring today. We have, this is interesting, Lauren. I'm interested to hear your take on this. We have Tymna Thrasios, which has been seemingly dominant this tournament, followed by Rocco, which is a deck that a lot of people wrote off, I think, after the bans, with Dockside being banned. Dockside combo deck. But I'm interested to see what it's going to do here. Might be good into this grindy match. And Rog Thrasios, another deck that I think took some hits with the ban, but being another Dockside combo deck, but seems to have performed pretty well from what I've seen so far by making it to top 16. And then going last, Derek on Rogsai. Rogsai, a deck that seemingly has struggled this tournament, likely due to just the sheer amount of interactive, grindy, card engine, attrition decks that we've seen that have just been targeting it and then letting the game continue. And I'm kind of interested to see what do you think about this pod?
Yeah, this pod's a little indicative right now of how CDH looks. From a tournament perspective, I understand why Tymna Thrasios would be a premier option. I think creature mana is really in vogue right now, given that Crypt, Lotus, and Dockside are gone. Red's a little bit weaker. Red still does have Underworld Breach, though, so
Yep.
you do lose that in the opportunity cost of choosing Tymna Thrasios over something like Tymna Crom or Rogsai. But yeah, I find Thrasios we're kind of running into this pitfall now. I think we have sort of in an unprecedented way hit time. We this last round went 70 minutes overtime. Yesterday, round 5 went 113 minutes overtime.
Yeah.
That is almost 3 hours overtime just in 2 rounds. I know there's other rounds that went long as well.
Yeah, plenty of 30-minute overs and very, very, very long games. Huge stacks.
And I'm blaming Thrasios a little bit for that. I think it's very cumbersome card to resolve in terms of its abilities, and you're playing a lot of cards that trigger when opponents cast spells or draw cards. A lot of them are playing Smothering Tithe, Ristic Study, and Mystic Remora and Thrasios. So every time I want to pay 4 mana into this little sicko, Merfolk man, I'm going, okay, 4 mana, activate Thrasios. And then we have a round of priority. People decide. I decide if I want to hold priority and tutor. There's so much timing that's going into it. And because the format's slowing down so much, I feel like a lot of people are scared to go for the win. I think we saw an unprecedented number of draws for a 320-person tournament. The point cutoff was, in my opinion, a little low. I thought it should have been closer to 18 or 19, but we had some 17 pointers not get in due to breakers.
Yeah, 3
but a lot
bubbled out on this.
Yeah, but a few did get in, and Rogsai in 4th seat. Rogsai has not had a good showing. It kind of has a target on its back. It's the star of the show. It's won a lot of tournaments recently and major tournaments. It's on the friggin' playmat, and I think it does have a target on its back, and it's really the only deck trying to win turn 2, turn 3 still. Other than that, we're winning turn 11, turn 17, and it's
30s.
Yeah.
We're just natural decking at this point. Some of these games, it feels like.
Yeah, round 2, I think someone naturally decked themselves because they drew that many cards. And
yeah, that doesn't seem shocking to me, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, it's just been me and Drake talked about this a little bit in round 6. Thrasios just monopolizing a insane amount of time. Some of these games. Once Seedborn Muse is online, you're paying 4, you're opting, you're scrying. Okay, put my Elvish Mystic to the bottom, draw my Llanowar Elves. Botanical Sanctum. I don't know. I don't know what cards these decks play anymore. They all just appear to the choices in the deck seems like it either makes mana or it triggers 5 times when your opponents take game actions. So generally speaking, these games are going long, and we have an untimed top 16. Let's see. I mean, there are some decks that do have the possibility to really jump out here. Rocco, I'm not really sure what Rocco looks like in this post-ban meta. To be honest, it's seemingly fallen off the map. I mean, even before the bans, it wasn't exactly in vogue. It had a little bit of a time, but seemed to have been out of the picture for a little while. And without Dockside, I'm kind of interested to see how this deck operates, and if it's a stacks build, what stacks are you playing that really affects TNT and Rogthras? Your Grafdigger's Cage is not going to do too much against TNT and Rogthras. I suppose turning off their creature tutors to the battlefield is fine and all, but they have just generated so much card advantage that I don't know if that type of strategy is really going to help Ian here. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. And then Roxai going last, this is a tough spot. Going last into this interactive pod, yes, there is one player who is Sans Blue here, which is a little bit of a boon, a little interesting dynamic there. Are we going to see TNT and Rogthras here team up, try to stifle a strong or a fast Roxai start? Is Roxai going to take it nice and slow and just try to get on board and grind out and then go for that explosive win when they can generate a little bit of protection? It's an interesting dynamic. And I'm interested to see how this ends up shaking out as we have mulligans resolving here.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Derek before a lot on the circuit. I saw him a lot in 2024. He does really well with Roxai. I've been cooked by him before, and I'm excited to see what he can do, especially post ban. Rocco, I truly don't know how or what it does to win. Clearly, it does. I mean, we're looking at the pilot on top 16 right now,
Of course, yeah.
something's going right. So I am excited to sort of this exploratory of what this deck can do now that the format has been slowed down. But overall, through all the games that we've seen through this tournament, people are really, really falling back into this sort of mid-range game plan. I have never seen more tutors for heuristic studies versus a win con before. I've not seen a
Definitely.
mnemonic betrayal yet. I really haven't.
I don't think I've seen an Underworld Breach on stream this whole time. I'm not going to lie.
I haven't seen Underworld Breach.
I don't think I've seen Thoracle. I don't think I've seen a Thoracle consultation win this whole weekend for me in the games I've been watching, which is crazy. I think almost every win I've seen has been like, Devoted Druid, Infinite Mana. Okay, I'll draw my deck. And or drawing my deck in another infinite mana way. That just seems to be the only thing that we've seemed to have seen here. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see is this going to last? Is this truly the meta we're in now? Is this sort of the knee jerk reaction from players and what they're bringing post bannings in this post ban world, or is this our new norm? Right.
Right. Yeah.
One of my favorite shows on Twitter, on X, the new norm.
I hope it's not the new norm. As someone who has been involved in CDH for over 5 years now, seeing the speed that we've kind of, we're in like 2018 speed levels, and it's crazy to see how clunky the format, in my opinion, has become. But that being said, there's a lot on the line. This is the largest ever CDH tournament, 324 players. They're competing for first place gets, I think, $3,100. So there is real cash on the line. And despite, the changes in the format, people are really excited and people are really turning out to compete at this high level.
Certainly. Yeah, certainly. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm excited to see. Mulligans here. Looks like Derek is keeping a 7. So nice restrained start from Derek. He either has the nuts or he's just going for something nice and slow. Maybe a card draw engine, something to kind of take a little pressure off of him. And maybe try to hope. I mean, the problem is, I feel, if you're TNT and Rogthras and you're even Rocco, if you're holding interaction for Roxai, and then they just don't do anything, right? If they just are playing kind of slow and steady, some of that interaction is just not going to hit the important stuff out of TNT and Rogthras and Rocco. Like if you're just I'm keeping a Fluster and a Swan Song, for Rogsai, and you're just not going to be able to deal with Devoted Druid. Yeah, Hazel's Brewmaster, great. Yeah, have nothing for that. Some of these engines, creature-based engines that these players are playing, are just going to take over the game. So it's certainly interesting.
That's something we've seen a lot in this tournament too, right? A lot of people mulliganing to keeping interaction as opposed to a furthering game plan. The game plan has been I'm going to interact at key points. I'm going to stop you from winning, and then in the sort of ashes, we'll try to figure out how we can each cobble together a win from there.
Yeah, attrition. There's a lot of attrition-based gameplay this weekend is maybe the way to describe it. Yeah, so we have Jordan. He's going a little deep in the mulligans here. We'll see how many he ends up keeping. Looks like Rocco and Rog Thrasios have kept their hands. Still making some decisions here.
I'm excited to see how this pans out. I think with Derek keeping a 7, I'm wondering if we're going to see an early necro kind of force check the table and then see if the coast is clear to go for an early win. I think Derek needs to close this out as quickly as possible. He does have a target on his back. And TNT and Rogthras and Rocco do have some sort of inevitability where if left unchecked, they can just close out the game.
Certainly. And also, I should mention, Tampa Bay just made the extra point. San Francisco 10, Tampa Bay 10 in the San Francisco-Tampa Bay.
And that really has big implications on the Topdeck .gg Champion Series for 2025. Really, the San Francisco 49ers, they didn't have a great showing at the Topdeck Open.
Nope.
Not a lot of points, and pretty desperate to really get back on the leaderboard and get their elo up.
Yeah, certainly. And also, I should mention, breaking news, Patrick Mahomes sacked by the Denver Broncos. That's going to push them back. Just a little action from that robust Denver defense is just kind of coming to its own once again under Sean Payton.
You're telling me that the football man was attacked by a horse?
Exactly. The referees are currently executing the player who sacked Patrick Mahomes. They've put him onto his knees, and they're now executing him warlord style. So, yeah, we just saw that on Red Zone here.
I think that's pretty disgusting that they are letting horses attack football players. I do know that Denver is robust for getting good horses.
Extremely robust.
I've heard their ponies are good, but the fact that we're letting them on the field to attack Patrick Mahomes really seems. I don't really like where football is going right now with that being a legal play.
Yeah, the commissioner is going to have some things to answer to, certainly. Either way, we're talking about football, by the way, American football. Currently, a nice, beautiful Sunday here. Beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Georgia.
We have the afternoon games in here in lovely old Georgia. Beautiful Stone Mountain, gorgeous Stone Mountain, Georgia. Got a nice this morning little hit Angie's fried chicken and fixings. Had a little homemade butter biscuit with some delicious fried chicken, a little cheddar cheese on there. Maybe actually American cheese and a nice little bit of scrambled egg. Really, really gorgeous little meal to get my day started. Fill up the belly a little bit. What's your belly looking like today? Can we get a belly cam on Lauren or? Oh no, we don't have access to that.
I went to bed way too late. This is called filling dead air, folks. This is us talking about things while players are resolving their mulligan decisions. I went to a really cool bar with my girlfriend and some of her friends yesterday in Koreatown in Los Angeles, and they had these tablets, and you could like play games against people, and you could like gamble bottles of soju against another table. And whoever wins the game gets the bottle of soju, and then whoever loses has to pay for it for the other table. So that was really
I could see that getting out of hand. I'm not even a drinker, but I think I would be competing pretty heavily.
It was pretty fun. And then like they had games you could play, and then at random times there would be everyone's tablet would go off at the same time, and like everyone would play a game, and we won one of the whole we won one of the whole the bar wide games, and we got like 2 free things of alcohol. It was nuts. It was really fun. And then I woke up and had black coffee.
Yeah, nice. So what are you thinking? So it looks like Jordan here is keeping it looks like a 5, 6.
I don't know. Yeah, about 5.
It might even be less than that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, this is tough beats. I think Derek likes to see his opponents mulling low, especially with, I think, first, second, or second, right? 7. Yeah. If I'm Derek, I'm going, hey, you're at 4. Just go to 3. Oh, you're at 3? Go to 2. Landfish pass. Easy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, looks like Jordan went to 6.
Okay. Um, yeah, so we are still resolving mulligans here.
Yeah,
Uh,
one of our competitors stepped away from the table for a moment. He'll be back momentarily, and when he does, we are good to get going. And it looks
I'm
like they're
excited.
back, and we're ready to rock.
Everyone, we're here for top 16. We have Jordan on TNT, Ian on Rocco, Zeke on Rog Thras, Derek on Rogsai. People have their bags packed and they're ready to go to the shop and get some business done. As we see Jordan kick off with a with a flooded strand.
Strong fetch land.
See the
Very
thing
strong.
that's you
Island
can get.
or plains.
Damn it, you beat me to it.
Yeah. You got to be a little quicker than that, buddy.
You
What is
gotta be
that there?
quicker.
Oh, okay, I see. That's the Rocco. Looks like a nice signed gold gilded foil of Rocco. Just everyone appreciating that little piece of art there.
Yeah, I have one too, so not a big deal.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you're a Rocco player?
No, I do have a signed gilded Rocco.
Really? Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
What are you doing with that?
Yeah. It's in a box.
I'm sure you look at that pretty often. Little politicking going on for the fetch.
It's starting.
We have a fetch line cracked, and we have a little bit of a conversation happening. It appears.
Maybe they're being like, "Hey, failed to find." Like, if you
If you don't fail to find, I'm gonna pact your. I'm gonna stifle your trigger. I need my
But-
stifle for Rog size fetch.
enjoy your delirium.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. We have a Savannah. I'm thinking a Dork. Esper Sentinel. That's my official prediction here. Because
Let's see.
I think you would want to lead on a blue fetch, and oh, Soul Ring. Oh, okay.
Oh,
into a
talisman?
talisman?
Or signet?
Felwar Stone.
Belwar Stone.
Okay, that is a little bit of a. I'm not a huge Felwar Stone fan in general for this reason. I much prefer the talismans. Because if Jordan just has a 1-drop, and he's able to just cast his 1-drop here, it's just great advantage not having to rely on your opponents here on the play.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's tough having the Felwar Stone in first seat. Even an Arcane Signet would have been nice if you had the follow-up play.
Would've
Ian
been
deploying
perfect.
of Verdant Catacombs here.
Only
Wonder
green.
now.
No black in the deck.
We're back to politicking about the fetch land, it seems.
Okay, seems good. Oh, and we have a birds. Nice shortcut. And looks like we are passing the old turn here. Oh, nice Taiga sliding in. Nice high-speed Taiga flying on in here from the bottom, the top of the screen here. And let's see if Ian has a follower player, or we're going to go back to Zeke, see what he's got cooking up for our turn 1.
And Dylan, I know that you have never been in a top 16 position, but for these players, some of these folks had a win in today. There's I mentioned
I
it
top
with
16
Drake.
my locals. I top 16 my locals all the time. When we get 12 players, I'm locked top 16 no matter what.
This is really when the fatigue starts to hit in, and we have Chromox, some bulk rare from Bloomborough.
That is a Dawn's Truce. It gives you hexproof and all your permanents hexproof until the end of turn. I believe it also has the gift mechanic. It gives you hexproof, and then if you gift a card, it gives your permanents hexproof. As we have a nice little start here from Zeke. We have a Rograk into a Mystic Remora off what looks like a command tower.
Oh, followed up by a Mox Amber. Okay.
Okay, so pretty strong start here from Zeke. Card advantage and a little bit of mana set up here. Let's see if the old Rogsai Menace can match that speed here. I'm sure probably not looking forward to having to feed the fish here in this pod particularly.
I think depending on what's in Derek's opening hand, there's certain situations in which you don't care, right? Everyone kind of has
Certainly, yeah.
a little bit of anemic starts, and you really, I think, only worried about one player, especially with the low mulligans.
Little command tower, it appears to be some kind of special treatment. Little nice looking little card there with a Mox Amber. Nice. Okay. Legend Rule, they both die.
Hazard Man saying, remember, if you disagree with someone's opinion here, only proper response is let me see your top deck profile. I want to see something real quick. Yeah, well, as someone who is top 100 with their elo, I'm not too worried about that. Don't have the best profile, but probably.
Yeah, me neither. Don't check, but sure. A Waste Knot. Holy Oh my God, we are cooking. My whole energy for this format has just been immediately reinvigorated. We are absolutely cooking with hot grease here today. Waste not. Oh my God, I am flipping my absolute lid.
Um, I'm gonna read a little bit about what Waste Not
Oh
does
my
here.
God, I'm
Um,
editing my Mox field right now. I'm on TCG Player looking for Japanese waste knots. Oh
I don't,
yes.
my gut feeling. Also, I didn't know this was reprinted. That has really cool art. If everyone looks at the reprint from not Eldraine, whatever the storybook thing was, I don't even know what said. I can't even remember anymore. But it has a really nice alternate art. But Waste Not is a 2-mana enchantment, 1 black, 1 colorless. Whenever an opponent discards a creature, put a 2/2 black zombie creature token on the field. When they discard a land, add 2 black mana. And when an opponent discards a non-creature, non-land, you draw a card. Pretty sure there's a wheel coming up in the next turn cycle for Derek.
Oh my God, that would just be gas. We have a little Lothos slamming down here for Jordan. Nice little, mana
Little Lotho.
engine. Little Lotho. That's what they used to call him in grade school. Little Lotho before he became the corrupt sheriff. We have
Uh, the other thing too, where some of the genius of Waste Not might be, is with the density that people have with Remoras and Ristics and discarding down to hand size. Still a discard that will trigger Waste Not. That's pretty cool.
that's pretty sick. Lush Portico, a little surveil action here for Ian, electing to keep it on top. And he's got 3 mana available. I don't think we're gonna see a Rocco for a Dryad Arbor, but oh no, okay, Sacred Foundry hitting the bin.
My nickname growing up was not Little Lotho, it was Little Loco.
Elvish Mystic, the card of the day, card of the weekend here, coming down from Ian.
The card that's getting everyone really excited recently. Really, stocks
Certainly.
went up.
Yeah, Llanowar Elves back in Foundation. I mean, we are all the way back.
So funny. I've seen more 1/1 for 1 green dorks this event than I think TCG player has in stock.
Last time I saw this many was the Shrek Bar Crawl. This many green dorks in one place.
Weren't you dressed up for that?
Yeah, I was Donkey. And then I had a costume change at the third location where I went into Farquaad. Didn't go over well. It was not well prepared. It ended up being a little uncouth. I can't get into the specifics of the costume, but not great. Utopia Sprawl. It
On
appears.
Gaia's Cradle. Is that a Gaia's Cradle?
That is a breeding pool. Infinity.
I see.
Infinity full border breeding pool. Naming Blue. Nice little handmade blue mana token there. Very beautiful.
And this is followed up by a Mox Diamond, and these are the play
Okay.
patterns that we've really been seeing, right? We've been seeing a lot of folks who are more than happy just playing little dorks, little ways to make additional mana, and slowly chugging along as the game progresses.
Yeah. Lauren, I'm going to step away for 1 second if you can keep our viewers entertained for a moment here.
Yeah. Hey everyone, Lauren here. Dylan's gone. Nick, yep, an Elvish Mystic did kill someone today. Chat did clip that, so big things coming up. But a wheel here as the game goes for Derek is looking a little worse as time goes, especially if that was the plan with the Waste Not. A lot of players are playing out their hands, developing their boards. You won't be able to get as much value as maybe you were hoping for. What's the card next to Zeke's Rog? To the right of it is a Mox Amber. And to the left, there's a Mystic Remora and a Ristic Study. So really easy to draw cards right now if you're Zeke. But people are pretty low on cards right now, too. Zeke has 3 cards in hand. Ian and Jordan both have 4 or 5. Starting to dwindle a little bit. Again, though, playing that turn 1 Waste Not, I really think a wheel is in the future for the table. And this is top 16, Justin. We have hit our top 16. This is pod number 3 in our top 16, and then we'll be closing out with top 4 coverage once top 16 does conclude. Some thinking here by Derek. Derek having 2 mana available. We have the Mox Amber. We have the Command Tower. Hey, Nick. He said, hey, Lauren. I'm trying to fill dead air alone because Dylan has stepped away for a moment. Did see a flashed Wheel of Fortune from Derek there. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. Ryan, thank you for the update on the score. It is 13-10 Niners. Dylan doesn't have the best reception, so really do appreciate the update there. Marsh Flats fetching. Wheel of Fortune is in hand. Let's see what we can do. The follow-up could be hard. You are refilling opponents who are filling their you are refilling them who have dumped their hands out. So it does get a little tough, but I think if that's Derek's plan, that's what he mulligan to, and you don't have another plan, you do have to start getting some action here going. You're a little behind on board compared to other mana developments. You are able to generate the least amount of mana. My favorite play today, Justin, the last round, there was a Court of Calling for a Wandering Archaic, and then an opponent, Andy Beach, Swords to Plowshare that Wandering Archaic, and I was able to hit that and a crick at the same time. After an opponent just tapped out for that. That was, I think, my favorite, my POTG for today.
Nice. Lauren, I am back. Sorry, we had a parakeet fly into the venue. I had to go chase it out. It was looking for its owner, apparently some kind of merfolk. Little parakeet saying some unsavory things. We had to get him out of the building. But we are back. We're all the way back. Risk study for Rogsai? Risk study Rogthas? Risk study Rogsai?
Yeah, and the funniest part is Derek did flash a Wheel of Fortune in his hand.
Oh my god, that was not resolving, I don't think.
What's under the Rocco Chromox? It's a white bulk rare from Bloomborough.
Dawn's Truce. It's called Dawn's Truce. I'll explain it again. It gives you hexproof, and if you gift your opponent, target opponent, a card, it gives your permanence hexproof as well. So a little bit of a protection. But it's actually doing probably much better than that under that Chromox there.
Turning it into a mana rock.
Turning it into a mana rock.
So funny. Oh, there was no parakeet. I understand why you stepped away.
What do you mean?
I see the photo of the parakeet.
Yeah, so you understand why I had to go get it after it. But we'll move on past the parakeet situation. Nobody wants to really get into that. We have Jordan here playing a Kinnan. Oh, wow, that's going to be real nice with that Soul Ring and the treasure tokens. Guess a lot of dorks off that sucker.
Ooh, that's a lot of dorks. I can't wait to put
Ooh.
8 mana or 7 mana into Kinnan and get a 1/1 for 1.
Flipping our Boreal Druid.
Ooh,
now we're cooking.
Snow mana?
Ooh.
I can't even cast my Ice Fang Quaddle with that.
True, you can flip into it. Ooh, man,
True.
talk about a flip.
Oh, that'd be sick.
Swing with Timna, flip into Quaddle. GG's. Might as well just scoop them up.
Yeah, Nybar, that is a waste. You're not tripping. Yeah, no, that's it is 2024, November 10th, 2024. We are at a CDH tournament, top 16, largest ever of all time, and that's a waste not. Yep.
And there you go. Once again, nice Birds of Paradise off that mana there for Kinnan. We have a green in the pool. Cooking here. Tapped his Soul Ring. I'm not really sure.
It's fun to put permanent sideways. 90 degrees
enough,
is pretty
fair enough.
sick.
Here we have a Thrasios hitting the board.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Now this
now
is
we
where
are
you
going.
go. So
This
the
is
cool
where we
thing with
go.
Thrasios is if you have 4 mana, you have an outlet.
Yeah, you can opt at will.
On a stick, opt on a stick.
Opt on a stick.
I guess you
Right.
call me a optometrist.
Yeah, yeah. Opt with upside there.
Thank
Imagine
you.
if it, imagine if it considered. Imagine if you got to surveil one. Ooh,
Oh, that'd actually be so gas.
that would be gas.
There's an update, by the way, uh, Dylan.
Uh-huh.
The 49ers are winning 13-10.
Oh, thank you very much. I missed that. I must have been busy with the whole, situation here. But yeah, Parakeet. That's pretty. Oh no, sorry, 49ers. That's great. Sorry, my mind is occupied here. Is what is that land for Rocco? Is that a Mutavault? Mishra's factory?
A lush portico, right?
Oh, Lush Portico. Sure, sure, sure. Looks a little colorless from my angle.
Aren't
Paramorphic
you
expanse over
colorblind?
there? I am a little blit. A little blit.
Tapping 4 mana, 1 ring time. Is it?
Yeah,
Are
I
we
mean,
Arena Rector?
Arena Rector. Okay, okay. All right. So some Planeswalker action pending here.
Are we grabbing a Vivian, a food chain Vivian?
Yeah, that seems like what this Rocco deck must be setting up for, right? Swing for 0. No, okay, tapping for mana.
Yeah, and this, we're really able to see the development of CDH right now. These cards that I think were a little fallen out of favor. Take out the dockside, put in an Arena Rector. That's kind of how slow the
Yeah.
format is.
Yeah, as our lovely resident one of our casters here, Drake, loves to say, you cut your 0 mana rock that got banned and add some 4 drops.
Yeah, I mean that's like the natural progression, right? You're like, okay, 4 drops are already hard to cast, but now I have no 0 mana rocks really.
I better
Let's
add
just
more,
add
one
those four
more.
drops.
Let's add one
Yeah,
more.
yeah.
What is that? That is a judgment? No, no, sorry, a plane shift land. Plane shift land. I'm trying to think which one that might be. A Crow's Ruin. Um, Interesting. Let me take a look at the little old deck list here if I can get.
Also gonna look as well. Is that one of the ones that when it enters the battlefield, you make like a little guy?
I don't believe so. No. Everyone is very interested in what this possibly could be doing. We have some pretty spicy cards on the table here. Waste Not, Dawn's Truce, whatever this land is. I think this is a. You have it pulled up?
Ruben Smith in chat said that the Lazotep Quarry.
Oh, okay, okay.
Is that just an old border printing, or maybe it's its own? Okay, I see. Yeah, it is a Lazotep Quarry, just with an old border.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's a desert. Can tap to produce a colorless. Can tap, sack a creature, add 1 mana of any color, or pay X and 2 tap, sacrifice a desert, exile target creature card with mana value X from your graveyard. Create a token of it that's a copy, except it's a 4/4 black zombie. Activate only as a sorcery.
Yeah. So it's a sacrifice outlet, right?
Yeah, it's a sack outlet, and then you also are able to sack it to itself, to reanimate something, or you exile it and make a 4/4 token of it.
Okay. Yeah. And here we have Vivian on the hunt.
And she
All
is
right.
hunting.
He is certainly hunting. We have real action here. Let's see. The nice thing about Rocco in this pod is that these players clutching, their interactive counter spells, and Rocco does not really care about many of those. Well,
Yeah,
possibly why he's been able to perform so well is that, okay, great, you have all these counter spells. I'm just going to do stuff that does not interact with the stack in that way at all. Good luck.
yeah, and funny that we're joking about it because I would say planeswalker lines are probably the most susceptible to non-creature counter magic, but the majority of your lines are going to be creature-based combos, which it's pretty hard to meaningfully interact with in the counterspell suite that's available.
Yeah, certainly. And that Planeswalker is just on the board, ready to rock now. So the table kind of debating what they can even do about this.
And we might be just going for it. The nice part with the Rector as well is the ability to you just put it in play. You don't have to worry about it getting countered.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Exactly.
Counter spells are hard to use once a spell or a permanent is in play.
I found it very difficult. That's when they enter the cringe territory more than they already are.
You
Let's see.
your brand is kind of like being the cringy guy though, so is that tough when you're not able to cast your counter spells?
Yeah, it gets a little complicated for me. I just love counter magic. I love draw engines. I hate putting things on the stack that threaten to win the game. So something like a Vivian on the hunt here is really frustrating for me. Wanting to see this game go maybe an hour or 2 hours in these untimed rounds, but Vivian has some potential to do some real damage here. Let's see what Ian is cooking up for us.
Now, are you at this point, are you cartoonishly putting your hands on your hips, huffing and puffing about the Vivian, like, oh gosh, anything
Yeah,
like
it's
that?
funny. We don't have my camera on now, but currently my eyes are popping out of my head. My eyes are popping out of my head. I have steam coming out of my ears. My jaw has dropped completely to the floor, and my tongue is rolled out like a big scroll, and it's hit the floor and it's gone several meters. And I'm going awooga, awooga. You can't hear it because of the sound dampening. But it looks like Vivian on the Hunt has tutored up a Archivist of Ogma onto the field.
Yeah, we turned an elf into a halfling, as one does. You'll be able to gain a little bit of life, draw some cards, hopefully, and probably be in a really good position to attempt to go for a win on your next turn, right?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. I'm trying to remember the pod lines in Bracco, but I mean they've really shifted so much. I mean, imagine here, I can't even fathom if that was a Vivian into Dockside. We'd be looking at a whole lot of mana, whole lot of action here. But we get the card draw online. You got to keep up with these risk studies somehow, and you have the Vivian on board. And let's see if he can keep it there. Not a ton of like really amazing packers here.
Looks like some possible issues with the drawing of a card, maybe too early. Not
Let's see.
sure here. Maybe the turn wasn't passed, but looks like some discussion. Looks like a judge was at the table.
If you had to play one Planeswalker in CDH, if you just had to include a Planeswalker in the deck you want to play, what Planeswalker you think you're throwing in? I have my
Dihada.
answer. Dihada? I mean, I'm talking about like a good Planeswalker.
No, it's not comedian. It's a different Ian. There's a few Ians, I believe, that play CDH. If I had to pick a Planeswalker, I would pick Dihada. Yeah, I have a
Okay.
extreme soft spot for that deck. But if I have to pick one in the 99, does it have to be good, or can it be like I just like this card?
I mean, I'll give you my answer. I think Dak Faden. How about a
Okay.
nice Dak Faden? You waste not, makes them discard too. Uh, you get to steal the One Ring, steal Machine God's Effigy. You know, if they Phyrexian Metamorph their Elvish Mystic, you can take that from them. There's just a lot you can do with that. It's pretty sick. Steal a Citadel after the Rockside player whiffs. There's a couple things you can do there.
Yeah, I was gonna say Dak Faden. I like the ability if I have Waste Not to, trigger my Waste Not by targeting them to make them draw 2, discard 2.
Basically,
I
a Splinter
like
Twin there.
Yeah, I like being able to gain control of a Bolas's Citadel, or like if someone uses like a Phyrexian Metamorph or like a Llanowar Elves, I can grab it. That's pretty cool.
We're on the same page, all the way down. Take your seat of the Synod.
Check, please.
Check, please. Good luck.
Jorman, I love you too. I really like, and this is a cringe take of mine. Ashiok Dream Render.
Oh yeah.
I like a lot. I think um, being able to shut down searching libraries and attacking graveyards is pretty cool. You can also, in some weird world, being able to disrupt top deck tutors. It's just not cost well enough to make an efficient play. Like, I don't want a dark ritual into that card.
Yeah, fair enough.
Um,
I mean, hey, and honestly, in these games, it might not be bad. You know, honestly,
fair or
the way these games go, the 3 mana Ashiok from Theros that you plus the mill a target opponent for 3, that might not be bad. We just get
oh,
some natural decking going on here.
oh, you don't mill, you exile the top 3.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, and then you get to minus to put one onto the battlefield, right? Creature.
Yeah, exactly. Or you minus
Yeah.
X, where X is their mana value.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty. I might need to cook a little bit this weekend.
A card I really tried to get to work, and this was when I was first getting into CDH. I was really into, and we're resolving a judge call, which is why we're feeling dead eye right now. I was really, really into Sephiroth, not Sephiroth. What's the Selesnya Enchantress commander?
Sithis. Sithis is the
Sithis.
harvest hand.
I really liked Sithis CDH when I first started playing. And I did my damnedest to make Calyx Destiny's handwork. I was like, that's so cool. His -3 ability. I was super, super, super into Calyx.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You are an aficionado for underpowered decks. You did play Dihada for a very long time, so
Yeah, I top 16 with it in a major tournament. I don't know what you've done.
yeah. Well, we have players playing Waste Not in a major tournament too. So in Dawn's Truce, there's who knows anymore, right? I mean, come on,
Well,
we're all over the place.
it must be nice though, because like you've never day 2'd, you've never top 16'd, and
Yep.
kind of being insulated in the booth, not having to have that pressure. But I don't know if I'd consider you a CDH player, but you're CDH adjacent. Like you've
Exactly.
consumed the media. So honestly, the way you look at the game as someone who talks about it but doesn't play it, you're probably a voice people should listen to, right?
I totally agree. It makes sense. It's like, my experience is kind of like, imagine if, like people are playing CDH in the room adjacent to me and I'm doing anything else. That's sort of my exposure to top level CDH. I get to just kind of osmosis good opinions, or bad ones, mainly bad ones, likely, according to my detractors, of which there are many.
Well,
My
I've seen you
haters.
with two phones. Like you have one phone that is just South Park and Family Guy, and then your other phone, which is
Yep.
Arena Cube,
Yeah, Arena Cube, Subway Surfers,
and
for
you're in the
sure.
other room.
I'm in the other room. I'm not even in the room. I'm not even close. I'm not even close. I'm doing anything else.
Okay, do you
I'm
know what?
watching. Sorry, go ahead.
Less of a meme. Do you know what card might actually be good in this sort of mid-range hell that we're in right now?
Shoot.
Karn the Great Creator.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, in the face of all these dorks and stuff, is it right? I mean,
I think so. Still, people are so reliant on even more now the artifact mana that they do have and the One Ring. Um, I think there's a case to be made, especially with how easy it is to cast.
throwing a lattice in there. Why not?
Yeah,
I
isn't
mean, we've
there?
seen TNT play a 13 mana Emrakul, so I mean, nothing's on off the board.
Honestly, Curse Totem stonks might be way up right now.
Way up. Oh my god, Curse Totem on this board is pretty nasty.
All right. Are we? What commander can fetch me a Curse Totem and then I figure out how to win from there?
I was gonna say Arkham Dagson, but not a little out of the game plan, I think.
Can you imagine? You're like, okay, I'm gonna Arkham Dagsum, get my Curse
Get my
Totem.
Curse
Okay, I
Totem.
can no longer use my Arkham Dagsum.
Pass turn.
Yeah, Ethan, not sure what the delay is with this judge call. So right now, folks, there is a judge call on the board. Looks like seat 3 Zeke may have drawn a card at a time that they were unable to draw a card, and they're working to resolve that, which is why Dylan and I are having such a wonderful time chatting together.
Yeah, really just fin.
Anyway,
Anywho's it?
all right, I'm
What are you
seeing
what are you
legend.
thinking on this board right now? Like who would you say, just in this sort of snapshot context, you would have favored here? It feels like things are pretty even keeled. Players have engines online. They're drawing cards, access to a lot of mana. There's certainly things that are threatening on the board, but how would you feel? Who would you feel is currently in the driver's seat of this game?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think they're all relatively even. There is some. Oh, that's a good point in general sarcasm. They drew for turn before Remora trigger. That would make sense why this is so difficult because you did receive information. Um, so with Derek, knowing Derek has a wheel in hand, that waste knot is looking pretty good. The Ristic study is helping keep up against everyone's board advantage in terms of mana. I think if Jordan does get another turn though, or has a really impactful turn, they might be able to start running away with this game, especially if they have their Thrasios out. I mean, we're one Seedborn Muse away, and I sound insane saying that, but we're one Seedborn Muse away from really, just being in full control of this game, right?
Yeah, certainly. The only thing that sort of Jordan is the only one who doesn't have really an active engine online in this turn cycle, right? He's going over to Zeke's turn, and then Derek, and both of those players having, Remoras and Ristics going on right now. He might get a little buried in card advantage here. He only has 3 in hand, and he really needs to land something that is going to put him back into the driver's seat in terms of cards.
Yep, I completely agree. And right now, I'm brewing Oswald Fiddlebender. That way, I can easily find my cursed mirror.
You could just pot it away.
I can pod for it and then not be able to activate my Oswald again.
Oh, true. True that. Bargain it away. Let's check the Wild Civil Drain bulk commons. See if there's some white bargain spells we can play. Maybe like bargain, gain 4 life or something.
All right, let's look. Bargain MTG white.
A little impromptu brewing sesh on the stream here while we wait for this judge call to be resolved.
Oh yeah, we can play Kellen's Light Blades, which is a 1 white, 1 colorless instant with bargain. Deals 3 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. If it was bargained, destroy that creature instead.
That might be kind of gas, actually. Wait, hold up. That's not bad. I'm dead serious. That's actually kind of sick. Just Doomblade, white Doomblade? Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
With my Curse
Sack
Totem.
my Curse Totem. Easy. Because you can hit your own creatures, too. Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Pretty awesome.
Swing with your Ocelot Pride or whatever. Ocelot Pride token.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good.
Yeah. The 2 cards to the left of Rograk are Waste Knot.
Dylan, I have to run real quick. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
You got it. I got this. We have a Waste Knot and a Mox Amber on Rograk's board right now. We haven't had any Waste Knot triggers yet, but we will hopefully soon. I'd love to see that thing pop off. And yes, Thomas in chat, this is top 16. This is our top 16 feature match. Once again, we have Jordan on Timothy Thrasios, Ian on Rocco, Zeke on Rog Thrasios, and Derek on Rogsai. And currently we're resolving a judge call here, which is what the delay in play is here, as the players are explaining the situation to the judge and trying to rectify exactly what the game state needs to be. So let's see here. Looks like there's a little bit of discussion on exactly when and why and how this card was drawn. Our head judge at the table now adjudicating this situation. Let us see how they end up resolving this. This is an interesting fix. I know a lot of players run into this, and I personally, playing in more casual settings, we've done everything from shuffle the card away, sack the Mystic Remora, you missed the trigger to pay for it. It's not something that necessarily is super clear every single time on the fish trigger. The judges certainly know more than I do. I'm not 100% certain the correct fix in the situation with information ascertained by the draw step, but we will see here how they end up fixing this. Once again, this might seem like a simple fix and an easy thing, but when you're in a top 16 for this high of stakes, you really do need to. These players are really incentivized to take this type of thing very, very seriously, and really, possibly gain an advantage here on your opponent's misplays. It is a real thing, and so we will see.
And yeah, you really become, you hold the stakes. You become a stakeholder when these stakes are so high.
Certainly. I'm holding strong, diamond hands on these stakes.
Any stakeholders in the chat?
These stakeholders going once, going twice.
Check please.
Yeah, Delibas, it does appear that Ian is really presenting a win next turn. There's not really many things that are great attackers into this Vivian either to maybe try to pressure it a little bit. Um, I guess you could swing Kinnan and Lotho and trade off with the Archivist, but I'm not really sure that Jordan's going to want to do that at this point. He kind of takes himself out of the game a little bit
Not little
if
low
that
though.
happens. Not little Lotho. I think you just block the Kinnan.
What about little loaf?
Little Loth. Man,
Fake
not little
grillers.
Loth.
Nick in chat, aka Papa Squat, saying he grills steaks. He doesn't just hold them; he grills them. I didn't know you could do that.
Me neither. That's kind of cool. I've been a big boil the steak guy. A little milk in there. All right, so it
Side
looks
of
like
raw jelly beans.
we are in the process of resolving that. It seems like the card that was drawn for turn is gone, and we're seeing what's going to happen with the fish here. Zeke now gets to possibly make his decision what he wants to do.
Yeah, we're still. It appears still at this time working to resolve the mulligan. Or not the mulligan. Excuse me, the judge call. And late teams know it is not Ian as in comedian. It's another person named Ian who's playing in the tournament.
Yeah, it feels like to me that this tournament has been rife with more judge calls than I'm used to. I think that is, like we were saying earlier, just due to the amount of objects in play that just produce triggers, have things that need certain priority, complex stacks that you really get in these super mid-rangey, grindy games.
Dylan,
Yeah.
we're so stupid.
Why? What did we do?
We don't need Oswald to curse totem. We just play Linvala.
As a
Or
commander?
or Drana and Linvala, yeah. And then you play it.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, Drana and Linvala might actually be really good right now.
As a commander?
Yeah.
Little Orzhov action?
Get Orzhov, activated creatures of your activated abilities of creatures your opponents control can't be activated. And Drana and Linvala has all those activated abilities, and you can spend mana as if though there were any color to activate those abilities.
Okay. We might be cooking. We need to hop in a Discord call after this and after this tournament and really see if we can spike the next one here.
You see the vision, right?
I definitely am seeing the vision. Ooh, wait, we could do a little Orzhov Waste Knot. Get some Thought Seizes in there, a little duress action. Grief 'em.
Cabal therapy. You can get
Ooh.
Dark
Tiny Bones
Deal.
joins up. Dark Deal.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Torment of Hailfire?
Torment of Hailfire would be good. That would be good.
Okay.
You could do Memory Jar. Oh no, that exiles them.
Oppression? How about Oppression?
Oppression would be good. Painful Quandary. Whenever they play a
Okay.
spell, it's 5 life or discard a card. Oh, you discarded your main creature win con. Trigger Waste Knot. I'll make a 2/2 zombie.
You know Bandit's talent from Bloomborough? 2
No,
mana ETB target opponent discards 2 cards unless they discard a non-land card.
hold on. Are we cooking right now?
Throw a little ham action in there. Mind twist you?
What if we play every card that says each opponent discards a card? Like we play Burglar Rat.
Ooh. Okay. Little yeah, okay. I'm picking you up.
Yeah.
Picking you up and not putting you down.
Elderfang Disciple, Liliana Spectre, Trigger My Waste Knot.
Did you just search discard a card Orzhov Commander on Scryfall? Is that what's going on here?
No, I typed each opponent discards a card into Google Images.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a lot better. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But I will say, I used to have a Tiny Bones Trinket Thief casual deck, so I had a lot of these cards off the top of my head.
You should just go to the Source MTG forum and just type in opponent discard and see what we can get.
I'm on MTG Salvation right now. Should I use forum?
Okay. Yeah, hit it, and let's see if we get a search. Okay, cool. Looks like we have something happening from Zeke. A little token getting thrown out there.
Oh,
Maybe that's like a trying to bribe the judge. Here's a little treasure for you.
I treasure you. Target opponent discards a card at random. Whispers of Emrakul. If you have Delirium, which it's very hard to get Delirium in CDH, that player discards 2
Extremely
cards
hard.
at random. Guys,
All right, looks like the fish is going away. Looks like we've decided that the fish is gone here.
probably for the better after the slop we just brewed.
Yeah, certainly. Let's get on with it a little bit. I'm sure nobody wants to hear us talk about the worst cards you've ever heard in your life. We have a shifting woodland here, tapped. No, oh no. Should it be tapped? Oh no, we have a wild growth.
Wild growth on the breeding pool that already has a Utopia Sprawl on it.
Oh my god! Imagine a nice strip mine here. A little stone rain action from Rogsai.
And
We have
Crucible
a
of Worlds.
we have the judge explaining to our production team a little bit about the judge call. We're gonna have a little update shortly, just to keep players updated on exactly what happened with that one. So let's see.
You listen to that. I'll take the reins here. Looks like Zeke is thinking about tapping the breeding pool. Casting the wild growth did trigger Derek's Rhystic Study. The next spell cast will trigger the Lotho on Jordan's side of the board. And here we go. That is I can't tell. Some secret lair card that I don't recognize the art for. If chat has any assistance as to what that card is, looks like it's a creature. Can't quite tell, but that does trigger Rhystic Study. That does trigger Lotho. And this is what I mean, and what Dylan means as well. When all of these cards just become cumbersome in a tournament environment, every spell is triggering multiple things, multiple permanents. Oh, that's a Seedborn Muse. Okay. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you, Big Papa Dylan. Had trouble recognizing that artwork, but it looks like Zeke did resolve a Seedborn Muse. That's pretty good with having the Rhystic Study, having your super built up reading pool.
Yeah.
That's going to be really good long term.
Yeah, and Laura, just an update for you. The judge call. So essentially, the Mystical Reward trigger was missed and the card was drawn. The judges essentially, the players essentially decided to allow the Remora to get to go to the graveyard. The top of the deck was not randomized. He still drew that card, and the player received a warning for that. So that is just how that ended up shaking out there. A little bit of discussion and back and forth with the players and a few appeals with the judges. And we are back on, as it looks like Derek is ready to take his turn. Although there is some discussion about what we are doing about this Seedborn Muse. And it seems like the answer is nothing, as Derek and Zeke both take their untapped steps.
Yeah, everyone seems content to let that Seedborn Muse exist. No Thrasios activations to really worry about. Derek has drawn a few cards, kind of quietly drawn cards from that Rhystic Study. And again, wheel in hand, which could be really bad with that Waste Knot.
Yeah. Yeah, and this seems like exactly what we kind of thought that this Rockside player might do, is just kind of take it slow, get some advantage, build an engine, and then just look for that window where you could punch through one of your powerful game-ending spells here. Obviously, not easier said than done dealing with decks that are this level of interactive. But also, these players do have to worry about this Rocco just winning next turn in a way that is really complicated to interact with. Derek seeming to go through his options, his myriad of cards here. And let's see what he ends up going for.
Yeah, I think you're at a point where I think Jordan, depending on what cards are in hand, has available to him, could realistically attempt a win attempt. Ian, I think, though, if the turn gets back to him, I don't think Zeke is seeing another turn, even with that Seedborn Muse.
Yeah, it seems somewhat unlikely at this point, although who really knows how this ends up shaking out, right? We have Derek passing over a card for Jordan to take a look at. So interesting could be some interesting politics there. Jordan saying, hey, let me see what you got working here. What can we do to stop this Rocco situation from unfolding even further? He might be saying, hey, I'm going to do something kind of scary here. And we have an Into the Floodmaw on the Seedborn Muse, it appears.
I don't even know
Could
what
also
that
be
card
the
is.
Vivian. It's a so it's another Bloomborough uncommon. It has gift a card. If the card is gifted, you may return a non-land permanent to its owner's hand. It's 1 in a blue instant, and if the card is gifted and you do that, they make a 1/1 fish. So we're about to see a beautiful little 1/1 fish slapping down nice and wet on Zeke's board here. It appears. I believe this is targeting the Seedmore Muse just based on the way that Derek was presenting it. Could definitely be hitting the Archivist Ogma. Although even at this point, bouncing the Archivist or the Vivian doesn't really accomplish much in terms of getting rid of that, other than allowing the Vivian to then be countered on the next turn. But yeah, so Seedmore Muse returning back to hand here.
Yeah, gift a fish, 1 blue mana. Bounce a creature. If you gift a fish, they bounce a non-land permanent.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's not gift a card, it's just gift a fish. I'm thinking, still got Dawn's Truce on the mind here.
That's okay. That it's a powerful card. I don't blame you for
Yeah,
continuing
I
to
think
think
about
about it.
Dawn's Truce a lot. I generally try to build around it.
So funny. You're very silly, Mr. Dillon.
Thank you. Thank you, Lauren. And just a pass. Just a main phase Floodmaw pass. Okay. Okay. Let's see what Jordan has cooked up here.
Yeah, I'm curious what Jordan has in hand. I believe we may have missed the Lotho trigger. I don't see the treasure. I don't believe it was used either.
Well, we have a treasure under the Thrasios there.
Oh, okay,
Um,
okay. Did not
just
see
a
that.
alternate art treasure.
There's a lot of arts now for treasure tokens.
A lot of arts for everything. It's hard to tell what half of these cards are. Luckily, my encyclopedic knowledge, beautiful cards, is coming in handy. So,
Yeah, I'm really proud of you for having that.
yeah, you've been working a long time on that.
We are deep in the tank still. Don't agree with that flood mod target, at least the timing. Mike, I think the only reason Derek was incentivized to use it is likely they drew it for turn and did not want Zeke to have another untap with it, is what I presume was the thought process behind removing it at that time at sorcery speed.
Yeah, it is interesting though because Zeke hasn't used any of his mana anyway. I mean, I suppose it forces him to commit to it next turn if he wants to play it.
Yeah. Or you force the action to see if there is anything in hand.
Yeah, certainly.
We are back to Ian. I don't know if it's relevant, but you could pod the Archivist into like a Kutsil, right? Or pod the birds into a Grand Abolisher.
Yeah, that's
And
certainly
then
an option. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember exactly. It looks like a Ian flash card. Might have been a Karmic Guide, which isn't really doing too much here, but will certainly make his pod line a little more difficult if that is what he has in hand.
I love that card, Karmic Guide.
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah. Lazatep Quarry, Fury. Elvish
Deploying an
Reclaimer.
Elvish Reclaimer. Okay.
That's gonna get the Strip Mine to kill that breeding pool. Okay, we have a game plan.
Can you imagine?
Oh my god, that'd be so gas.
It'd be so funny.
Forget about it. Be sick. So we're little bit of lands matter, Rocco. It's pretty cool. Cool.
Really digging deep right now for the strip mine.
I mean, hey, that's the biggest threat on the board, right? That land
True.
stopper for 3. Forget about it. Got a Black Lotus on your land. Gilded Lotus.
Gilded Landis.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, thanks. I came up with it.
I appreciate
Yeah, I know.
it. Okay, so Elvish Reclaimer. See what the follow-up is here for Ian. Certainly going to activate his Vivian this turn, I believe. 2 draws. We got some draws. Not paying for any of them for the Reclaimer.
How many treasures does TNT have? I think one at this point. I think one.
Just one right now. Yeah.
Possibly 2 if Rocco casts another spell this turn. We are
Activating Vivian, sacrificing the Reclaimer.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, there's gesturing. I'm very excited for it.
We have some trick binds going on here. We have some interaction for this, or we just we doing here?
Nope. So we're looking for a twofer. Is there a twofer that reset? Oh, Felia. Can you Felia reset Vivian?
Felly is an attack trigger.
I think there's an ETB, no?
Nope. Nope. Felia as flash, 1 and a white, 2/2. When it attacks, you can pick up a non-land permanent from the battlefield, return it at the end step, and if it's your own permanent, you get to put a 1 with counter on it. And here, forget about Felia. We have a Grand Abolisher hitting play, uninteractable. So
Pretty
the rest of these guys are just shut down unless we have some
Damn.
Juarez.
I thought
We might have
Felia was
a-
ETB or attacks. Oopsie.
No, that card would be much better.
So something to worry about now from Ian is what, possibly an Eldritch Evolution?
Yeah, I mean, definitely Eldritch Evolution could probably do it here. Trying to think exactly what you get into. Something to blink the Vivian and just keep going along. And pass. Okay, so Grand Abolisher pass. So just continuing to set up here. Ian, a big threat if we can get back to his turn.
Value Abolisher.
Yeah. I mean, hey, just a must-answer threat. You know, you got to do something about it, or you're just losing essentially.
Okay, we are
And Seedborn
redeploying the
Muse.
Seedborn, triggering Ristic Study. Derek still quietly gaining cards, not really being too impactful, but slowly amassing, resources to get some action going here, right? As we have
Yeah.
Zeke replaying the Seedborn and then redeploying Thrasios, paying for a Ristic Study,
Yeah, with a
triggering Lotho.
nice emergence zone here.
Love Emergent Zone.
The War of the Spark action. Wow, the Spark. Boston.
Wow, the Spock. Shout out Turtlepod.
Park my Spark in the War of the Spark. Enough of that. We have an end step. Looks like a Topdeck tutor from Derek here. Waiting to see.
Topdeck.gg tutor.
Yeah, something like that. We made our own. About this, and yeah, Vamp tutor. Of about how paying for the risk study, I guess, is the question on Zeke's. And it looks like the answer is no.
All right. We're vamping. Looks like the game is
Big
getting
two.
interested. Born the knee zone. Yeah, I agree with you, Jorman. I think we're really starting to get into the thick of it in a pretty fun and exciting way.
Yeah, Seedman Muse with E-Zone is pretty disturbing combination of cards there. That
Yeah.
Strip Mine would come in handy. Maybe we needed that Elvish Reclaimer on the field.
Imagine if that Waste Not was a strip mine,
Oh my god. Maybe I need it in my Noxiel deck again.
Were you running it?
What?
Were you
okay.
All right, we
Okay.
are deep in the thinking phase. Going for a Vamp tutor here at Derek. Vamp tutoring at the end of Zeke's end step. Jordan and Ian anxiously watching. Ian, 2 cards in hand, probably not too much interaction there. Jordan with 4 cards in hand, so some stuff for Derek to think about, but we haven't seen too much interaction yet. Um, Jordan
Yeah.
not really starved for mana, so
Yeah, he
could
has 10
possibly
mana. Looks like 10
yeah.
mana available on my account. So a couple Thrasios activations, or even activate Cannon, I suppose, if you that's in your wheelhouse.
Yeah, you could get got by some sort of Kinnan activation. I think this really is a 1v1, at least for this turn, unless it gets back to Ian, who I think just wins the game if it gets back to his turn. But the bottom half of the table really duking it out right now. Derek has to fight against a lot of mana, a Seaboard Muse, and a Rhystic Study.
And an
If
emergence
Derek
zone.
and an Emergent Zone, this isn't going to be easy to close out.
No, certainly not. See what he's cooking up here.
But you got to have your bag packed when you go to the shop, and I think Derek's ready for that.
Yeah, certainly. His stuff is locked up tight, and he's got pretty much everything he needs to make something happen here. The only question is, how much can the other opponents do to try to stifle him?
Yeah, like when you have your bag packed so effectively to go to the shop to really close it out, will Stifle even get it done?
Sure, sure. See.
It's a 2-minute warning, 49ers, Buccaneers, 3rd and 7, Buccaneers at Tampa Bay, 37-yard line. Vikings, Jaguars, 4 minutes, 22 seconds left. Vikings up 12-7 against the Jags. And we have Broncos, Chiefs, 2-minute warning. Broncos have possession, 2nd and 7 at Casey's 31.
What's the score in the Broncos Chiefs game?
14-16 Chiefs.
Okay, wow, okay. So
Broncos
see
have
if
possession.
we'll see if Bo Nix and Sean Payton can make a comeback here. But regardless of any of that, let's see if Derek on Rockside can make a comeback here, right?
Big Papa Dylan, no, there is no word on the other pods. No one has yet to report. All are still open. These players here are kind of the Sean Paytons and Bo Nixes of CDH, right? They're accomplished players, storied careers, maybe new draft picks, future Hall of Famers, first ballots, who are duking it out here at the largest ever CDH tournament.
Sure. Yeah, you could say TNT is kind of the Sean Payton of this format right now. Once a Super Bowl champion, respected player. Ooh, we have a nice discard to hand size. Get a little zombie action. Bring the beats in. Bang, bang to you. All right, untaps here.
If that's the Sean Payton of CEDH, then I think you're the Sean Kingston of CEDH.
Yeah, these beautiful girls. Oh.
Too funny.
All right, Ancient Tomb.
Sean Hargis in chat saying Nato, aka Andy Beach, won his game. Very
Okay,
possibly. Have not seen it reported yet. But
I would not be shocked. Andy Beach has been on a great run lately. As we know, top 4 at Invitational on Rogsai, and top 16 here with Tim Thrasios. A player who's willing to switch decks, switch strategies, and play what he thinks is going to set him up best to succeed. So we have a little bit of counting here from Derek. Let's see how he parlays this mana and this little zombie here into action.
great usage of the word parlay.
Thank you.
That was good. That was really good. All right. What are we doing here? Holding the active player token. We made our little zombie.
Ian is pleading.
Yeah.
Ian is pleading, please don't swing at me with that zombie.
Whatever you do, do not do it.
Do not do it. You do not
I think
know
you
what
force the action. If you want your Vivian that badly, either I eat your bird or I eat your Archivist of Ogma.
Yeah, certainly.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, thank you. I was getting a little confused about what it might sound like. Okay, Derek taking his competitors' thoughts into consideration here. Zeke really is just threatening to just win right on top of anybody here with the amount of mana and cards he has in hand with that Emergence Zone. pretty sticky situation. If that emergency zone gets cracked and you don't have a way to win on top of him or make something happen on top of him, we can really be in a situation where Zeke is just poised to run away with the game. So Derek really has to consider his options here and how he wants to sequence it. Because if he leads too early on a win con or something that's going to, um, force the action, he doesn't have a follow up to it, a way to get on top of that emergency zone, he can just be locked out of this game entirely and the rest of the table as well.
Yep. Yep. And everyone's kind of in this dilemma right now too, where no one's really wanting to go for the win because everyone is kind of threatening a win. Ian is terrified of losing his Evian. Emergent Zone really threatening. Again, with the huge breeding pool that you have, you're going to be able to make a lot of mana. Derek, I'm sure, has the win in here, and I think Jordan's just hoping to see another turn.
Yeah, certainly. And any interaction Jordan has here gets very complicated to use because sure, Derek might try to do something, but what is your recourse here, right? You have one counter spell. Are you going to spend it on Derek's, I don't know, let's say an Adnaz, when Zeke is threatening this E zone Seedborn Muse situation here? How do you approach this in a way that is most conducive to you getting back to your turn cycle and maybe getting back into this game and maybe getting a dub on the board? It's not a cookie cutter, cut and dry situation to say the very least. So
Not at all.
yeah, we will see. These players going very slow and being very careful about how they proceed here.
Yeah, and any lapse or misstep here really can end your tournament run. It's the tension, you can kind of feel it from here. It's people are pleading to stay alive in this game, and they know what's at stake if even a slight slip up occurs on their end.
Yeah, good point. A memory lapse or a mental misstep certainly would uh, make this game more complicated here.
Is this top? Yes, this is top 16. This is the feature match coverage for top 16, and we'll have top 4 following this. Still nothing posted yet for the other matches yet, so
I believe we have
unclear.
the other pods playing. Yeah, every pod is still playing their matches as far as we're aware.
Should go ask them. Just go start bothering them, Dylan. Are you guys still playing?
Who's winning?
I'm tired. Lot of politicking right now. We have huge politics in progress currently. Huge, huge, huge.
Oh, I see. So it looks like Ian missed a trigger on the Archivist off of the Vampiric Tutor. Looks like that might have been being resolved there as he gained a life and drew a card there. Now on Derek's turn. Pretty easy fix there.
Yeah, pretty easy fix. Nothing really changed other than the ancient tomb being played. And I guess the zombie being made, but the judges deemed it was acceptable to continue. We're able to gain life and draw a card off of that Ogma. Now the pleading can begin for I will block with this archivist. My little gnome will eat your zombie.
Here we go, zombie crashing on in for a devastating 2. Bang. What do you got for me?
2
Fatal
damage
push?
really has been important this entire tournament. We've seen a few runs or few rounds already, or throughout the weekend where 2 damage is really make or break for a player.
Yeah, definitely. The beats are real. So Archivist or Vivian down to it looks like 3.
All
Breeding
right.
Pool being tapped here for 3 man. Let's see what he's got. Valley Flood Caller. Okay, so the instant speed action does not end here for Zeke. 2 ways to just go off here. And the thing is, if you respond to this Flood Caller, you're in a world of hurt with that emergence zone is still in play. And let's see what Derek has for us here. His own Flood Caller. Okay.
That's funny. Okay,
Okay.
so we're responding to Flood Caller with Flood Caller, so I'm gonna get Flash before you do, and now we can kind of play on top of the Valley Flood Caller, or force Zeke to with Valley Flood Caller on the stack to crack their own emergent zone.
Yeah. So this is real. I mean, CDH the last couple months, perhaps this last year since Lord of the Rings, has really become dominated by these flash effects that allow you to play at instant speed. Born Upon a Wind obviously has been an insane player in this game. Um, Valley Flood Caller, the late new addition from Bluebur, has been extremely impactful. Not only in these risks and these Necropotence style decks, as a way to essentially win the game, but also in these more mid-range focus decks as a way to hold up mana and play on your opponent's turns, and it's really just an insane combo. Obviously with Seedborn Muse here, so let's see what Derek has. Hey, if he can play something like perhaps a Necropotence here, if he can find a way to get that to resolve, that is pretty good in my estimation.
Yeah, and you're one of the best estimators I've truly ever met, and it's a
Certainly.
pleasure to have estimated with you, and you know,
Certainly, and
uh,
yeah. Update on the Chiefs Broncos game. The 14. The ending score is 14-16. The Chiefs winning. The Broncos field goal was blocked by the Chiefs defense as they continue their undefeated streak. The Chiefs seemingly graced by the hand of God this season.
crazy.
And we'll see if maybe one of these decks can channel that energy a little bit into a run into top 16.
Yeah, Rograk, really the Patrick Mahomes of CEDH. Really makes other cards better, even when it all seems lost. Really brings out the best and the best value out of the other 98 cards surrounding it.
Is it Thrasios? Unliked by a good portion of the fan base, right? But just seems to win despite of that pretty consistently. And we have a Thrasios activation here for Zeke, tapping out of the emergence zone, possibly looking for an answer for this Valley Flood Caller, and putting a Horde of Calling into hand. Oh man, can get very out of hand here.
I'm most excited today for Jets at Cardinals. That's going to be a good game.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but sure.
As an unfortunate Cardinals fan.
Yeah, well, they're doing pretty good. They're top of the West. You gotta be happy with that. And
West of
looks like
Sloppo.
fair. Looks like we're passing over to Jordan's turn now, as Zeke untaps, and Jordan slams down a nice little Timna the Weaver here, looking to draw some cards.
We're still going. We're trucking along. Things are moving. I'm not sure how they're moving, but things are slowly but surely being played. I'm working hard to stay here with you folks, and again, this is sort of where CDH is right now, right? It's these really um, grindy sort of even Rogsai, who was the boogeyman of CDH for a very long time, is adapting to this. Okay, I'm gonna play a grindier game with you guys, and we're in top 16. Time doesn't matter. Time's not real. And this is the result of kind of a post-banning world for tournament play.
Yeah, most certainly.
Update. Chat was correct. Pod 4, A&D Beach was able to lock it in. So we do have our
Congratulations.
huge congratulations. And Andy's been searching for that big win for a while. Had top 4 at the Invitational. Extremely good player, and is on track right now to go to top 4, possibly win the largest ever attended CEDH tournament.
Yeah, we'll see which of his competitors will be joining him here, as we have a Thrasios crashing into Derek here, looking to draw a card off that Timna the Weaver.
Boy, you know how people call Crombat, like, you know that saying?
Yeah, sure.
What about Thrasios Smashios when you attack with it?
I was gonna say Thrombat,
Rombat.
but that sounds a little like maybe a little unsavory. Mox Amber coming down. More mana off of the Kinnan here. Just plenty of mana and seemingly not a ton to do for Jordan. And we really are in a sticky situation here, passing into Ian's turn if we can't do anything about that Grand Abolisher. This seems to be the window where Zeke and Derek with their Flash Enablers are going to have to react. And the tough thing is who blinks first, right, when you're dealing with this kind of situation. The first
Yeah,
person to cast a spell is the one most likely to lose this equity battle.
Yeah, we're really, really in a standoff right now. No one wants to be the first to blink and be the first to, have all the interaction wasted on them. But the longer we get into this game, the more interaction everyone is going to accumulate, right?
Yeah, certainly. Now, it looks like a Psych Rift being flashed by Zeke here. Trying to make an argument for why he shouldn't have to use one of his spells to bounce that Grand Abolisher. Plotting a little bit with the rest of the table here.
Yeah, hey, it's again. This is the board states that we're in now. We're discussing it. I would love to just see right before we move to a turn where Grand Abolisher is not there. You're second to last in priority. I personally would, knowing that you're going to untap with the Seedborn, or more than likely untap with the Seedborn. I would love to see that Psych Rift being used and putting pressure on Ian, and then maybe you feed a Ristic Study, but a lot of politicking in progress.
Derek showing Zeke the that Wheel of Fortune in his hand again. This might be a little bit of a sly play from Zeke too. Here, if you just have it ready to go, you can say, "Hey, what do we have, guys? I'm going to bounce this thing. You guys have interaction," and just kind of bait out the rest of the table, see what they have, and then you're playing an instant speed. Just see if you can cook right on top of them.
Yeah, that's fair too. Especially if it's something that you're going to do anyway, you can maybe get free information out of it, right?
Yeah, certainly. And it looks like we're going to see that Psych Rift slamming on that Grand Abolisher. Maybe that Dawn's Truce would look pretty good right now.
I would love to see it overloaded, to be honest.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I forgot that card can do that. It seems to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. Ooh, wow, that might be a tough ask for these other two players to allow that to go through. And also him tapping out here might just open the window for Derek to make some sparks fly with his Valley Flood Caller and full on grip. And here we have him tapping 7 mana, it appears.
But here's the thing though with that too is you play the overloaded Psych Rift to wipe Ian's board. Are Jordan and Derek going to protect it with the next turn going into Grand Abolisher?
No, but Derek might be incentivized to just win right here.
Dylan, that's silly. Nobody wins anymore.
Yeah, that's a strong point.
A lot of discussion here. We've tapped the mana for the Psych Rift. A lot of discussion. This passing of
Okay, looks like Psych Rift is just baby mode. That's how I'm going too, but it seems like the Psych Rift is just going baby mode.
I'm going baby mode. I'm gonna throw a fit. These games.
Boom. Grand Abolisher back to hand. Better luck next time.
Check, please.
Derek seemingly considering a play here. Oh, maybe Derek is thinking about, now that that's been bounced, wheeling the Abolisher away, and triggering Waste Not about 10,000 times. Let's see how we proceed. Flashing in a Mana Vault, and this right here might be the window of opportunity for Derek.
Ugh.
Channeling some of that just win mentality possibly here.
For the first time this tournament, we are seeing it.
Maybe. We haven't seen it yet. I'm just maybe manifesting some action here. That wheel in hand is looking pretty nice for Derek if he can just make a absolute ton of mana stuff off of that. Oh, Cloudstone Curio here. Okay, so here's Zeke is just threatening just to win the game right now. bouncing
Okay.
that Rograk and that Mox Amber back and forth. So now alarm bells just ringing crazy in the ears of these competitors.
Hell yeah. Love to see it. Love to see it. At least we're going for it. And this might be the perfect time. Captain Moral Support, I believe that you're a Chiefs fan. That makes sense to me.
From Mox hitting the field here. Derek.
We're doing the thing. We're I yeah, I'm truly hopeful we're going for it. What did we exile with?
Mox
Oh, that's a
Opal, I believe.
Chromox. Oh, Mox Opal, you're right. Okay. Wheel of Fortune on the
Okay.
stack.
Oh, I see. So this is a nice little trick here that Derek is doing. He's going Chrome Mox, imprint trigger on the stack, Wheel of Fortune. That's going to allow
Nice.
him to imprint a card that's not in his hand. It gives him some more selection on the mana he might need next turn. Players are thinking through this wheel. Looks like Jordan might be responding.
Oh, maybe just getting stuff out of hand.
Jordan, once again, having to play sorcery speed.
Everyone else, I guess, the bottom half of the table is not beholden to
Yeah, those
sorcery
rules
speed.
anymore. Sullying the memory of Richard Garfield, who is still with us. Jordan tapping some during his options here. Bouncing the waste knot? No, come on. Let's see some sparks.
Oh no, my 2/2 zombies.
Oh, and the mana and drawing a card. That's so good.
Well, no, I think he really just wants the zombies, right, Dylan?
Yeah, that's true. His army is going to be insurmountable. See if we see hands hitting the bin here. Here we go. Once we start putting the cards with the trigger tokens on top of each other, this is when it starts getting a little hazy here. You got to start thinking through when did things happen, how did things happen.
Yep. And this again, this is not hating on it because it is a part of the game, but this is where the games are truly becoming cumbersome, right?
Yeah, certainly. I can certainly agree with that. Yeah, so the Chromox, they're trying to figure out where the Chromox is situated. I believe that's a Chromox, right? That's not the Mox Opal.
Uh yeah, I believe it's a Chromox, right?
So,
It's a Chromox. We are in the thinky phase. Maybe get a Polluty Duty or Woody Footies.
certainly.
Okay. Fierce Guardianship.
Targeting.
Probably the wheel, right?
Yeah, it's tough, though, because that Cloudstone Curio is just infinite right now. Like, Zeke just has infinite mana with that Cloudstone. If that resolves, he has Cure or Artifact in hand.
Well, you can't do it with creatures, right? Because Flood Color is only for non-creatures.
Oh, sure. Yeah, true. But you have a Mox Diamond, a... Yeah, I see. Okay. But if he has another 0,
Mana Vault and
still...
Mamber could do it, but you would need something
Yeah,
to
Mana
start getting
Vault
it
and
going.
Member. Yeah. Yeah, if he has any kind of artifact, he can cast for free here. We're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, hidden right now, chat. Right below that Mana Vault on Zeke's board is a Valley Flood Caller. I hope no one forgets the Lotho triggers. That would be so annoying.
Yeah. players are trying to figure out exactly what the stack is looking like at this present juncture.
Oh, true. Cloudstone doesn't bounce artifacts.
Does it not? Oh, it's just creatures, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, never mind on that. Although if next turn I guess Zeke untaps and has something along the lines of like a, underscore goblin, mind goblin, guacamole goblin, that is a way for him to generate infinite mana with that Rograk, and pump it into the Thrasios.
That's a big ask, though, right? It's a big ask to
Have one card? I don't think so.
no to see another turn, right? Because isn't it?
Oh, sure. Well, no, he has a Valley. Oh, yes, Valley Flood Color. He still has cracked the Emergence Zone as well, and notable.
Oh, that's true.
Triggers look like they're finally resolving here. Fierce possibly hitting the wheel.
Mamma mia!
Mama, I'm coming home. See what we got.
What happens? Can you run out of stickers with Mind Goblin?
No. Oh, so actually, Mind Goblin, if it goes to hand, the hand is a hidden zone and the stickers fall off. If the Mind Goblin goes to a public zone, can you can keep them on. So yeah, chat pointing out correctly that quarter calling here also does it with Cloud of Fairies, with that delicious breeding pool situation happening over there.
I'm drinking water.
Nutrition incredibly important in situations like these.
Indeed. Indeed. We're in the thick of it, and now we have a deflecting swat. Looks like coming from Derek, targeting the Fierce Guardianship. So I do believe that the Fierce was hitting the wheel. I think that's fair to assume. Hey Dylan,
Hey, what's up?
just saying hey.
Hey. Okay, so Mind Break Trap. Okay, so just ooh. Okay. Get some more cards being drawn. Triggers going on the stack. Mind Break Trap likely targeting the everything that's not Zeke's here.
Yeah, you'd have to assume. We have Ristic Study trigger from that.
It looks like Lotho trigger. Counter ticking up.
Loco Lotho.
A Loco Lotho trigger. Oh, Lotho triggered a long time ago. You Derek drawing a card. Let's see.
You have to think there's something. I mean, this is the moment where.
Yeah, Force of Negation. Put Born Upon a Wind. Don't really need that anymore.
Not at all. Check please. You have to feel pretty helpless here if you're Ian, right? You don't really have a great interaction suite, and you're watching this game be fought over and really have no autonomy in the battle, right?
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what you sign up for. Playing Naya in a way. Certainly have cards that are interactive, but and, in this kind of situation, if you don't have those specific cards, kind of be left a little in the dust, kind of big stacks, and just sort of hoping and praying that you can get back to your, your more insulated combos.
Yeah, you're just hoping to see another turn at this point, but
Yeah, and it looks
your
like
odds are going down.
Here's the cord here, and it looks like getting Cloud of Fairies is the get here. Although that does go infinite, as I've now learned with Outs on Curio and Rocco. Or, sorry, Rock. For 3.
It's courting time.
Boarding time.
Ugh. So fierce target or force targeting the mind break trap, which is targeting the SWAT, the fierce, and the wheel.
What do we have? Cord for Mystic Snake?
Oh, that'd be good. Or frilled mystic.
Ooh. Now we're cooking with a little bit of gas.
Yeah, this is all at Jordan's end step right now.
Yeah. Or
Another mind break trap would be gas right now.
yeah, I would say so. Each one of
Spell
these players is wishing they had one more. There.
Jorman says spell seeker into flusterstorm. But fairies wins here. Okay. I want to see it. Do you fairies untap the breeding pool and emergent zone, then go off?
Well, your Cloudstone still needs to resolve, right? If it doesn't resolve, then the fairies is not really doing getting you man. Sort of a pretty inefficient.
Right.
I don't think fairies can be the card that I'm grabbing here.
Without Cloudstone, fairies doesn't do much. Oh yeah, you were so right.
Yeah, doesn't actually do anything.
You're so right. Cloud is still on the step. Yeah. Yeah. There's just
Okay, so it is Cloud of Fairies. Okay.
Oakley Dokley.
So the true intentions are revealed.
You have to wonder though. This is probably going to be followed up with cracking the emergent zone, right? And you'll have another creature, hopefully, once the stack is said and done.
Yeah, I mean, certainly possible. Possible. It is tough though. Without knowing the information of what exactly is hard to say what is sort of the optimal play for getting around this here. I do like that line talking about getting Spellseeker, but certainly gets a little more tricky if he doesn't have another way to get a creature onto the battlefield, get those land that E zone untapped. But also could just be pushing on into the Ian's upkeep, going from there.
Yeah, you don't have the Grand Abolisher to worry about anymore. And yeah, the Waste Knot was bounced, if I remember correctly. Oh no, it's
No, the
still
Wasteland
there.
is still there. Yeah, no. Yeah, Abolisher was bounced.
Hmm.
So Waste Not, what's better, Waste Not or Abolisher? Up to the viewers to decide.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Anybody's race.
Valley Flood Color, yes, does have Summoning Sickness. We're thinking.
I think we might be discussing the triggers on Derek's Flood Caller.
Oh yeah, Jesus.
Not that it's necessarily super. The untapped triggers do hit the stack. Prowess triggers don't really need to be notated until they are relevant to that prowess rules. Fair. So, see what we got cooking here. Various triggers on the stack still. Five cards in hand available.
Yeah, we're working to comb through what's going on right now.
So you're right there. Breeding pool tapping easy trigger.
Jorman says that shifting woodlands could just win on Rocco's turn.
Possible graveyard here.
Well, I'm not going to.
Fair enough. I'm relatively certain he might have delirium at this point. As difficult as it is to get delirium in this format.
True.
Breeding pool tapper for 3.
This is top 16, Antonio.
Followed by a lotus petal. Triggering study. Some action here. Try to get this wheel to resolve. I think pilot him directly into the top seat here. With those waste not. The one ring coming down for Z. Okay, sure.
That's when I go, protection from everything, please.
Don't even need to declare it. It's
You
just like
don't.
prowess. Yep.
Invisible trigger.
Okay, Zeke going on ahead, drawing a card, putting a counter on there. Oh, not 3. Yep, there we go. Drawing a card. Got.
Gamble into Flash Breach. I hope so.
That would be pretty sick. There's fighting for their future here, fighting for their ability to get into top 4. Real problems on this board that need to be addressed. Everyone.
We're still thinking. The one ring shuts down Rocco's win attempt. Yeah, it's not great for Rocco. It's getting progressively worse.
Yeah. Not been a great turn cycle for Rocco here. Having their abolisher bounced really hurt their ability combo. Unless he has like a bone crusher track. And a flare of duplication coming. Time break trap? Again, exiling the board here. See what Derek has got. Rogsci fans.
I can't wait. I can't personally wait to see what happens. Are you having fun, Dylan? Are you having a good time?
There's certainly ways to describe it. That could be one of them.
Yeah.
This certainly is a highly interactive game here. And it's honestly it's hard to say. Zeke certainly seems favored in this position, but we still are not quite sure what Derek and Jordan are cooking up here. I mean, if there's a piece of interaction here, and Zeke can't answer it, that wheel resolving is make or break. And I think if that wheel finds a way to resolve on this board, then Derek is squarely back into the driver's seat here.
My chief complaint though with what's going on is it seems that every spell that's going on the stack, there's an exchanging of hands, different people showing different players' hands. We have a
Board from Jordan here.
yeah.
Grand Abolisher? Ranger Captain? Like a chord for 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like a chord for 4 with maybe a mana floating. 4
Make
for
it
3 mana
5.
floating.
Grab Wandering Archaic.
Oh yeah, that we really need that perplexing chimera.
Oh, Mr. Holohan.
Let's see. Got some triggers happening here, and it looks like one of them, Zeke's, is being paid for. Derek is allowed to draw again here. But yeah, I certainly agree. It's not necessarily the pace of the cards being played, or necessarily the cards themselves being played. It certainly feels like, oh, a Valley Flood Caller coming down from Jordan as well. He wanted a little piece of the pie. Well, clearly. But yeah, I do agree that more than anything, it seems like the sort of the issue isn't necessarily cards themselves, but more that each single card does seem to require, um, you know, several minutes of discussion before anything is allowed to continue play, which certainly can be a little frustrating. I know it's been frustrating for me, and also just in terms of watching so many of these games this weekend, it can be frustrating for viewers alike, having to kind of sift through the waters of what's happening, right, and why there's so many delays and stops, and what really needs to be discussed about this.
Yep.
But that is the game we signed up for, right? 4-player multiplayer is not exactly simple, to say the least. This is the most complicated version of Magic you probably could be playing.
I disagree. I think the Dreamcast video game, the Japan exclusive, is the most complicated.
Fair. I mean, wait, have you ever played a Mass Block Constructed with Lin Civi? That's pretty difficult there.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. We're cooking. That is a what is it called? Roiling Vort? No. Retraction Helix, targeting the Birds of Paradise. So here, what happens is Retraction Helix says, until the end of turn, target creature you control gains, tap this creature, bounce target non-land permanent. And putting that on the Birds of Paradise, Valley Floodcaller says, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, untap all birds, frogs, and birds, frogs, and something else you control. Birds of Paradise is a frog, or is a bird, excuse me. That would make sense. So whenever Jordan casts a non-creature spell here, if that is on his Birds of Paradise, then he's going to be able to bounce permanents. As we flash in a Village Bellringer here from Ian. Oh, man.
Triggering the heuristic studies.
Okay.
All right. We're in the thick of it. So we have a Village Bellringer on the stack in response to a Retraction Helix.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
So we're doing some math here. Making sure everything's staying kosher. And does Jordan also have a Valley Flood color out now too? Yeah.
Yeah, Jordan does have a Valley Flood Caller in play. The Quarter
Amazing.
Calling fetched for a Valley Flood Caller.
Good for them. Great pick. All right. Does Village Bellringer untaps or return something?
Let's see. I believe it deals with tapping and untapping. I can pull up the text on that now. So it is a common from Innistrad here. It has flash, 2 and a white. When Village Bellringer enters the battlefield, untap all creatures you control. So seemingly going to untap his Bird's Paradise here.
Yeah, the problem is that it triggers heuristic every time. That's true. Dylan, I'll be right back.
Sure thing. Oh, right. So Retraction Helix. Zeke looks like he's tracking 2 mana here. Lotus Petal and Emerge Zone. For a dramatic reversal. Oh my gosh. Okay, dramatic reversal. Going to untap his Mana Vault, his creatures, his Mox Amber, and his Mox Diamond. Drawing their card here. Along with this 1 ring as well. It's going to allow him to draw 2 more cards. A pretty big swing here from Zeke. Allow him to regain quite a bit of mana. Along with drawing 2 cards and a mental misstep coming in here on seemingly the Retraction Helix, triggering Zeke's Risk Study. Mental misstep on the stack here. Nice little conga line of cards. Okay, floating a blue, it appears, from Jordan with a treasure, blue and a black. So 2 blue, 2 black. Using some of that mana now with the colorless. Is this a meme betrayal? Oh, okay. Somebody called it in the chat. Here we have a meme betrayal, triggering the Ristic Studies once again. Looks like they're being paid for. A few of them at least. Interesting. All right, is this meme betrayal? Wow, this is the first meme betrayal we've seen all weekend, at least I've seen. And we have nothing too exciting. We have a Lotus Petal, a Psych Rift, birds, along with a Vampiric Tutor and Into the Flood Maw. This could be an overloaded Psych Rift. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana with the Lotus Petal play with Kinnan. He has 2 mana available afterwards. So we could see an overloaded Psych Rift here, which would seemingly possibly fix some of the problems happening on this board state. Really just reset the game here and put things into Jordan's favor, causing his players to have to really, you know, redeploy all of their pieces. Players are considering how to approach this here. Yeah, you thought this was a complicated board state. Let's involve everybody's graveyards and all their spells as well. Zeke appears to be passing the turn, or at least gesturing as if he's doing so. Players likely discussing what Jordan is going to do here.
I am back.
Hey, so we have a meme bet from Jordan. Looks like in the graveyards that's relevant. We have a Court of Calling, Lotus Petal, Cyclonic Rift, along with a Vampiric Tutor and Into the Floodmaw. Seem to be ignoring Ian's graveyard over there. Not quite sure if he has anything that seems too helpful for the our TNT player with that resolved meme betrayal if that goes through. Looks like they're discussing exactly how Jordan's going to play his turn. Not sure what the discussion is leading to here, if one of them has pieces of interaction for this. Let's see. Derek checking his hand.
All right. We are checking yards. Doesn't seem like anyone really has any more counter magic though to deal with this. Is that fair to say?
I mean, it's honestly hard to say. Both of Zeke and Derek just have huge grips of cards here. And I think they're just seeing who wants to budge. It could be that they both have it, the other of them have it, one of them has it, and just trying to bait out as much information from each other as possible. As it looks like the meme bet is resolving.
All right. Gonna feed the wrist stick a little bit more, but maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you just have it.
Yeah, the only thing that's a little unfortunate here is all those counter spells on the stack are not in the graveyard, cannot be used for that mean bet.
Right, right. Yeah, you look at everything that's on the stack and go, "Wow, I really want this." And
Yeah, like man, if only I had all those cards.
too risky though to let things start resolving as it starts getting mucked up as the game goes.
Yeah, for sure. Probably too risky for his psyche and our psyche too at home in the booth. Yeah, and the fact that this Birds of Paradise just gets to tap for 2 mana and then untap every time a non-creature spell is cast with Valley Floodcaller and Kinnan in play is quite the combination.
Yeah, seems good. Seems very good. And eventually, if we get enough mana, Vamp Tutor be able to crack it with Thrasios as well. We have that option available too.
Yes, certainly. We see Moon Betrayal fully resolving, hitting the exile zone here, and Vamp Tutor on the stack.
Yeah, I like it. I like that we're casting spells. One card in hand. Hopefully, it's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, Jorman pointing out in the chat that, Chord for 2, grab Grand Abolisher, not terrible. I'm not sure if you need it at this point, honestly. If your mean bet resolved, then maybe these players are confident that they can, uh, deal with anything that Zeke is playing, knowing he has 1 card in hand and only access to the cards in the graveyard at the time. So we will see how this plays out. So Vampiric Tutor, but waiting to resolve here.
Yeah, players being really careful. That misstep maybe would have been nice. I mean, I understand hitting the Retraction Helix.
Yeah, certainly.
We're we're looking here. Is that a Remora as well that's available? Yeah. Looks like we have another top 4 winner. Chad Franklin, Pod 2, Seat 4, has been declared the winner of this pod. So we have Chad Franklin, Andy Beach so far confirmed for our top 4.
Awesome. Congratulations to those 2 players. We'll see who their third player joining them is here in this pod. Texture update. Drake is not currently in the booth with us, but the texture is just immaculate here. It's rough. Okay, that's a way to put it. The texture is rough. There's a lot of stuff. If you ran your hands over this board state, you'd feel a lot of bumps. A lot of bumps, for sure. A lot of stuff triggering, a lot of spells on the stack. 3 players have flash. Rocco flashed in a Village Bellringer. I think felt a little left out, wanted to flash it in his own stuff. So made it happen. And now we have a Pact of Negation. Pact of Negation on the Vampiric Tutor? Perhaps?
Jordan looks pretty resigned to letting that resolve.
Okay.
Okay.
So Vampiric Tutor back into the graveyard. And yeah, Jordan's access here to cards is a little, or the cards he has access to don't seem to be insanely helpful other than that chord, but I'm not sure what he can really chord for here with 1 card in hand that does the trick.
I
It
think
looks like
that
he's going to tell us now.
that Vamp Tutor resolving, I think, was key to the plan.
Yeah.
I think really needed that. Jordan really needed that for being able to piece a win together
Yes.
here.
Certainly. I also get that that feeling too. Looks like the mental misstep is resolving, and we have dramatic reversal back on the stack. It looks like where we're at right now. It looks like Jordan is now casting that Chord of Calling.
X equals.
Looks like mental misstep was targeting Retraction Helix, Dorman.
What if I said something crazy like Recraption Helix?
I would probably be extremely upset.
Okay, I won't say it then.
Thank you.
NBT
All
does it.
right.
They're still
Counting the
sandbagging.
counting the math here for the Court of Calling.
Making sure everyone's on the same page. What X equals.
See what Jordan has in store if this is allowed to resolve. Notably, I guess this allows Ian to draw a card. I think we're past the point of that being on anybody's radar. Although a silence here is pretty ridiculous to say the least.
Can you imagine?
From the top ropes,
Like nice stack. Boop.
yeah, sounds good. Yeah, sure. Let that resolve.
Check, please.
Check, please.
I'll take my
Although
stick to go.
Although he probably just does lose if that happens, because if Zeke is allowed to eventually resolve that Cloudstone Curio there, and he has any creature in hand, he will just win on the he ends up keep if this turn is passed. Is that a Eternal Witness?
Looks like a Ewit or a Seedborn. That's not a Seedborn. I think you're right. That's an Eternal
That's an
Witness.
Eternal Witness, yeah. We have an untap here, and this might be Eternal Witness getting back for Traction Helix.
Oh, wow. Okay. I like that play.
Yeah, and so Retraction Helix on birds here with Kinnan in play nets mana for each non-creature spell you cast.
That's cool.
Yeah, pretty cool. The players giving thumbs up. Is that Seedborn Muse?
I am looking
Get an art
now.
check.
I am.
I think that's an Eternal Witness.
Yeah, it's an Ewit.
Yeah, because Ewit on Retraction Helix makes all of your non-creature spells, of which you have access to quite a few of them, in the exile zones here.
The Double
essentially
Masters
produce
extended art.
A ton of mana. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Court of Calling going back to the graveyard. Ewit, I'm assuming targeting Retraction Helix.
Makes sense to me.
That
I think
seems
that's a
to
great
be
play.
Yeah, certainly. And from here, he can really start popping off. And I believe this is just infinite mana.
If it goes through, yeah.
Yeah.
But you will be feeding Aristic, no?
I don't even think it's really a problem if you are looping it with Mox Amber, because you tap the Mox Amber for 2 mana. You tap the birds for 2 mana, right? So you're making 4 mana every iteration of doing it. You're paying 2 mana for each of the heuristics, and it's just irrelevant. They don't get to draw any cards. Plus, you also have access to the Valley Flood Call, or the Into the Flood Maw if you really need it, and the Cyclonic Rift. So you could even just make enough mana to overload Cyc Rift, and then go from there.
Yeah, I think Jordan, if this does resolve and we're able to get the Retraction Helix back, I think Jordan's able to close this out. And chat did correctly point out when Birds taps for the
for the Helix, yeah, sure,
yeah,
yes,
won't make mana.
Yeah, but still, with Mox Amber, no, you have to pay for 1. But yeah, if you just make enough mana, they draw a few cards, and then you could just Retraction. You could just Into the Flood Maw and Cyc Rift them.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
So when I see a Birds of Paradise tapping, my natural inclination is, oh, he's making mana.
Looks like Retraction Helix resolves.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Starting with Soul Ring. Oh, no, we're maybe realizing.
Lotus
Oh,
Petal.
okay, maybe wanting to generate more mana than.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so starting the chain with Soul Ring, you will be able to pay for both Ristics there. That'll let you generate infinite mana while paying for both Ristics, right?
Yep. Yeah, off the top ropes, Jordan here. We were talking about Derek and Zeke with their flash enablers. How about Jordan with his flash enabler? Until the at the very last minute. Exciting end to this game that was coming to a standstill here. And
Yep.
with guns drawn, and we're seeing who is pulling the final trigger. I'm not sure if Zeke and Derek have anything they can really do about this at this juncture.
Okay, we're making sure that the mana is tapped correctly here. And now, yep, Soaring with the cannon on the field from TNT, we will be able to have 3 mana, bounce, pay for 2, and it's looking good right now for Jordan. It's looking really good.
Certainly, I'm not sure there's that much that stops him here with these players tapped out.
Yeah, unless they drew into something right at the end.
Looks like if Jordan wins here, we're gonna have Andy Beach and Jordan, 2 TNT players in top 4. Two mana. Deflecting SWAT. Oh, that is rough. Deflecting SWAT here can target the Valley Flood Caller
Mm-hmm.
if he doesn't have blue floating.
Yeah. Maybe a concern in choosing Soul Ring over Mox Amber not having that colored mana.
Yeah, certainly.
Hindsight's 2020 though. I think there isn't a real argument to be made choosing the Soul Ring to be able to generate infinite mana while paying for the Rhystic Studies and not have to worry about overloading the Psych Rift.
Right.
I can understand the arguments both ways, and I respect the logic.
So Jordan in the tank here. Jordan might not have any spells he can cast using only this colorless mana.
And that's the key
And if that's the
issue right now.
case, then we're in a tricky situation.
Then we're back to square one with trying to see if this Cloudstone will resolve.
And Soul Ring, I believe, does tap for 3 mana. No, you have to pay 1. All right, so flashing in a Mox Diamond. No mana, or no land in hand, but does not matter. Will untap the fish.
Yep.
And that looks like it will do it. Let's see here.
Trigger Rhystics.
Trigger Rhystics, trigger Flood Caller, trigger Birds.
Mm.
And see if these players have any more tricks up their sleeves. Little misdirection action from Zeke. We'll see. Okay,
Tapping.
Birds is untapping.
Let's see it.
Mox Diamond.
Classic.
Yeah. The last card in hand just being Mox Diamond is ridiculous, to say the least. I mean, talk about just having it.
Okay.
So Soul Ring going back to hand. Soul Ring coming back down.
Yep.
Trigger. Rhystics triggering.
I think it's clear to the table now that the Rhystics are being paid for, and if Derek has something, this is the time to use it.
Well, I actually don't think that he can pay for both Rhystics while doing the Soul Ring. He has to pay 1 for the Soul Ring and then 2. And the Soul Ring is tapping for 3.
Oh, I see. I
So,
see.
yeah, he's 1 short on being able to do that.
So you're gonna feed one player.
You're gonna have to feed the fish, feed the Rhystic just a little bit more until you're able to generate the mana to Psych Rift.
Yeah, you're completely right. I was thinking of a mana crypt, not not Soul Ring.
Oh, yeah, I remember that card.
Yeah, it's banned. So
Wait, what?
yeah, Mana Crypt got banned. Mana Crypt, Jeweled Lotus, Darkside, and Nadu all got banned.
Man, Nadu. Ooh, imagine Nadu in this meta.
Well, I think Nadu getting banned is partially what led people to want to play Kinnan more. We're seeing a lot more Kinnan.
Yeah, I think there's a similar group of players interested in those kind of decks.
Yeah. biting my tongue here. Looks like we are looping the Soul Ring. We're in the thick of it, folks. We're making mana. We're doing the damnedest thing. Jeskai Ascendancy on a creature's broken. Jorman, it's fair because it's only specific creature types, right? Oh, Derek does have something there to possibly break up this chain.
I mean, if he has counterspell for the Soul Ring, does that do anything here? But I don't really think so. Depending on, oh, he has a Lotus Petal. Maybe possibly flashing in the Lotus Petal to try to see if we can draw a Zika card. Our allegiance is quickly shifting here.
Yeah, they're realizing who the common denominator is and needing to stop.
Yeah, my feeling is if you can draw top 16 games, this game might have drawn already. Uh,
We're going though. We are truly going. We Lotus Petal. Um, didn't draw anything there. So Soul Ring is the big thing we're looking to find an answer to respond. Or maybe Derek's looking for a way to get the mental misstep back to break this up, knowing that Jordan is hellbent, no cards in hand. Fist bump there. I didn't quite see what was cast. They're looking though. Can't he pay for using? So you, John, you need to use the Birds of Paradise to bounce. Oh, and we have a chain of vapor.
oh, hitting the
Oh
Valley Flood Caller. I'm
my
assuming here.
goodness!
No blue mana, it seems like, in the pool once again.
Wow! 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 Do you hit the flood collar, or do you? Because couldn't you flash the flood collar back in, or do you hit the Birds of Paradise because it wouldn't have the retraction helix?
I don't think you have blue here.
Oh, I thought I
Oh, never
see.
mind. You do have blue. Yeah, yes, sir,
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, okay. So we do have a blue. Okay,
Okay.
so that seems to not be super effective here.
Flashing in the
Uh,
Remora in response. It
yeah,
looks
Risk
like.
Study. Sure, Risk Study triggers.
Yeah, John. The Birds of Paradise is the Helix tapper, and Soul Ring generates 3 mana. You need 1 to cast it. So not able to do both, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, chaining the bird here would be the move, likely what is happening, but it does not seem to matter much. Fish on the battlefield. Let's see if Derek and Zeke have any other way to go about it.
Do you sack your 1 land if you're Jordan to bounce a Ristic Study?
Well, it has to resolve in order to do that.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
which case, your bird is back in your hand.
But I'm saying, do you once it resolves and the birds bounce, do you use it on anything?
I think at that point, I'm just going home.
Yeah, I'm packing my
You're
stuff.
just packing your stuff up. Get him next time. But
Yeah.
it does not look like that's what's happening here for Jordan.
So birds is untapped. Soul Ring's on the stack. Could
Oh
you
yeah, good
bounce
point out
your
here from.
yeah?
Sorry. I was gonna say good point out from Chad here that the Chain of Vapor could just be targeting Derek's own Mox Amber here. Although
Yeah.
that is a little risky.
Jordan also has a Mox Amber. Is there a world where you use the birds to bounce the Mox Amber?
I don't think it's crazy. I mean, you're definitely trying to fade a little bit more the. Oh, okay, so here we go. Into the Flood Maw, targeting one of the Ristics, I presume.
Yeah, can't imagine it's anything else. Okay. Are we gonna gift a card? Yep, there's the gift.
No, it's gift a fish.
Oh, gift a fish.
On top of the chain, I believe, is a trigger for Valley Flood Caller. I believe the trigger on top of the Chain of Vapor there is a Valley Flood Caller trigger.
And we're in the waiting game while we work to get this resolved. It looks like we are confirming that Risk Study is possibly a target for the Flood Maw.
Yep. The looks like the Flood Caller trigger resolved.
Okay. Okay, Ristic is back into hand.
Take a tap fish.
Make a tapped fish. And we're glad we have a judge right there watching the game. I'm sure they are more than happy to be attentive to this, given how complicated everything is.
Okay, Jordan electing to hit what looks like Derek's Valley Flood Caller.
Yep.
Oh no, his Risk Study. Yeah, that makes more sense too. Sure. Makes it a lot easier to start comboing off.
Yep. We're thinking. We are certainly thinking.
Thoughts are certainly occurring. That is certain.
Yeah,
Or likely, I should say.
it's not Ian Comedian. There's another gentleman named Ian who's playing in the tournament.
Let's see. Players thinking about how they're going to go about this. The Risk Study pay. Tech Rift targeting. Derek's Risk Study. Does Derek have anything here?
I'm curious what chat thinks. Genuinely curious. Do y'all like games like this? Is it like, think of CDH 4 or 5 months ago, and the speed of games then compared to now. What's everyone's thoughts on this sort of CEDH gameplay and hour-long end steps? Swamp meta. I love games like this. Peak CDH. This is miserable to watch. Okay, so 50-50 on if people like this or not. I do agree Stock Wars are an interesting component to CEDH, but I think this kind of transcends Stack Wars.
Well, I think for me, it's not that. This is the thing. It's not that this level of spellcasting and interactivity is not fun and engaging. It's just with the waiting, right? It's just with the amount of time it takes for these things to resolve and the conversations between every spell and trigger. That's where the frustration. I mean, for me personally, as a player and a viewer, comes in, right? Like games like this can be incredibly fun and skill intensive and are exciting, but when it comes to actually watching and participating in these games, the amount of mental energy it takes to not only make the right decision, but then have to explain and go through a conversation for every single decision, every single trigger that goes on the stack is overwhelming, and it does get tiring, if you ask me personally. And here we go. It looks like a Ristics are bounced, Mox Amber being tapped for mana. Where's Paradise? And looks like, if unchecked here, Jordan will be our winner.
Yeah, is what it's looking like. No one's drawing more cards. Derek and Zeke were not able to defend their heuristic studies, which I think they possibly would, unless they already have the interaction that they need. But
Chromox. We do have a Chromox for Zeke here, so he does have access to blue mana. Not sure if there's much to do with that at that point. Seems like we're a little bit past the point of that mattering. They're looking at the table. Jordan is saying, hey, can we move this along here? Ian, we got anything on you? Oh, Noxious Rival under Chromox. Yeah, Charizard Charizard is about just as cumbersome as these cards, to be fair.
and the issue, Captain Moral Support, is not a paying your taxes issue. It's every spell that goes on the stack generates a new round of priority, which then in turns makes these games cumbersome. Even if everyone always paid for their heuristic study triggers, it's still a decision that has to be made that everyone at the table has to respond to. And that is
And,
the crux of why these go so long.
yeah, and it looks like Jordan is picking up his cards here. For Thrasios, the players are making him play it out. Demonstrate a win here.
We're going.
Infinite counter spells, all your lands, plenty of mana.
No, this is not the top 4 pod. This is top 16. And let's see where pod 1 is also yet to be decided.
So let's see.
Wonder if there's some sort of gotcha card, or if Ian has an Angel's Grace in hand that really just makes this all moot.
Oh my God! Can you? I mean, he's playing Dawn's Truce. So if you're playing Dawn's Truce, then who knows, right?
Oh, there's the Born Upon a Wind. I don't know
Okay,
how we
okay.
got that into hand.
He's just he has infinite mana with Thrasios. He's putting all these spells into hand, all of his lands on play. He's got his whole battlefield in. Here we go.
Congratulations
Handshakes.
to Jordan.
Fist bumps, handshakes, a little awkward. Not quite sure which one we're doing. Oh, we're figuring it out. There we
Yeah.
go. Fists and hands coming across the table. Now starts the process of getting the cards back to everybody after the meme betrayal. Super important. And we are prepared to soon go back to our top 4 here.
All right. Well, congratulations to Jordan Drake. I guess I should turn my ring light on. Congrats to Jordan Drake on your ability to win through that insane board state that just happened.
Sweating over here thinking about that game.
Great showing here by Tim Thrasios. We are going to take a break. We will be back for top 4 coverage. We currently have 3 out of the 4 competitors for top 4. Jordan Drake, who you just saw win in his end step with Tim Thrasios. Pod 2, Chad Franklin, seat 4 won that. And Pod 4, seat 2, Andy Beach was able to lock that in. So we are now waiting for Pod 1. And as soon as we get the pod 4 or the final 4, we will be right back with our top 4 coverage of Topdeck.gg's The Boil 2. So stay tuned for top 4 coverage.
See you soon.
君のその首を走り出して戻るなその
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded top 16, and we are here at the Boyle 2 in Stone Mountain, Georgia, brought to you by Topdeck.gg, a nice, beautiful platinum event for the 2025 Topdeck Championship Series circuit. These players now playing for their chance to receive an automatic invite for the Topdeck Invitational on the tournament series. We have our top 4. We have Kevin on Kinnan, Jordan on TNT, Andy also on TNT, and Chad on Magda. Lauren, this seems like pretty indicative of what we saw this weekend, right? Mid-range decks and the decks that can prey on mid-range decks. And this is it. This is the most mid-rangey pod that you could possibly imagine. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I think these are kind of storylines we followed throughout. Obviously, with Nadugat and Kinnan's the best Simic deck, if not the best 2-color deck. And Kevin previously, on Rogsai, looks like obviously finding success with Kinnan. We had him on earlier in the stream, I think on day 1, and he put on a master class on how to pilot Kinnan. So no surprise seeing him here. Jordan and Andy on Timna Thrasios, I would say at least anecdotally, in the top pods, probably the top performing deck, if not one of them. Andy, someone we know well, he was in top 4 for the Invitational. Really accomplished player, Nato, 64 online. And then Magda, kind of dark horse here. It's not a deck I'm writing off quite yet. We did see some earlier Magda success or early Magda play. Not the only monocolor deck. We saw Crick as well. I think these decks, even though they've lost a little bit of explosivity, they're on the same playing field. A little worse card quality, but still able to keep up a little bit with these other mid-range decks. This slower game plan is much more in line with what these monocolor decks are looking for. So cool to see that that they're showing that you don't necessarily need to be playing Timna Thrasios to make it to top 4. As a caster, we're supposed to not have any personal bias here, but honestly kind of hoping Magda takes it down. Drake Sasser was kind of not too hot on the deck. I think it's a great option, even though it lost, JLo, Crypt, and Dockside, which are pretty big for that game plan. It's cool to see it here, and obviously being successful.
And Magda also has the. Sorry to cut you off there. Magda also has the the benefit that in order to execute its combos, once it's online and producing treasures, it doesn't really need to use a stack anymore. We know TNT and Kinnan are both blue decks that are heavily interactive, lots of counter spells, looking to control the game on the stack. And Magda just is able to get out from all under that, and is, I would think, possibly favored in these long games, because they just accumulate treasures, and as long as they can get that Magda down and activated, they're off to the races a lot of the time, depending on what they have on board. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out and the dynamic in this game plays out. TNT really the deck of the weekend for them in top 16 here.
And that's a crazy, a quarter of top 16 being TNT. I mean, that's the kind of stuff we were seeing with Rogsai 4 months ago. So
certainly
crazy to see how the meta has shifted, and something that all of these decks have in common is you pay 1 mana and make a 1/1. All of these decks are playing Mana Dorks or Magda's Dwarfy Dorks, and who make treasures with Magda. So I think really, I don't know if Andy or Jordan are on Bowmasters, but I think the first player to resolve a Bowmasters really will be in control of this game and controlling the board.
Yeah, certainly, and it's strange. I feel like I haven't seen as much Bowmasters as I was expecting this weekend. I'm sure the players playing in the tournament will tell me otherwise. But we haven't seen it quite a lot on the stream games here.
I don't think we've seen one. I haven't, at least.
I've seen one discarded to hand size, I believe, but that's about it. These 4 TNTs we have, as far as I can go off the top of my head, 4 TNTs, 2 Rogsais, 1 Kinnan, 1 TNK. As sort of the notable decks, we also won Essica, interestingly enough, in the top 16. So Rogsai still kicking, still in it. TNK with only 1 top 16 finalist feels almost unheard of, with the way that TNK has just been perennially in top 16s in multiples for as long back as really I feel like we can remember since honestly since I feel like Brian Koval's win a few years ago now.
Yeah, yeah, it is crazy to see. I this is the first event where I have not seen a TNK on stream.
Yeah,
Um,
at all.
yeah, I have not seen a single TNK on stream. So, a little bit of uncharted waters, and TNT is now the flavor of the year. And people are playing a slow, politicky, value engine oriented game plan now. Ever since the bannings, really has shifted to 2018-esque play patterns. A lot of like tutoring for draw engines. More than happy to use all of interaction to protect heuristic study. Things we haven't really seen, but players are excited. They're still playing, but it there's been a very clear shift in not just deck choices, not just uh, card choices, but also play choices and decision making.
Yeah, certainly. Um, yeah, well, we saw I saw a few of the Tim DeCrom decks in our in the matches that I was commentating, but yeah, I mean we definitely didn't see the type of domination in Swiss that we normally do from those decks, and it really just kind of shows sort of where exactly where things are heading right now, and it's going to be interesting to see. Kinnan, sort of I know Drake has been referencing Kinnan as being sort of the defining factor of this tournament this weekend, and for only one to make top 16 is a little surprising to me. But at the same time, when you look at TNT and the suite of stuff it's doing, with Kinnan often in the 99, feels almost like a an amped up version of that deck, right? Doing a lot of the same kind of things. Um, yeah, it's definitely going to be. We might be here for a long one. I
Yeah.
can't lie to you. This is shaping up to be a match that these players are looking to grind.
If you're
Nobody is expecting this to go quick.
if I would recommend get on DoorDash, order yourself some chicken Brian.
Certainly.
Maybe call the babysitter, watch your kids, watch your dogs. You're gonna want to fully focus in on this because I'm gonna call it now. What time is it? Western time or Pacific time? We're gonna be here.
East
Yeah,
Coast is 6:20 right now,
we're gonna be here till like eight
local
twenty
time.
your time.
Yeah, I would reckon that seems like a pretty safe bet. But we'll see. At the same time, I saw in round two a TNT win on turn two, just off the rip. A pretty amazing start. Kinnan does have the possibility of having really fast draws. Magda also can get out pretty quickly. So we'll see. It honestly just depends on how these players are approaching their mulligans here and what the game plan is. When you're in this type of pod composition, this pod texture, as you might say, you have to think that the name of the game here is card advantage, and obviously risk study is going to be good into most of the games, most of the pods that you want it to be. But here it is at an undeniable premium. Even something like a fish, yes, fish is extremely good. Obviously, nobody's questioning that. But the creatures are going to be extremely important in this match. I have a feeling that this pod is going to be dominated by creatures, mana dorks, creature-based combo. That's what we're, I think, expecting to see. As we see Andy considering the cards in his hand for his mulligan here.
Well, Ristic's only going to be good if you can get it early, right? Because Magna, once that engine gets going, isn't really going to use the stack. Same with Kinnan.
Yes.
And then you on the right side of the table, the TNT twins are going to be like, what do we do?
You're right, exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. That's why this is kind of a tough matchup in some ways for TNT. Kinnan and Magda, their ability to, essentially win the game using only activated abilities, certainly gives us the possibility of that counter magic rotting away for quite a while. And if these players are prioritizing counter magic, it might not exactly be what's needed in this game. This might be a game where removal is more premium than just about anything. Like you said, Bowmasters resolved in this game with these commanders is likely to be pretty dang good.
Yeah, I mean, I am a little selfishly hoping that these players have this whole tournament tried to find a way to win. I'm hoping that we can do that now. I hope Andy Previous Rogsai player really goes crazy and tries to jam something quick. Same with
Yeah.
Kevin. This it really has shifted. The entire texture of CDH has shifted as Jordan kicks has kicked off. Love seeing mana development early. Gemstone
Yeah, certainly.
Caverns exiling a Force of Negation as a turn 0 pregame action. And Kevin very graciously asking any others. And we are off on the races, folks. High octane CDH gameplay, topdeck.gg, the Boil 2, the largest ever CDH tournament with a 324 person capped event. Let's go, baby.
Let's go. And yeah, Andy, notably, mulliganing to 4. The players keeping their second 7. So channeling a little bit of that Rogsai energy going to 4 here. Let's hope he can parlay it into something good. Hey, it looks like Kevin is off with a Manamo and a Mox Diamond. We're going to see a turn 1 Kinnan, and yep, there she is, or he, or however you want to call him, hitting the board. We have a Kinnan hitting the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly where you want to be if you're Kevin, right? Turn 1 Kinnan. Your Opal is now going to be better. Your Diamond's going to be better.
And
oh,
Mox,
my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Hold on.
We
Kevin, hell yeah.
Okay.
And
maybe we are in for fast one. Let's see.
Not that I, again, no personal bias here as Jordan plays an Otawara as land for turn, but just seeing players cast spells as Jordan deploys a Thrasios, Mox Amber into a Mystic Remora. Amazing start here by Jordan.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, just tons of mana. Turn 1 for Mana Crypt 2, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I love people casting spells. I'm like, I was like, okay, a little lethargic coming into this, and now I'm seeing people cast spells, and I'm frothing at the mouth right now.
Amped up, I could tell. Lauren is actually, you can't see him on camera. I can see his face right now. He's actually frothing. There's like it's pretty disturbing. We have Birds of Paradise here from Andy. A little more, maybe perhaps more fragile, a little slower than these other starts. But hey, I mean, Birds of Paradise on a 4, you'll take it every day in TNT. Magda
Yeah.
playing a mono red land of some kind. So Kenzin, perhaps, into we saw this dwarf earlier. I can't remember the name of it. It's Homeland
dwarf.
Enslaved dwarf, yes.
I believe that's enslaved dwarf.
And that land does something or another. Taps for red.
Is that Sokenzan, or is that the is that like the? Oh no, I think that enters tapped. The one that gives haste to shit.
Arena of Glory. Yeah, it's not that one.
I don't think that's Sokenzan, is it?
No, it actually looks like a Lord of the Rings reskin land.
Oh yeah, it's with a legendary one.
Yeah. Driven Gorge? No, that one doesn't tap for red.
I'm looking it up now. What the hell? It's Helm's Deep?
Sure. That sounds right.
I don't think that's Helm's Deep.
Hammerheim?
Let me look. Not Mines of Moria, is it? No. Edoras.
Fair enough. We have a Kinnan here from Thrasios here from Kinnan.
Oh, it was Hammerheim. You're so right. It is Hammerheim, the Lord of the Rings reskin by Greg and Tim Hildebrandt. Unfortunately, I believe it was Greg who recently passed away. But wonderful
very
artist.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
One of the best artists in the game. And honestly, just in fantasy, Star Wars posters, Lord of the Rings, was just one of the finest artists for the game that we love here. So amazingly iconic art that hopefully we'll see more of today.
Kevin deploying Thrasios, Passios. We have the ability to activate Thrasios as well. Jordan casting a Survival of the Fittest. In response, Kevin is activating Thrasios.
During the other
riveting gameplay.
Have to love it. Thrasios action.
No, but you have to love it.
Have to love it. Bottom top. Doing a little bit of math here. Okay, and we have a Basalt Monolith. Okay, great.
Oh.
Yeah, that seems pretty good.
Yeah, so there's I'm not really seeing the line here, Dylan. Can you explain the synergy that Kinnan has with Basalt Monolith? I don't really get a
Sure.
3 mana do nothing artifact.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of an underrated combo that people are sleeping on. Um, essentially, the way it works is that Kinnan has the static ability that says whenever you tap a permanent for mana, make one more mana of that permanent's color. So, for instance, you tap a Basalt Monolith normally for 3. However, if you have Kinnan in play, you tap it for 4. And Basalt Monolith has an activated ability where you pay 3 and untap it. So,
But
notably,
wait,
you
wouldn't
tap it
that
for
be
4.
mana neutral?
No, actually.
Oh,
You tap it for 3. Kinnan triggers. It's a mana trigger. It's a mana ability that does not go on the stack. It is a trigger. You have 4 mana. Untap it for 3. Tap it again. You then have 2 mana, and so on and so forth. And you go infinite.
whoa.
And there you're able to do a little thing like drawing your deck with Thrasios. And then you win by just doing basically whatever. At that point, you have infinite mana, all the cards in your hand. And, you do whatever, Finale Devastation or, whatever kind of silly little thing that Cannon is doing these days. Walking
That's
Ballista,
crazy.
maybe.
That's crazy.
Yeah, super sick.
Is that a new combo?
Yeah, from Ikoria, a new, somewhat recent set. Yeah, we'll see. Also, was that Ikoria? Yeah, right. Yeah, Ikoria.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. We'll see. If he's able to just resolve that next, I kind of doubt it. But yeah, we'll see how this ends up getting played out. Kevin right now just threatening the win. We'll see if Andy on his mull to 4 can do anything about it. Jordan dumped a lot of cards, has a fish going. It's gonna need some interaction, and Magda is just chilling. They definitely have plenty of removal. Lightning bolts, I don't know, shock, burst lightnings, lava spikes. Deal 3 to your face. Who knows? We'll see what they're able to do about getting this Kinnan off board to at least stave off that Basalt Monolith for just a little bit longer until they can stabilize. But yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. We have Andy showing off a few cards to Jordan here, saying, "Hey, you got anything for this? What are we doing here? What's the play? What's the plan?" Yeah, pretty going to be pretty interesting to see.
I think if you are if you're Kevin too, you have to try, right? Like they know you have it. You're not bluffing if you have it or not.
Yeah, you have no choice but to just jam it, I think. He still has 2 cards in hand, he's going to draw for turn. Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? Why not?
Yeah, I like it. And I know it.
Yeah, I mean, these other players don't have that many cards. Jordan is currently tapped out. He does have a fish and Thrasios in play. Andy is sort of mulling over what he's going to actually do here.
City of Brass, you have 2 cards in hand. Your options are fairly limited, no?
Yeah, I would say so. Demonic Tutor. So I wouldn't be shocked here if he's looking for an answer for Basalt Monolith, a way to get it a way to answer it on the stack. Wouldn't be necessarily shocking to me. Or I mean, maybe a fish of his own. It's hard to say what matters at this point. It seems like there's going to be one non-creature spell cast from this point on.
It's a terrible position to be into if you're Andy. You just had to mold a 4, and now you're burning a turn to You're burning a turn to burn a tutor to keep up interaction.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to play the game and you have to be alive to try to win, but and you're sometimes just unfortunately forced into these play patterns. But playing to not lose, it sucks. It's not a great position for Andy, and I feel for Andy because I know this isn't how he likes to play, and so I bet he's feeling pretty frustrated.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Yeah, we'll see what he's able to get going here. He has 1 mana available to him, as far as we understand. And he's, I think, just mulling over what he needs to be able to stay in this game. Even if he's able to answer that Basalt Monolith, Jordan is drawing cards. He has an engine online with Survival of the Fittest, Thrasios online. It really could be almost anything. And it's going to be an uphill battle, to say the least. Magda definitely going to be able to get in, or at least 1 on that Enslaved Dwarf next turn, it looks like.
To who?
Start pressuring a little bit.
Andy?
Probably Andy. Yeah, start pressuring life totals a little bit.
Yeah, really with deploying the enslaved dwarf, you're really putting all of your opponents on a clock.
Yeah, certainly. Let's see. We have a ancient tomb. Okay, a nice little ramp here for Chad, and we have, let's see, Magda. Yeah, sure.
Magda.
Magda coming out. Yeah, makes sense. Enslaved dwarf about to crack in. Maybe Andy fetched for a fatal push. Answer the enslaved dwarf for combat.
Well, you want to keep mana open for that because in response, you could sacrifice the enslaved dwarf to give target black creature +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn. Oh, there's not a
Yeah,
valid target.
smart.
No, sorry, I missed the line.
It's okay. Springleaf Drum means Chad is gonna have access to 3 mana here.
Mhm.
Swing on Andy, make a treasure, and then tap Magda, add a color of mana, and make another treasure. So quickly getting
My
his treasures online.
Yeah, this reminds me of one of my favorite parts from the Magic the Gathering movie is when they cut to Magda and she goes, "It's dwarfin time," and I
Yeah,
really
that
enjoyed
was
that.
sick.
I really
That was
enjoyed
sick.
that.
Sequels did do it for me, but that
Huh?
was iconic
Nah, I liked the
and
sequels.
fair enough. And let's see what Kevin's got here. He's going to his untapped step. Looks like we have a little bit of a wait before he draws his card. Return. Players showing each other their hands. This is what I got. What do you got, buddy? Come on. Come on. What do we got?
And they're not even asking Magda. They're like, "What is the?" They're like, "If you had the red elemental blast, you probably would have used it at this point, right?"
Yeah, I would think so.
But I think Jordan and Andy are properly reading. The right side of the table is reading. Uh, oh yeah,
Silence. Okay, sure.
makes sense. We do need. Oh, we're not. We haven't cast it yet. We're just showing it. I am.
Yeah.
Are
So I
we?
guess the conversation now is, hey, don't cast the basalt monolith or else. Um, I think that seems like what's currently happening here.
Yeah. And folks at home, we don't know if that silence has been cast yet. Mana was not tapped to cast it.
Yeah, the spell is just, I think, being shown right now to the table, and there's some conversation about what we're doing here, right? When we're going to use it. Honestly, when else are you going to use it at this point, right?
Oh,
Yeah, and here
there.
we go. Mana being tapped and silence being cast.
Okay.
Kevin, I think, making the argument that, oh, well, if you do that, I'm just activating Kinnan, and I think the table is much happier with that than they are. Oh, a mana drain. Okay, well, there
Fuck
you go.
yeah. All right.
Okay.
I didn't. I was not. I did not see that coming.
All right, and make one on your main phase too? Sure. Why not? Beats keep coming. We might be having
Wow.
a quick one here. This is not what I necessarily expected, but this is what Kinnan has the capability of doing. We said it going into it. And here we have a Scalding Tarn. Okay.
Yeah. Excuse my language. I was not expecting that at all. I thought with the level of politicking that was happening, we were out of gas. But
Yeah,
um,
and no, we are not. Here's a Basalt Monolith, 1 card in hand. No, well, yeah, I think 1 card in hand for Kevin here. What do we got? What do we got, folks? Now
now,
or never.
come on, Chad. Let's see the REV.
Now or never. You got it or you don't got it, right? I mean, this is it.
Up. Where
What do we got?
I don't see it.
Oh no, I think I see something here. He has a split. He has a card from Modern Horizons 3.
Oh,
He has a
yeah.
card. He has a card
Thanks,
from Modern
Dylan.
Horizons 3. It will allow him to, with split second, destroy an artifact. So when he goes to put that untap on the stack, split second, destroy Basalt Monolith. I can't remember the name of it. I believe it's Siege Smash. I think it's Siege Smash.
Yep, Siege Smash. That's what Nick in chat is saying. And for those of y'all at home, Split Second is an ability on cards. As long as the spell is on the stack, players can't cast spells or activate abilities that aren't mana abilities. So you would not be able to untap the Basalt Monolith. And Daniel,
Yeah. So
the MTR for multiplayer rules has been changed. You are able to show hidden information your own hidden information to other players.
Yeah, so this is going to allow him here to stop the Basalt Monolith without the possibility of untapping a response.
Crazy showing. Siege
Yeah.
Smash. Never counted out.
Split second, a pretty ridiculous mechanic. We see a few of them here in CDH. Angel's Grace, I know one
So
of your
everyone,
favorites, and Trick Bind, another one of your favorites.
Siege Smash, one red, one colorless instant with split second. Choose one, destroy target artifact.
Oh my god.
Huh.
Kevin taking that one a little hard. The table's shaking under the disappointment.
I don't blame Kevin, and I think there's a lot of emotion behind this. He was really one priority pass away from winning his first ever major tournament. He got close. He got very, very close at the Top Deck Open. And to have it taken away, and he's not out of the game by any means, but
No, certainly not. He still is pretty dominant position with all the mana he has, and I mean, he has engines online still. He still has ways to go, but man, whew,
that sucks.
that sucks. That sucks.
Yeah. I'm curious what the politicking is right now.
Yeah. I believe the politicking is. Oh, come on, man. Why'd you do that to me?
Unless the last card is Dosen.
Sure, then that feels a little bad for Kevin here.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Well,
All right, so let's see.
yeah, I feel for Kevin. I would be frustrated too. Yeah. He was this that was I would say the closest he's been to really locking in a major tournament win. And
Yeah,
yeah,
I would say so.
he just got it taken away. I completely understand the frustration.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it is
Okay,
nice to
so
see from sorry, Dylan, but something I
no, go
wanted to
ahead.
highlight is there's a bunch of laughing according to our chat admin. Shaking the table isn't hard. People are laughing. So I'm happy at least he's having a sense of humor despite the frustration, and that is what I think makes Kevin a great competitor.
Yeah, I am. I can hear it from here too. I have my headphones on and I can still hear them. They're really just going at it over there. They're having a good time. These players have been in these high pressure situations. Had a very long top 16 games. And when you're in this mode and all of you are feeling the same amount of stakes, you have to feel a little bit of the. It can't be that easy, right? It's just not going to be that easy in this pod and top 4 largest CDH tournament of all time. If it was that easy, then I think we'd be a little shocked, right?
I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I didn't really say anything important. Essentially, it doesn't need to be that easy, right? Kevin knew he was probably in for a long game here, and ripping the Basalt Monolith off that Thrasios was pretty lucky.
Yeah,
But I would say he probably wasn't expecting to. This was not his game plan.
and can you imagine what could have been if that scry he kept that scry, drew the basalt for turn? It would have changed the entire texture of the table, right?
Yeah, certainly texture would have definitely been changed. I have to think that if that were to happen, things might have gone a little differently here. Although Chad might have tapped his mana differently.
Yeah.
There might have been some different. They might have not been pressuring as much in terms of showing each other their hands and planning out the turn and figuring out what to counter, what not to counter, who has what. So we'll see how this ends up going. But these things kind of play out the way they do. This is Magic after all. There is an amount of variance and randomness, and yeah, the odds that Chad has a split-second destroy artifact in his hand, it is what it is.
But I do like I do like Kevin going. There's still a Mystic Remora out. Someone just tutored. I know they're gonna try to stop me. And Kevin going, I have this face up, I have to still play it and still go for it. I like that play. I think you still have to make it. You can't bluff not having it. Like,
Definitely, especially with a piece of interaction in your hand, the mana drain, just
Yeah.
being perfect there.
yeah, completely agree.
Let's so we have an Eldritch Evolution here on a Bird's Paradise for Andy.
We could
So
just
we
be
have
seeing
a
a
3-drop
Thorkel.
inbound. Yeah, honestly, that seems like a hand that a former Rockside player Andy Beach might keep. He might have had that silence already and might have been tutoring for one of the Thoracle pieces of consultation here, or the Eldritch Evolution. I mean, I wouldn't be insanely shocked, to say the least. Let's see.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm wondering if we see a Thorkel here. I would love to see it again, as you said. Um, a former Rogside player. Um, he knows how to win. He knows how to game.
All right,
Looks
we got some
like
shuffling here. Let's see what he's getting. See what he is getting.
let us see.
Let us see.
Let us
oh,
see.
so he's shuffling his deck. Has he revealed the card yet? Has he found the card?
I like the suspense.
Looked away for a second. Am I missing something?
Uh,
We have some notes being shared, I believe. Hmm.
odd. Don't know if I've quite seen that
Odd.
one before, but
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I believe that is legal. We have judges surrounding the table. The perimeter is completely surrounded by very qualified judges. So
did it say pee pee
no
poo
worries
poo?
there. No, that might have been a trick of the light. I saw the same thing, but I don't believe so.
Okay.
Let's see.
Did we activate survival of the fittest in response? Are we getting oppoed?
I don't think so. He could be. We don't have an oppo on the board, and it looks like the Eldritch Revolution is resolving here. We'll see. Yeah, Eldritch Revolution is resolving.
The
I
note
was gonna say
taking.
maybe.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say the note taking rules did change. At one point, it was notes had to be face up, similar to 1v1 rules. But I know with the multiplayer rules, I think they codified it to be different.
Yeah, I believe so. But
And
yeah,
Baldi's our floor judge, and Marcos is the head judge for this event, I believe.
yes, yeah. Baldy is one of the floor judges. We have a multiple staff of floor judges. Baldy has been our table judge for the event so far. Been doing a fantastic job. And Marco is, I believe, on the table. Marcos is on the table watching this game.
This is not a random game or Swiss. This is the top four. So whoever wins this game wins the event.
Andy really tanking on what he's deciding here. Maybe he's slow playing us with the Thoracle, right? Maybe we're just manifesting a world where Andy can mull to 3, fight through a fish, get kind of saved by Magda here on that siege smash play, and just has ready to go. And here is the Thoracle. We were right on that. Look at that. Last card in hand consultation,
Could be.
or I mean, I would hope so, right?
Yeah.
Boom. What do we got? Wow. Okay, turn 3. This is faster than I would have anticipated. I'll
On a
tell you that
multi
much.
4 as well.
Yeah. Let's see what the table has.
It's the last card, mental misstep from Kevin.
The scary thing here is Jordan does have the ability, if he has 2 creatures in hand, one of them, or if he has a creature in hand plus a green card, and he's playing Endurance, I don't know that he might be able to activate and blow him out here a little bit.
That's
But we'll
so
see.
funny. We could probably get endurance here. Until I see handshakes or fist bumps here.
Swan Song.
Oh
Okay.
my goodness. Okay.
Sure. I mean, we should have seen that one coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would be pretty surprising if Jordan didn't have anything there. And also, did Jordan? Okay, yeah, that's an underground sea. Sorry, I thought that was a bayou for a second. I was thinking, wait a minute, that doesn't tap for that color.
And that sucks if you're Andy. You just devoted a lot of resources. Eldritch Evolution. You went down on mana. Um, I, I, I feel for Andy, especially being that close again after being at top Molda 4. If you're Jordan or Chad, I think you're feeling great now. Andy just put a lot of resources and got stopped. Kevin got stopped on a pretty major win attempt here. Chad slowly accumulating treasure. If you have one spell that generates treasure, I mean, I don't know. I think the window is opening for Chad. Jordan seems like he's in control of this game, and Kevin and Andy are a little bit on the sidelines. No, they didn't. Andy obviously doesn't have interaction or free interaction. Didn't fight over that, which you
Wait,
would.
that was the last card in hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Magda certainly in position here to make something happening here. He's going to be able to make a minimum of 2 more treasures, and he's still got a full grip.
Yeah. Is there spells that generate treasures besides like Strike It
Bottle
Rich?
cap blast.
I
Bottle cap
do
blast.
love
One that
bottom
lets
cap
you.
blast.
Yeah, that certainly is a thing here. Snap on that noble hierarch, make 4 treasures right now, +2 for the tapping. That certainly is something that could happen. Yeah, roaming throne would also be pretty good here, to say the least. Quite a few things that could happen to really break this game wide open for Magda. And interaction certainly not at a premium right now. I don't think in these players' hands. Or at least stack interaction that can answer this.
And you're going to be playing a lot of creature spells, so you're not really too worried about the Remora, are you?
No, I don't think so. I don't think you are at all, honestly.
Not too worried. All right. Well, this is 4th seats, turn 3. Yep, that's correct. We are in the 3rd turn cycle here. A lot of thinking. Kevin posturing towards his Lotus Petal. Andy's Hellbent. Jordan has 3 or 4 cards in hand. Okay, that's a City of Brass in Kevin's hand, I believe. Given that they're laughing, and given how high stakes it is, and I believe they split the prizing. So with all of that being said, they're playing for points, they're playing for clout, they're playing to be the person that wins this event. It takes a load off when that financial aspect of it has been taken care of already. You're not playing really for money anymore. As we see a treasure vault
Certainly.
here hit the stack. That's enough, right? You can make that into 1 treasure. Oh no, we're 1 short then.
Yeah, I believe so. Well, you could go. I believe Treasure Vault is XX to activate, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can go Ancient Tomb 2, Hammerheim, Springleaf Drum. You can make 2 treasures. When you tap Magda, and you could swing with Enslaving Dwarf first, right? Just trade it off or whatever you want to do there.
Mm-hmm.
Then you'd be able to make 5 treasures activate. So we do have a possible activation here. So we'll see what Chad is going to be able to do. Roaming Throne certainly would I'm pretty sure, win the game here on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Chad, it might just be taking it low and slow.
Big dwarf energy. It's dwarfing time. Call Snow White. We're gonna be out late tonight, boys.
Yeah, you can say that again.
It's dwarfing time. Call Snow White. We're gonna be out late tonight, boys.
Yeah, 1 activation I don't think does it, but I think if he had Roaming Throne in hand here, that would certainly win. I'm pretty sure.
Right. Oh, there's a Treasure Vault reprint in Fallout. It looks kind of cool.
Does Magda play Curse Totem? No, because you need it, right? Yeah, sure. Never mind. I forgot how Magda worked for half a second there. Wow, that was a slip. What did they got me on the stream for? What do I
don't
know?
know. It's our
Yeah,
last
good
one, though,
question.
brother. It's our last one together,
Yeah.
at least.
For now, yeah, it seems like it. But hey, I mean, I will tell you what. It's been a long one. Whew.
Yeah.
For a second there, I saw the Salmon. I was like, okay, maybe this is it. The Oracle console. Okay, maybe this is it. Maybe we're gonna get out a little early here. But the CDH gods had some other thoughts, and let's see if anyone here can make themselves a CDH god. Etch their name into the annals of history.
Looks like we are attacking the enslaved dwarf into Andy. Taking it or not? I don't know why you wouldn't block, but possibly not. Oh, looks
Enslaved
like,
dwarf just get buffed with Magda.
oh, right. Isn't Thorkel 1/3?
Yeah,
Is
I
enslaved?
don't know.
Okay.
I could not tell you. You have a Magda trigger. Kevin is fetching up a tropical island.
Chat thinks that Magda may be going for a God Pharaoh statue.
I think we saw a Godfather statue in hand.
Rutro.
Portal to Phyrexia might be good.
Yeah, that could be good.
Or no, I think the portal is in hand. Godfather statue could be the play. Could be the search here.
He looks to have portal in hand. Okay. Pass the turn, hold up mana or enough mana to pump into vault and activate. Looks like we are activating the vault, making 2 treasure. And this will get us a Magda activation if this does resolve, doesn't get stifled.
Trick bind? Any trick bind enjoyers?
Tasha's Tidebinder.
Ooh.
Or
Tashana's, but it's fine.
Tashana's, whatever.
Yeah, Tasha's is the one with the hideous laughter.
Tasha's Hideous Laughter Binder.
Yeah, that's what I call my binder, full of Tasha's hideous laughter. Funny you mention that. I got a full 360 filled. One day, people are going to crack that card wide open.
360, you're so Julia.
Yeah, exactly. Any Brat fans in the chat? It's a Brat winter.
Brinter.
It's a TNT winter, and people are asking, is TNT Brat?
Hey chat, is TNT Brat?
Is that paying 4 to? Is paying 4 for an opt Brat?
You're so Julia, it's crazy.
I know. I've been told that many times.
Yeah, if you're a Charlie XCX fan in the chat, what CDH deck does she play? She's really into Magic. Her and Post Malone do play when they meet up. But I'm curious, what deck do you think she plays? She's kind of kept it under wraps a little bit.
Oh, here it is, God Pharaoh statue.
All right. Well, kids at home.
All right. Well, that's that.
Who
That's
don't
pretty interesting.
know what God Pharaoh statue is or need a little reminder. God Pharaoh statue is a 6-mana legendary artifact. Spells your opponent's cast cost 2 more to cast. At the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses 1 life. So we are now on a 38-turn time clock.
I don't think Magda's going to need that many turns as long as it can stay on board here.
Yeah.
And it's going to be maybe a little easier with the ability to tax all your opponents for 2 more for each spell they cast. Notably, though, Kevin has a whole lot of mana and plenty of activation, so this is a little scary going into Kevin's turn here. He has enough for at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He has enough for at least an activation here.
Yeah, it's a little scary too because Kevin's now under some protection on his turn, right?
Yeah.
No one has mana now. Kinnon's not gonna really cast a lot of spells if they are, they're taxed, and we're really not having any trouble with mana. City of Brass,
Exactly.
the one unknown that we had in hand. So kind of with bated breath, waiting to see what this Kinnon flip might be. I know that a chat said, and I agree, a Seedborn Muse would be the nuts right now.
Yeah, it just Kevin, I don't think really needs to care about this much at all. To be honest with you,
No,
it actually protects him.
He
if
stands
anything.
to gain the most from this, I believe.
Certainly.
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 I'm so Julia.
A little bit of discussion going on here.
What are your thoughts? Chat's talking a little bit about it, but what do you think of Grafdigger's Cage instead of Godfarrow's statue?
I don't know. Um, I don't know that it matters all that much because then you are just poised to lose to Jordan
Mm-hmm.
with a bunch of cards in hand. It's sort of like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Honestly,
Yeah,
it's
having
sort
that
of the way I'm thinking about it.
having that portal in hand really, really is backbreaking.
Yeah, yeah. I would think that that portal would be pretty good here. Just wiping the board.
Is there a world in which instead of getting Godfarrow statue, you go through the turn cycle, hope to see another turn, activate at the end of Andy's turn, get a roaming throne, then try to win on your next?
Yes, certainly. I suppose the only thing you worry about there is just opening it up to uh Jordan having a window.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, so we have an activation on the stack here. Nice little Kinnan activation token there. And Kevin is going to flip through his top cards and see what he's got.
We're going for it. We're doing the Kinnan thing. We're kinning around. Shuko's up.
Oh. What is that card there? We're going to find
Shuko's
out what that
up.
card there is next to Thrasios that just got played
Oh,
off the activation. Looks like a Birds of Paradise, but we're not quite sure. We just want to double check. Definitely not a Seedborn Muse.
yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, we do have confirmation that is a Birds of Paradise.
Nice. I think that's exactly what you wanted off the flip.
Yeah, one thing Kevin certainly wants here is more mana, without a doubt. All right, Jordan in a little bit of a pickle here. I mean, he has access to 5 mana currently, so 3 drops on the menu.
Speaking of menu, anyone order their chicken brine yet? Mine's on its way. Anyone?
But
Chicken brine
let's see, I've never heard of that.
from Cabarrus?
All right, Jordan in the tank here. Tough. I mean, you never want to see a Godfarrow statue on the other side of the battlefield. I'll tell you that much. As somebody who's played against Kinnan a few times, looks like we're going to. Oh, not discard here yet. Just piling some cards out.
Ooh, Panda Express
okay.
sounds good.
2 mana Lotus Petal, sure thing.
Setting up for next turn.
Sure. First, you put the Lotus Petal on the grill.
I'm gonna win with TNT, the Aki way.
Yeah, the Aki way is paying 2 more for each spell. That's Magda has us in the Aki lock currently, as we discard a Smothering Tide the hand size.
Yes, Cody, we're getting chicken brine.
A little surprised here that he didn't just play that Smothering Tithe, but I suppose it taps you out.
Hey, Dylan.
Sure.
Because this is my last stream.
Uh-huh.
We're Costco guys. Of course we play a Godfarrow statue.
We're Costco guys. Of course we pay 2 more for each spell. Of course our opponents pay 2 more for each spell they cast. Of course our opponents lose 1 life for each something or another tap
At each
permanent
end
we have.
step.
At each end step. All right, Mox Opal. Don't have to pay 2 for that one. Must feel nice.
Ooh, Jordan saying Apple of Eden may be fun.
Ooh, where is Larry Nevin when you need him?
There are 2 Godfarer statues because I believe the one Chad is using is non-English, so they have an English copy available for their opponents.
Yeah, luckily we have a translator on hand at the table, just in case a situation like this arises. Our Topdeck translator, shout out to them.
Damping
Damping sphere.
sphere.
The hits keep coming. The hits keep coming if you're one of Chad's opponents here.
And they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming.
They don't stop coming. We will see. I'm sure Andy feeling a little bit like he's being smashed in the mouth here by this continued nonsense being developed by Magda.
Yeah, it's getting harder and harder to the locks are starting to come into place for Magda.
Yeah, definitely.
Getting a little tougher.
Treasure. Stepping a little bit more mana here, and let's see what we got. A Barkform Harvester. So this is a nice card from Bloomborough here. It's a shapeshifter. It has reach. It's 2/3 for 3. You can pay 2 to put a target card from a graveyard onto the bottom of its owner's library. This is pretty good in the squirrel decks where you were playing cash grabs and going through your deck, milling through your deck, and Bloomborough Limited. Pretty great card there. Or decent card when you had the setup for it. One of Sam Black's favorite cards in the set.
I don't know what the hell you're
enough.
talking about.
Yeah, that's fair enough. The real limited fans out there know what I'm talking about. Shout out Barkform Harvester. So yeah, well, that card, huge player from Blueborough, seeing play here. And the largest CDH tournament of all time. Our players getting some Oracle text. Clearly not limited fans. Clearly not played a lot of Bloomborough like me. Did not hit Mythic in Bloomborough. I did. Possibly one of my finest accomplishments in Magic.
Well, what I want to know is, we have a Thassa's Oracle into play, so why do you need Oracle text?
No, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Thanks.
Yeah. We have Eddie in chat pointing out Carrot Cake, anyone? And Carrot Cake right here from Andy, if he was able to rip a land. Possibly game breaking, the level of card selection and pressure that's going to give you.
Kelly Perry asking, what are the 4 decks? Kevin's on Kinnan, Jordan's on TNT, Andy's on TNT, and Chad's on Magda. And Kevin seat 1, Jordan seat 2, Andy seat 3, Chad seat 4. We're Costco guys. Of course we need Oracle text.
Costco guys, of course we didn't play Bloomborough Limited. Of course we hit Mythic and Bloomborough Limited.
We're top deck guys. Of course we missed Neon Dynasty, according to someone in chat. All right. Well, we are back to Kevin.
Nice untap with as much mana as you could possibly ever ask for.
I mean, when I have more than like 5 mana, it's more than I can fathom. So how are we feeling?
Right.
How are we feeling, Chad, about what's going on? We having fun? This is, I think, a little bit better of a higher quality game than what we've maybe seen, just in terms of players putting spells on the stack.
Yeah, certainly. I will say the pace of play has been refreshing. Based on what we've seen the last couple of rounds, players seem to be moving along at a decent enough pace. Maybe not as fast as they possibly could be playing, but certainly not terrible.
The card to the left, Tin Fins, to the left of Magda, is an enslaved dwarf. It is a 1/1 for 1 dwarf that can be sacrificed for 1 red to give target black creature +1/+0 and first strike. And then there's Barkform Harvester to the right of it.
Which you should obviously know what that does.
Yeah, so it was funny because I hit Mythic in Bloomborough Limited, and I remember that card was crazy when I was doing
crazy.
that.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I was what's above Mythic, because that's where I was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you don't know, you don't know.
No, I just can't remember. It was so long ago, because I know you don't know, but I was whatever's above Mythic.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
All right, we have
Was
looks like we're just spinning again.
super
Popping a little
mythic.
activation on the stack.
I hope we get a 1/1 elf. That'd be very fun.
That would be hilarious. Nice Elvish Mystic. Plop it down. Let's get a move on.
Interesting. We're prioritizing keeping the Manamo up instead of the
Yeah.
City of Brass.
There could be some action with that. With some of those legendary creatures,
Mm-hmm.
possibly. Don't ask me. What do I know?
What did Jordan do on their? What's in Jordan's graveyard? Was that discarded to hand size?
Yeah, it's Smothering Tide discarded hand size.
And they paid 2 mana for a Lotus Petal. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Which is certainly interesting. I think maybe he's prioritizing the Thrasher's activation over the Smothering Tide.
Interesting. Well, doing some maths here, it appears.
Yeah, Kevin deciding on which of the creatures in his hand is going to be the one hitting the battlefield off this activation.
So there's some concerns on Magda's last turn. Mox Opal was cast, then Dampening, then Harvester. There should have been a tax on the Harvester.
Yes. Yeah. As you can see on screen, the hand of our head judge reaching in. I believe we have a judge taking a look at that situation, because that has been pointed out to the judge staff here.
So, okay, looks like we have some requests for some shout outs right now. I want to give a shout out to Nevi Applecat, really needing the shout out right now while we're kind of working to resolve this the stack right now. And then the shout out to the Jade Emperor. You had requested a shout out as well. So shout out Nevi Applecat and Jade Emperor. And shout out to everyone else who wants a shout out. Shout out to Don't Say My Name. I'm full incognito. Yeah, a lot of people wanting shout outs right now. Anyone you want to shout out? All right. Well, it looks like we are looking to resolve that here. Shout out to Vincenti from Cards X Cards. Shout out to the Magda Discord. Who else wants shout outs right now? It's Judge Call shout out time. Shout out to all the pair. Shout out Captain Moral Support for always giving out bad takes. Huge shout out Magda Discord. Got your boy Chad rocking it, rocking the deck. Shout out to the Ohio CDH. Shout out Brazy Tree in Tennessee. Shout out to JoJo Joestar and Dio.
Sorry to interrupt the shout outs. First off, shout out to Cardex Cards and all the Broward crew, BTP Club, who are in the chat. But also, just to note, we do have the judge staff looking at that. We should be receiving an update on exactly what that fix is. It is a little awkward now because we have passed the turn, and the creature has been in play. I believe this would be a game rules violation for the Magda player, just based on my understanding. But we are standing by for a little more information on exactly how this will be resolved.
I have so many shout outs. Can I continue with shout outs?
Sure.
My DMs are blowing up right now. Shout out Nori, aka Abby, Crick Pilot. Shout out
the whole Nobu crew. Everybody who loves to go to Nobu with us and go to the club after.
Shout out Blight Club Tokyo. Shout out Nick for loving me. Shout out to Dark Ritual, the best Magic card ever printed. Shout out to Krark and I Win Games in Hawaii, Oahu. Shout out to Little Drew Minish. And Shotokan as they run the Magda Discord. Shout out to Shout Out. And again, shout out to Brazy Tree. I'm like getting blown up right now with shout out requests. I should start charging.
I was gonna say maybe we table the shout outs, and then we could kind of pick our 5 best shout outs at the end. Go through those. Maybe we have like a little like a drawing or like a raffle for the most deserving of a shout out.
I have 3 more I'm gonna do.
Shout out for this shout out is cringe in chat. I don't disagree with you.
Shout out to the Bucky's brisket sandwich.
Yep.
Shout
Yeah,
out to
that's
the
a good one.
Magdanomicon, and then shout out to the
Get
bad
one more. Hold
commentary.
up.
Bad
Okay, you get one. I'm gonna
commentary.
give you. I'm gonna give you one more. I'm gonna give you one more, and that's it, and we're done.
Yeah. All right. That's us. That was called chat. That's called filling dead air during judge calls, y'all.
Yeah, and everybody loved it. Clearly,
I don't know.
the
People
chat is
wanted
going
them.
crazy with shout outs. Yeah, people love the shout outs. You gotta
Peop-
love it. Maybe we need a pivot to just being like a shout out. Maybe we just need to like go live and just have the chat going, and we'll just say your name and shout you out.
Here's the thing: people are complaining at it that they hate it, but then people are also like, "Hey, this shit sucks. Can you shout me out though?"
Oh, I can't believe you guys are doing this. But well, I mean, while you're at it, you might as well shout me out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is gonna be good watching back on this, right? Like watching back on the live stream, doing a
Yeah.
little tape review, and we're just talking about shout outs.
It's nice to shout people out. This is quite literally the last time I will ever cast CDH. This is my last stream with y'all. I will never be doing this again unless something drastic changes. So I'm gonna make the most of it. I'm going sicko mode. I don't think we're gonna rewatch this tape.
I
Yeah,
will. I'll be in the lab.
yeah. This is called during a judge call. It's my last event, and
Take it away.
yeah. But yeah, no, well, I guess I should thank you everyone for always coming to Top Deck streams. I've been doing this for about, I guess, over a year now, about a year since the invitational. But y'all showed up, and yeah, sad that this is the last one, at least for me. I don't know if Top Deck is doing another event, but yeah, appreciate everyone. It's been real as we again still work to resolve this judge call. But
Yeah,
Dio
and
says he's glad he tuned in from the plane for this.
yeah, and I think I would like to give a shout out to Lauren. How about that? Isn't that sweet on my
Damn,
part?
real.
One sec. I'm getting an update here from our judge staff, I believe. And
But while we get that update from the judge staff, truly thank you everyone for showing up. And it's bittersweet. It's sad. CDH just isn't really for me anymore. But I, love seeing people love this game still. And I'll be around. I'll be at Magic events probably and conventions. But this is, Top Deck's last event for really the foreseeable future. And my event is my last casting event. I won't be playing anymore. So. And I was over it pre-bans. The bans kind of solidified my being done with it. But yeah, the bans definitely did not help. Neither did Twitter. Thank you, Patrick. I'm glad you agree. This is peak content. We are still working
all
to
right,
resolve. Oh, you have the judge
Lauren.
update?
Yep. So I just talked to our head judge, Marcos. We do have a fix here. So the way it worked is with Chad having access to that treasure and the ability to have paid for the bark from Harvester, the table has decided, along with the judging staff, to allow him to sacrifice that treasure as if he would have paid for the bark from Harvester properly, removing access to that mana. So yeah, so that is where we're at with that. Kevin resolving, moving right along here, Kevin resolving his Kinnan activation into a Hullbreaker Horror. I hear that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, that should be able to win a game or two.
I would think so, generally. Any 0-drop, actually any card he casts should be able to allow him to go infinite. He might not have access to another card. Otherwise, I think he would have probably snapped that off.
100%. Yeah. Zach, I don't know what's next for me. I might just get really into pre-modern. I really don't want to play Magic anymore, but yeah, not sure. And I think you're right. I think also from oh god, Future Diary. Is it the from Future Diary in chat? But we are we are not. We
Oh,
are grabbing
okay.
Seedborn Muse potentially. But chat's saying
That's a little
possible
surprising.
Hazel Brewmaster to hit the Devoted Druid.
Yeah, that would have been infinite there, certainly. Hazel Brewmaster, and well, he doesn't have the mana of the caster. He needs 6 mana for it. It's a 4 mana card,
Mhm.
so it makes a little bit of sense. But I don't know how you're casting your 5 mana card with your Seaborn Muse either. To be perfectly frank with you, so let's see.
Well, your name's Dylan, not Frank.
Yeah, but if I can enter into my alter ego a little bit here for a second. Ooh, an Orcish Bowmaster. Ugh. And here we go. Go ahead and slam a little pingy there on the Magda. Sure.
So Dampening Sphere reads, if a land is tapped for 2 or more mana, it only produces a colorless, and
Yes.
then attacks with each additional spell. So Hazel Brewmaster still works, right?
Yeah, but we have a Godfather statue as well, right? So,
Oh, yes.
so even if you survival this turn, he does have access to 4 mana. Gonna cost him 2 more to cast that little old Brewmaster, that good old squirrel.
Yeah, you're a couple mana short. How does the artifact Bloomburrow creature? How does I need to look it up? What was its name again?
Work from Harvester. It allows you to pay 2 to put a card to the bottom of your library from your graveyard. That's gonna allow you in Magda when you produce infinite mana to basically go through your entire deck and recur a artifact
Hmm.
or spell that allows you to deal mana to the entire table. And I don't know if this is end step. The active player token has been passed to Jordan.
Yeah, not sure when this is happening. But if there was you have to think it's happening in Jordan's Bane phase, right? Because if they would be
Yeah, I believe
untapping,
so.
they would have had the 6 mana for Brewmaster, right? But looks like we made our decision. Looks like it's Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, and us in the production team here and the Top Deck staff, we were planning on going to get sushi here in beautiful Stone Mountain, Georgia. Restaurant closes at 9:30 Eastern time, about an hour and 2 hours from now. You know what? Minute by minute, looking more like sushi is off the menu with that Bowmasters going to hand here.
So funny. Yeah, that was a main phase survival. Grabbed the Bowmasters, passed turn, did not cast it. With Infinite Treasure, Bark Form allows us to draw our deck with Vexing Bauble and infinitely cast Lightning Bolt. That's kind of sick. And Flushy, the playmats are for sale at the event only. They are not being shipped.
We actually sold out as one of the most popular playmats I think we've ever done.
That's awesome.
Really beautiful art. It's just awesome to look at.
Yeah, I really like it. The cup
I
face
do like
art.
that Kinnan is being boiled alive here by Rograk and Silas.
All right. Well, we are paying. Looks like we're fetching and casting Thrasios for 4 mana.
Yes, I believe so.
All right. Who is sitting in the back with Timna? It is the Ristic Study original art Ristic Study person. Magda Discord going off right now about the different ways they can win. I appreciate the introspection here. Really helps us to see what this deck can do in the different lines available.
I think it definitely has a little bit of situation here, knowing that Bowmaster is targeting that Magda.
They're bluffing.
You think so?
No.
Yeah, we have a couple things here that are pretty scary. Well, yeah, I suppose everything costing 2 more. It's a little tricky with a Hullbreaker Heart, but if he has multiple spells, he can play a spell, bounce the Guard Pharaoh statue, play another spell, bounce the Damping Sphere, and go from there. I mean, he has to have a couple things to do, but you just need to cast literally anything. I mean, time is ticking.
We are attacking with our Bark Form Harvester. That art is amazing, by the way.
Oh yeah, it's super sick. It's like a automaton squirrel.
Mm-hmm. So swinging with the squirrel, changeling, making a
Yeah,
treasure.
2/3, not easy to. It's actually a 3/3 now with Magda.
Oh yeah, yeah. And we're passing. Oh geez. Okay. That's terrifying. That we're going to be going into Kevin's turn. God Pharaoh's statue with giving a little bit of protection here.
And Damping Sphere
And
also
Damping Sphere.
a good tax.
Crazy. Thrasios costs 4 mana, and then he tapped out to cast it. But we are deep in the tank right now. This is the fun part about being a Kinnan deck. Oh, which mana do I want to tap?
Yeah, that seems pretty fun to me. All the intricate decision points of Kinnan. What should I tap my Mox Opal or my Mox Diamond for 2 mana?
Or do I tap both?
Why not? Why not?
What is the bottom right card for Chad? There is a God Pharaoh statue and a dampening sphere.
Yes. He's post board against Lotus Field. He had to board in his Damping Sphere. Where are my Pioneer Enjoyers at in the chat?
Wow, you're really resonating with our viewer base.
Yeah, right.
I'm really biting my tongue, Dylan, because I'm getting requests for shout outs still.
Kevin once again placing his creature directly into the lair section of the table.
The new zone.
Just right into the lair, right as my eyes glance away for a quarter of a second, back into the lair zone. Did you catch a glimpse of what that was?
No, I was reading a DM about a shout out.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, using your time wisely here. We're going to get a confirmation on exactly what that wonderful card is.
The Glare Lair. Secret Glare.
Secret Lair. Lair.
We are going to start I mean, Hull Breacher's tough, right? The loops are tough with the
Bloom Tender.
The stacks
Sure.
you're under. But you can bounce the statue? What do you bounce first, statue or sphere?
Probably statue or, probably sphere, actually. I think. As strange as it sounds, it just means that Jordan has to pay 2 in order to interact with anything here on Kevin's board. We have confirmation that card is Spellskite. That was revealed. A Spellskite is going to be very good here.
It's a Spellskite.
Yeah, I think you have to go Damping Sphere first, to be honest.
Yeah. But you are in a weird dilemma. Chad does make a good point where bouncing anything helps propel Jordan into a really solid winning position, right?
Yeah, I don't think you do one or the other without doing both. And you just have to wait until you can do both of them. And looks like Spellskite pushed to the front here, outside of the glare zone. Maybe we need to tape that area off.
The glare layer?
The glare layer. I like that little area there now. It's pretty fun. Active player pass. Jordan going along. Yeah, see, we're adjudicating the lair zone. we have our staff, our crack team, playing around the lair. They found the line.
Yeah, clip that chat. We got there.
Oh, looks like Kevin bounced the treasure. Just bounced Magda's treasure. Pretty funny.
That is funny. I'm laughing.
Yeah, I can tell. You sound like you're extremely. You thought that really tickled you. Uh, okay, so Jordan, not playing that Bowmasters, instead electing to play a Enlightened Tutor, and here we go with a Hazel's Brewmaster hitting the
Yep.
battlefield.
Saw this one. Saw this one coming. So we're paying 6, right? Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
5, 6.
Yep, with the Lotus Petal as well.
Yep. Well, is that GG's?
Let's see. Kevin inspecting the graveyard here. Notable, he's keeping up the tropical island here. So if he removes, if the Thrasios is removed in response, he'll still have enough blue mana to recast it and get the Thrasios back, and then draw an infinite amount of cards, or perhaps just equal to the amount of cards left in your library. Might be a better idea.
And 6 mana was tapped for the Brewmaster. It was Noble Hierarch, Mox Amber, Lotus Petal, Aotawara, Gemstone, and then the land under Gemstone.
No, he can recast it when he makes infinite mana.
Yeah.
With the Brewmaster. So if you don't know the way that the Brewmaster combo works, just for the uninitiated out there with the new TNT technology, Hazel's Brewmaster, it's a card from the Bloomborough Collector set. It's 3 and a black for a Squirrel Warlock, I believe. It has Menace. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile a target card from my graveyard. If a card is exiled this way, then you make a food token. Food tokens you control have activated abilities of creatures exiled with Hazel's Brewmaster. So with Hazel's Brewmaster, when you exile your Devoted Druid, you make a food token, and then you can put as many -1/-1 counters on it as you want. Tap it for green mana right away. It's not a creature, so you generate as much mana as you feel you would enjoy to.
Yep. So everyone kind of reading the room right now. Look, unless they can stop this Brewmaster, it's GG's, I think, right? You get around the Godfair statue and the Dampening Sphere.
Yeah, so the only thing to consider here is that if the Brewmaster is bounced in response to the ETB, that food token doesn't have the ability anymore, right? But it doesn't look like that happened, and it looks like that food token's on the battlefield, and infinite mana is inevitable, unless we have another Siege Smash here.
I don't think so. All right, demonstrating the loop. Under the protection of the Godfair statue, too.
Yeah.
Flipping off the...
Okay. Yeah, and the nice thing here, too, is at the end of the combo, you can pay 2 to sacrifice it and gain 3 life. He's currently at 35, so putting a little buffer on that life total, not too bad.
Yeah, you can end at 38, which could matter for tiebreakers.
Yep. Life total tiebreakers, yeah. It was highest life total at the table. It's big.
Yeah, it's huge. All right, well, I think this has been wrapped up. We're shaking hands.
Yeah, they were starting to make him go through it, and then everyone said, you know what? Let's get a move on here as we have our winner of the Boil 2, Jordan on TNT.
Yep. Huge congratulations to Jordan Drake on winning the Boil 2, the largest ever CDH tournament with, I don't want to say a masterclass. That might be overstating, but really expertly executed on how to win. with TNT, understacked pieces. He found a way to got through it. Even some cloak and dagger. I'm gonna fetch for something. I'm gonna tutor up something face up. Everyone's gonna be scared of it, and really gaining control of the game. People playing with fear, and Jordan capitalized on that fear. So congratulations, Tim Thrasios pilot Jordan Drake, on winning the 324 person, the Boyle 2 last Top Deck event, my last event, and I won't. I'm retired now officially. So thank you,
Well,
everyone.
congratulations. Congratulations to you and to Jordan here for winning. Tim Thrasios, we saw it all weekend, and here we go, taking it away into the new era of CDH here as Tim Thrasios dominates the field, seemingly. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, amazing to see. Happy to see wins on the stack. That was a highly interactive game.
Well played from everyone at the table, I would say.
Extremely well played by everyone involved. Was fun to see, and I loved the gamesmanship. I love hearing the opponents were laughing with each other. Really just playing for the points, the clout, the title as the winner. So extremely proud of them, and very happy for everyone that competed with us.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for tuning in. Once again, this was the Boyle 2 here in Stone Mountain, Georgia, the largest ever CDH tournament. 324 players registered here at Charlie's Collectible Show. Brought to you by Topdeck GG. Jordan here receiving an automatic invite to the Topdeck Invitational, part of our Topdeck Championship Series 2025. Thank you so much for tuning in, everybody, and we'll catch you on the next one.
Yep. Thanks for everything, guys. Appreciate it.